world's most powerful Ninth-Circle Grand Mage. I found myself helpless when facing the final demon god. This wasn't because I lacked strength. It was because I was chosen as a hero candidate alongside the warrior, yet I willingly gave up the holy power capable of slaying the demon god to the warrior. Back then, I thought the righteous warrior would better lead us to victory, but now I realize I was wrong. Along our journey together, I discovered this warrior had a screw loose. He would only act on his sense of justice, stubbornly going his own way. When facing villains who could have been dealt with in one strike, this goody-two-shoes deliberately let them escape. He completely rejected all my plans, saying he didn't want to use schemes and tricks to win. Instead, he insisted on facing the demons in honorable combat. Due to his brilliant decisions, we lost countless companions. Before we even faced the demon god, he was hoisted by his own petard. Facing the demon god and his overwhelming army of monsters, my companions could only place their hopes in me. One by one, they charged forward, sacrificing their lives to buy me time. Finally, after the last companion sacrificed themselves for me, I completed the Ninth Circle Grand Magic. But sadly, even my strongest attack couldn't slay the demon god, though I had anticipated this outcome. But if I were to die like this, how could I face my companions who went ahead of me? I had no choice but to rely on the evil power that all mages feared, sacrificing all life in the world to cast the soul-devouring power capable of defying heaven's will. But it seems I couldn't complete even the final step, until the demon god's giant hand came crashing down. I still regretted not being able to kill that warrior myself, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself back home, 20 years in the past. Seeing this, I couldn't help but grin. That legendary regression magic, with no known formula and only a 1% success rate, had actually worked. But then I suddenly realized why there were bandages on my head. The butler explained, "Young master, did you get your brains knocked loose or something? You went begging Eileen not to break off the engagement and ended up getting beaten up." This instantly reminded me of my shameful past. Eileen was the young lady of the Lindell Duke's family, my fiancée until I was 20, and I was the notoriously useless young master of the Walpurgis Marquis family. Back then, my weak and incompetent personality was the type Eileen hated most. But now I know there was another reason for her breaking off the engagement. After the butler left, I thought again of that warrior. This time, I won't make the same mistake again. Meanwhile, the butler who had left went to find my father, the Marquis. Father, hearing that I'd woken up angry, declared he'd break my legs if I went after the Duke's daughter again. But the butler said the young master had no such intention. If he did, I would certainly tell you. And how should I put this? The young master seems quite angry. Meanwhile, I summoned magic circles in my room. I successfully cast regression magic to return 20 years into the past, to win the next battle against the demon god. I must prepare from this very second. Now I'm ready to try something I didn't dare attempt in my previous life. Every mage forms a mana core in their heart, but what I'm going to do is create 12 circulation points throughout my body. This way, not only will I not need to train, but massive amounts of mana will circulate within my body at all times. To face what's coming, this must be done. Fortunately, I succeeded despite the risks, and by chance I even advanced to the 4th circle. Then I tried casting multiple spells, but could only manage 2 simultaneously. That's the limit for me at 4th circle right now. Just then, Father suddenly pushed open the door, saying he knew about the embarrassing things I'd done, and would break my legs. I hurriedly explained this was just part of my plan. I held up one finger and said, "Honestly, the Duke's family unilaterally breaking off the engagement is quite annoying." Father, seeing I seemed about to say something reasonable, sat down and let me continue. I gestured and asked, "What conditions did we set when arranging the marriage with the Lindell Duke's family?" Father looked puzzled, of course, that they couldn't learn any magical training methods. After all, to bear a proper heir, no other types of mana can be mixed in, I replied with a smirk. That's right, producing an heir is of utmost importance to a family. So what if the Duke's daughter violated this condition? Yes, in my previous life, through some rumors, I learned that the Duke's daughter had secretly been training in magic, and to fool the eyes of my father, an 8th Circle Grand Mage, there could only be one possibility. That would be an ancient magical artifact. Then I promised Father I would prove this myself. If I spoke even one false word, I would voluntarily give up the Walpurgis name, and forfeit my position as heir. Meanwhile, at the Duke's mansion, the Duke's daughter was practicing swordsmanship. The Duke approached with a worried expression. "Has there been any reaction from Mikhail's side since that day?" Eileen reassured her father, "That fool won't notice anything unusual." Hearing this, the Duke felt somewhat relieved. After all, even though his family was famous for magic, they couldn't possibly discover the ancient magical artifact on his daughter. Moreover, they were preparing to receive the Parslov Count's family today, and Ryan Parslov would be present. Ryan was the sole heir to the Parslov Count's family, and a sword prodigy hailed as the next sword saint. Eileen felt only someone like him was truly worthy of her. Just then, a knight came to report, "Your Grace, the envoy has arrived." The Duke thought the Parslov family's envoy had arrived early, but the knight said no. It was the young master of Walpurgis. The Duke's heart skipped a beat, and he had the guard announce, "Today they had prior engagements and couldn't receive visitors." At this moment, the butler worried, "Young master, you've already lost so much face last time. Are you here to embarrass yourself again?" I replied that I had my own plans. Just then, the knight returned with the message, "Very sorry, young master Mikhail, please come another time." I turned to leave, Well, if that's how it must be. Just as the guard breathed a sigh of relief, I sat down under a large tree not far away. I'm a bit tired from the journey. I'll rest here for a while. The knight thought to himself. The Parslaw family would arrive soon. He couldn't let this useless young master meet them. Just as he reached out to make me leave, my expression suddenly darkened. Even if you've unilaterally broken off the engagement, I'm still your lady's fiancé. Moreover, I'm the heir to the Walpurgis family. Let go of me. Seeing my fierce expression, the knight hastily withdrew his hand in terror. I patted the arm the knight had grabbed and continued, Knight Cowan, let me ask you, do you think you have the right to lay hands on me? The knight hurriedly fell to his knees in fear. I wouldn't dare. But in his heart he thought, this guy was too scared to even breathe in front of me just days ago. How has he suddenly become like a different person? And in the next moment I said firmly, if you want me to leave, then have Eileen come see me at once. When the knight relayed the message, Eileen casually replied, well then, I'll go see him. I'll just send him away like last time. The knight seemed to have something to say but hesitated. At this moment I thought under the tree, the two families I'm looking for have naturally gathered together, and I can't wait to meet Ryan of the Parslaw family. He was one of my old acquaintances before my rebirth, and I need to act quickly. Just then, the butler abruptly asked me, young master, have you been secretly practicing other techniques without the Marquis's knowledge? The power you just displayed momentarily is not something a third circle mage could possess. Though I'm not a mage, serving beside the Marquis for many years has trained my eye. I knew what the butler was trying to say. He suspected I'd used some forbidden technique to increase my level, so I naturally extended my hand, letting him examine it as he wished. After taking my hand, he carefully sensed it, and discovered I had reached the level of a fourth circle mage, and indeed found no traces of forbidden techniques. Only then did he feel relieved. Just then, Eileen walked over. What are you here for again? Didn't we say everything that needed to be said last time? But I stood up with hands on my hips. You may be done talking, but I'm not. Eileen just wanted to send me away quickly, telling me not to waste effort anymore and to go home. No rush. Let's talk things through. What's this? Are you expecting important guests today? Then I clearly saw Eileen's shoulder twitch, her expression becoming somewhat unnatural. I displayed a smile of successful scheming. Ryan Parslaw was a man who never cared about family political status, focused solely on sword arts. He probably had no idea what had happened with the family he was meeting today, but one thing was certain. He deeply despised those who broke their promises. If he learned that his potential fiancé had unilaterally broken off a previous engagement, he definitely wouldn't tolerate it, being someone with an overwhelming sense of justice. Seeing Eileen silent, I continued, you're right, we did mutually agree to break the engagement, but there's one premise, that there were no problems with the engagement. Then I gradually moved closer to Eileen. At this point, I just said I wanted to go into the Duke's mansion for a cup of tea. The knight, overzealous in protecting his master, pushed me, saying even as the Walpurgis heir, I couldn't be so presumptuous. This really made me laugh in anger. Are all Lindell family knights so ill-mannered? Eileen quickly ordered the knight to stop. The knight turned his head, about to say but, Eileen shouted, McCowan, don't make me say it twice! To gain my forgiveness, Eileen offered to invite me for tea in the Duke's mansion. The knight reminded her about the Parslaw family. We'll deal with that later. And so I successfully entered the Duke's mansion. I couldn't help but remark that this place hadn't changed. The butler was confused, young master. Isn't this your first time here? The way you sighed just now was like an old man who had seen much. This made me a bit angry. I wasn't that old. Then the butler worried about my safety again. The Marquis isn't here. What do you plan to do on your own? I turned my head with a smile. What are you saying? Aren't you by my side? You're more reliable than anyone. Soon I was alone with Eileen in a room. My first words were, you lied. You violated the agreement not to practice magic during the engagement. But Eileen was certain I was just putting on an act. She said if I had doubts, I was welcome to check myself. This suited me perfectly, though certainly not to check here, for the sake of fairness in this inspection. I want you to prove yourself in front of the arriving Parslaw Count's family. Eileen was first surprised, then angrily said, you have no right to demand this of me. But little did she expect I was prepared. I directly pulled out the symbol of our Walpurgis family. Holding this means every word I speak now represents the Walpurgis family's position. Likewise, Eileen's words must be accountable to her family. At this moment, Eileen stammered and dared not continue. The Duke, who had been eavesdropping at the door, couldn't stay still and pushed the door open. Eileen, don't say another word from now on. And my first purpose in coming here was to meet this Duke Lindell. He was the Empire's 5th-ranked knight and one of the 12 sword masters, though he later lost everything to the demon god. He is essential talent for facing the coming crisis. The Duke asked in bewilderment, are you really Mikhail? I replied, the one and only. The Duke pondered, it seems it is you. Your build and personality are the same. Just the impression you give has changed. Could it be that Marquis Walpurgis found the dragon star for you? But I replied I'd never even seen that thing. Father is too stingy, he won't even show it to me. The Duke empathized. Indeed, he was always like that, never showing his collections to anyone. Who'd have thought not even his own son, right? He's a marquis now, yet still so miserly. Hearing my words, the Duke couldn't help but laugh. Didn't expect you'd be so much to my taste, boy. I felt the atmosphere was warm enough to get to the main point. So what does your grace think about this matter? Unexpectedly, this Duke was quite the sly one, mockingly stating, we only proposed breaking the engagement because your character wasn't up to par, and insisting that Eileen hadn't trained in magic, saying she was one of the Empire's top 5 knights. How could she not know if her daughter was training in magic? Indeed, he couldn't possibly not know. Eileen might have just happened to comprehend magic training methods, and after discovering this, the Duke was weighing between his good-for-nothing future son-in-law and his daughter's sword talent, which was more valuable, and he had been emanating an oppressive aura since earlier. Most people couldn't think straight under such powerful pressure, but this intimidation wouldn't work on me. Facing this old fox, I decided to lay my cards on the table. Not long ago when I sought out Eileen, she made a small mistake while I was pestering her, though just for a brief moment I saw something on her neck. What she wore on her neck, I think your grace knows very well. Though the old fox was flustered hearing this, he still tried to deny it. You might have seen wrong. I stood up to leave without another word. Oh right, I heard Ryan Parsloff is on his way here. I might run into him on my way back. At this point, Duke Lindell finally lost his composure, hurriedly calling for me to stop. I asked in return, are you ready to admit it? Duke Lindell had no choice but to stop pretending. But what he said next made my jaw drop. Can we pretend this never happened? Only then did I remember. This Duke was famous for his thick skin. However, after negotiation, I got what I wanted, and left with a satisfied expression. After I left, Eileen clenched her fists nervously, saying she would find a way to bear all consequences. It's all because I wasn't careful if I just take all the blame, but the Duke said this was a family matter, not something she could shoulder alone. Besides, I approved of your magic training. Who could have predicted that Eileen would grasp magic training methods on her own without guidance? She is a sword prodigy. I didn't want her talents to go to waste, but then the Duke reassured Eileen, that boy is far cleverer than you think. You should start paying attention to him from now on. Meanwhile, I had already intercepted Ryan on his way to the Duke's mansion. I extended my hand to Ryan, become my companion, but he had never met me before this, only knew me as the recently jilted fool of a young master. Additionally, I had blocked his path without reason, so he immediately burst forth with an intimidating aura I inwardly admired, as expected of one called the next generation's sword saint. But immediately I dispersed that aura with a wave of my hand. Before Ryan could discern what I had just done, I urged him to calm down and let me finish speaking. Ryan was quite surprised. He had heard the Walpurgis heir was a fool, yet he sensed the person before him was unfathomable. I didn't deny Ryan's doubts. After all, I was once like that, and right now the most urgent matter was preparing for the demon god's invasion. But mentioning the demon god made me think of that bastard warrior again. Intense anger unconsciously showed on my face. I'll never forgive him. Seeing me like this, Ryan unconsciously took a step back. I quickly adjusted my emotions, indicating I had something important to say. Ryan nodded seriously, letting me continue. I inwardly sighed that he hadn't changed. Though his wild nature made him seem mercurial, he was actually quite steady. Anger should be situational. He called this selective anger management. I asked first, you're here today to form an engagement with Eileen, right? If all goes well, you'll soon be her fiancé. Ryan thought I was here to cause trouble, bitter about the broken engagement. I couldn't help but laugh. How could that be? Eileen has no value to me now. But then I pointed at Ryan. On the contrary, I'm interested in you. Hearing this, Ryan quickly distanced himself. I hurriedly explained I liked women. I only meant I want you to be my companion. Ryan was stunned. Seems you're not a fool, but a madman. Looking at Ryan's face, I couldn't help but recall that battle from my previous life. Ryan had destroyed the demon god's 3rd Legion with all his might, personally killing the Legion commander, the Mad Hajam, but this also left him with irreversible fatal wounds. In his final moments, he called me to his side. Asked me a question, Mikhail. Could you really not have become the hero then? And this time, I wanted to invite Ryan to fight alongside me again. Who knew the current Ryan wouldn't believe any of this? Isn't that holy theocracy always causing trouble with meaningless prophecies? Heroes and demon gods don't exist. We're in peaceful times. Yes, before the demon god became a threat, there was a prophecy, Cassandra's prophecy. This prophecy was spread to every corner of the world by unknown means, but initially, everyone ignored this prophecy. I knew I couldn't convince Ryan to accept all this at our first meeting. I said believing wasn't important. What mattered was becoming companions, but Ryan still thought I was talking nonsense, and made to leave. But my next words stopped Ryan in his tracks. The Muliere Aura training method. Even as the new generation sword prodigy, you can't progress smoothly everywhere. Yes, it was around this time. Ryan had hit a bottleneck in his sword training. Not because his aura training method was weak, but because it was incomplete. Sure enough, hearing me be cryptic, Ryan grew impatient, asking what I meant. I calmly stated my condition. If you accept my proposal, I'll tell you the complete Muliere Aura training method. But hearing my words, Ryan still clearly didn't believe. He had barely managed to find one of Muliere's journals by chance, and even that was incomplete. I stated that the remaining parts of the Muliere Aura training method were indeed in my possession. To obtain it, he would have to agree to be my companion. Ryan had no choice but to stay, but he was curious about one thing. You say you don't care if I form marriage ties with the Lindell family, but that doesn't mean your family doesn't care. I chuckled. Aren't you underestimating the Walpurgis family? Hearing my confident yet somewhat arrogant words, Ryan felt this guy somehow suited his taste. Though my first impression of you was terrible, now you're not so bad. However, despite saying this, he needed to verify the authenticity of the Moulier Aura training method. So I directly led Ryan to the training ground, asked him to demonstrate the Moulier Aura training method. Indeed, as the book said, special marks of the Moulier Aura training method began appearing on Ryan's skin, but they weren't very clear, converting about 50% of the aura power, while the true Moulier method could raise this value to 70%. Then I picked up a sword and took a light breath. The next moment, Moulier's marks began appearing on my skin. Seeing this scene, Ryan collapsed to the ground. A skill only swordsmen should know is being used by a mage. Unfortunately, I could only maintain this training method for 30 seconds. But this made Ryan question everything. He asked if I was really a mage, and I said it didn't matter. Now you should believe I know the complete training method, right? Unfortunately, Ryan was too shocked to see clearly. Ryan lost composure and shouted, "Can't you just tell me the complete method?" And before hearing my reply, dejectedly thought I wouldn't easily share such precious training methods. Unexpectedly, I replied carelessly, "Sure, if you want to know, I'll tell you. But it's not convenient here. Come find me at my home later." Actually, this training method originally belonged to Ryan. In my previous life, knowing he would die, he passed the complete method to me. Now it was just returning to its rightful owner. But even after I'd walked far away, Ryan remained stunned in place. Just as I was about to exit the Duke's mansion, I saw the Duke had been waiting here for some time. I couldn't help but marvel at what an old fox he was. He must have seen that whole scene. Unexpectedly, the next moment the Duke bowed and apologized, saying his family was in the wrong and he would fulfill any compensation I wanted. I also politely apologized for my sudden visit today, wished Miss Eileen and young Master Ryan a good outcome, leaving the Duke speechless. He couldn't help but say sarcastically, "Why do I feel this marriage has no hope now?" I smiled and said I had merely given Ryan another choice. Indeed, Ryan was cautious. He had always thought Eileen broke the engagement because I wasn't worthy. But this time, he had witnessed my strength and character firsthand. He would realize the rumors weren't true, and there were issues behind the broken engagement. But the Duke thought none of this mattered anymore. After seeing my performance today, he had someone he cared about more than Ryan. "Can we regain the Walpurgis family's trust?" I replied with a smile. "Of course. We welcome it any time with sufficient sincerity." Then I threw out an enticing condition. "What would you do if there was an excellent teacher who could guide Eileen's swordsmanship?" Hearing this, the Duke was tempted. Having witnessed my extraordinary understanding of swordsmanship today, he surely thought I had a formidable sword instructor behind me. And I added, "But this would be after our families reconcile." The Duke couldn't help but consider it seriously. "You're quite cunning, boy." As soon as I got home, my father ruffled my hair with praise. As expected of my son, who else could see through that old fox's trap? I gave an exasperated look. "That's not what you said before I left." Father hurriedly changed the subject to business. "Before you returned, the Lindell Duke's family sent word, saying they would visit personally to apologize. Seems they want to settle this privately and ask us not to make it public. After all, their family follows the spirit of chivalry. If this got out, it would be a huge blow to them," Father said with a smirk. "We can profit greatly from this." He had long disliked the Lindell family's arrogance. Then Father asked what the Duke and I had discussed. I said nothing special. They just asked if they could regain the Walpurgis family's trust, and I said yes, as long as they show sufficient sincerity. Father was satisfied with my handling? Good. Regardless of your actual feelings, not showing them was wise. I quickly seized this opportunity to propose to Father, "Please let me take full responsibility for this matter." Father hesitated but agreed to my request, since I had merit in this matter. If not for me, the whole family would still be in the dark. Finally, as I turned to leave, Father suddenly called out to stop me. "Mikhail, you did very well today." Father was very pleased. That child who never understood things since young seems to have grown up. And Father stood by the window, becoming proud again. How should I let others know I outfoxed that old fox? Meanwhile, I pondered more important matters. In my previous life, though Walpurgis was the Empire's strongest mage family, their reputation was ruined overnight. For such a stable and powerful family to fall, there was only one reason: internal strife. The vassals argued daily to gain higher positions, and I was used by them, indirectly causing the family's decline, and the biggest instigator was Viscount Nostra. Thinking this, I called out to the butler behind me. "Could you ask Viscount Nostra to see me? He's probably waiting for me to call him." In my previous life, this guy not only incited family strife, but also taught me unorthodox training methods to reach third circle, causing me to hit a bottleneck despite my high talent. With no choice, I had to abandon my original power and retrain all magic circles. And because he was once Father's comrade in arms, even at the end, Father couldn't bring himself to deal with him, eventually leading him to make the family submit to the demon god. In this life, I won't let such things happen again, but I didn't show any of this. Instead, I said, "Before you become my teacher, I have a proposal. Let's have a duel under equal conditions. I don't mind learning from you. The question is whether you're qualified to teach me." Nostra asked, puzzled. "Didn't I help you form your third monocore that day? Isn't that enough?" I said it certainly wasn't enough, I want you to prove your worth. And I made a declaration in the name of Walpurgis. If he won, I would become his disciple. Otherwise, you'll become my disciple. And without any thought, Nostra agreed without hesitation, actually already rejoicing inside. Though fighting at the same level might sound disadvantageous to him, the gap between 7th and 4th circle was enormous. After I left, he completely exposed his ambition. He knew becoming family head was impossible, but he coveted a position even the head couldn't touch, never expecting the opportunity would come so easily. And just as he was getting carried away, little did he know he had already stepped into the trap I'd carefully laid. Soon the butler came panting to my room. He had learned about my planned duel with Viscount Nostra. Who spread the news was obvious. He spread it so quickly, seems he's afraid I'll back out. I calmly told the butler to calm down, but the butler couldn't stay calm. I heard if you lose, you'll become his disciple. That would only increase his power. I didn't deny it, but why are you so sure I'll lose? I'll never forget how Nostra submitted to the demon god's followers in my past life, and I must do this to lure him in. Then I seriously asked the butler, do you know why Nostra can remain in the family despite his arrogance? The butler thought, because he and the Marquis have been friends since childhood. Yes, father values relationships deeply, so he won't move against Viscount Nostra first. So I must be the villain, using this wager to keep him in check. Wagers between mages carry the power of words, thus they're bound by magic. In other words, if one wins the wager, the victor has absolute authority. But hearing my words, the butler silently pulled out a resignation letter. If I keep listening, I might get a stomach ache from anger, so I plan to resign. I waved my hand and burned the resignation letter in the butler's hand, asking the butler to trust me once. His 7th circle was obtained through unorthodox methods, so his power is unstable, meaning he can imitate a 7th circle mage's presence, but can't win against an equal level mage in actual combat. Unexpectedly, hearing this, the butler started searching his pockets again. I said even if he produced 100 letters, I wouldn't accept his resignation. Afterwards, I went to find Father again, hoping he could be a witness to this match. As expected, Father was also angry and said he would break one of my legs. I told Father frankly I didn't plan to lose. Isn't betting for winning? I want to win this duel and make Nostra my disciple. I had hoped to use these words to move Father, but unexpectedly Father pulled out a stick, determined to break his rebellious son's legs. I had to try to continue convincing Father. Viscount Nostra is our family's vassal, right? Then, as the family heir, is it wrong to discipline a family vassal? The stick in Father's hand was already making sounds. Have you thought about what happens if you lose? Or what I'll do to you? Finally, I had to promise Father, for the family's peace, if I lose, I'll offer up one leg. Soon I arrived early at the magic practice room and first tested out some magic. As I gently extended my hand, a magic missile shot forth. The magic missile followed my hand, changing directions at will. Though this was only a 1st circle spell, that was because its weakness was lack of precision. For someone like me who could freely change its direction, its power could rival that of a 5th circle spell. Then I softly spoke, explode. In the next moment the magic missile exploded right above my head, but this was just a test. What I needed to do was far beyond this. Soon Viscount Nostra arrived. The Marquis had also just arrived. As the Marquis took the main seat, the wager officially took effect. The Marquis then raised his hand. Magical chains wrapped around, sealing Nostra's power at the 4th circle. Nostra raised his hand first with a slow spell, trying to slow my speed and gain the initiative in battle, while I casually cast a confusion spell, interrupting Nostra's spell and making him step back. Nostra demanded to know how I learned this skill, because confusion magic was among the most difficult 4th circle spells. I told him he didn't need to know. Nostra immediately attacked again, multicasting Fireball and Wind Cutter, then simultaneously using Earthbreak, making the ground beneath me crumble, destabilizing my stance. But I effortlessly cast a mana barrier, blocking all the spells. Normally Nostra would be right. At 4th circle I shouldn't be able to easily block these attacks, but unlike swordsmanship, magic was an unfair discipline. No matter how hard one tried, the gap in swordsmanship depended on physical ability and spiritual power, but magic only required a mind skilled at calculation. Thinking this, I cast the magic missile I had tested earlier, but unlike the test, this time, it was multiple launches. Instantly, countless magic missiles rushed toward Nostra. As a 7th circle mage, Nostra immediately saw the many techniques mixed in. Free control, multicasting, multiple explosions, and dozens of other techniques mixed together. Was this something a 4th circle mage could do? Nostra could only desperately cast shield to defend, but under my second explosion, his shield instantly shattered. The enraged Viscount demanded to know what methods I used, saying these weren't techniques someone of my level could use, and I must have used some forbidden dark arts. My fist angrily struck the pillar behind me. Viscount, mind your words! I wagered the honor of the Walpurgis family in this duel with you. Seeing this, Nostra fell trembling to his knees. I spoke out of turn. I immediately used the same technique again. This time, several missiles hit their mark, raising billowing smoke, while Nostra lay pathetically in the smoke. But Nostra quickly stood up confidently. Good, very good. Your performance has exceeded my expectations, but this time I'll make you truly understand what it means to be a 7th circle mage. Speaking thus, Nostra immediately used 2 layers of shield to block the same missiles, this time completely blocking the attack. Then Nostra used multicasting again, but this time was different. He cast 3 4th circle spells. Even the Marquis was surprised. wondering how much Nostra had concealed from him, and he could already see the outcome of this match. This time, I couldn't possibly block Nostra's attack. However, when the spell flew close to me, I casually caught that fireball in my hand. My fist gently clenched and dispelled the magic. Admit it, this is the gap in talent between mages. And in the next moment, hundreds of magic missiles appeared around me, instantly shooting toward the Viscount. I remember someone once said, art is an explosion. Seeing Viscount Nostra about to surrender, my fist shot out like a sledgehammer, silencing his mouth. In my previous life, I made a wish list of things I wanted to do before death, and one wish was to execute this traitor with my own hands, seeing that if I continued, Nostra might really kick the bucket. The frightened Marquis hurriedly came down from his seat to stop my finishing blow. At this moment, I could no longer control my emotions, shouting, "How can I stop? I haven't heard him surrender yet!" But Nostra had already been beaten speechless. I just begged Father to let me throw one more punch, but Father said if I hit him again, he might have to hit me. Finally, the Marquis had to cast teleport under Nostra, teleporting Nostra to safety. Seeing me calm down, Father called my name. "I had no idea your strength had grown to this level without my noticing. The technique you briefly used just now came from a mage known as the Twilight long ago, didn't it?" I said it was just a coincidence, but Father clearly didn't believe it, and I knew what Father wanted to say. Long ago there was an apostle mage, a tragic figure who was ostracized by other mages and silently disappeared from the world. I had to tell Father frankly, "Don't you think you underestimated me before?" Father thought for a moment and said, "Indeed. Even for an apostle to make it work perfectly, the user would need unprecedented magical talent." Then Father looked at me intently. "So what exactly did you want to express to me through this duel?" I knew Father had clearly seen something. Even if you wanted to choose a teacher, there was no need to do it this way. I had to confess to Father that I wasn't acting on impulse. "Father, you never thought of abandoning Viscount Nostra because of your friendship, right? But his growing ambition must be controlled by someone. So from now on, I will control everything about the Viscount." At this moment, Nostra sat in his room going crazy. He had been defeated by a mere fourth circle youngster, and Marquis Walpurgis had witnessed the entire duel. He definitely couldn't overturn this result. Just as Nostra was at his wit's end, I appeared before him. "What's there to be troubled about? If your skills are inferior, you must face the consequences." Yet Nostra still held a glimmer of hope. He thought perhaps this formerly useless young master had chosen to wager with him because he valued his abilities and wanted his assistance, and was using this method to prove himself. Thinking this, Nostra even sat up straight. "I know what you want. You've been biding your time for years, hoping for a day to show your true abilities. I will help you." I gave a mocking smile. "I simply wanted to beat you up." "Disciple, you talk too much." Soon I led Nostra to an empty space. Nostra could only reluctantly call me master, because agreements between mages were guaranteed and enforced by mana circles. If the agreement was violated, the mana circle would immediately shatter. He could only endure now. While I thought this was getting off lightly, thinking of his betrayals in my previous life, even destroying his future wouldn't satisfy my anger, but frustratingly, he still had some use to me now. Then I spoke, "Since I'm your teacher now, I should teach you something." But Nostra didn't think I could teach him anything, since my power was lower than his. I just lightly poked his heart with my finger. He suddenly rolled on the ground in pain. Indeed, normally one couldn't form a circle without experiencing transcendence. But to catch up with the Marquis, he used the apostle technique to skip the enlightenment process. Though he reached 7th circle power, he paid a terrible price. It was evident from the last battle. "You were clutching your chest throughout the duel, weren't you? These are symptoms that only occur when a mana circle is extremely unstable, right? I can assert that in your current state, you won't last much longer." Nostra looked dazed. "Are you saying I won't be able to remain a mage for long?" I made a throat-slitting gesture. No, you're just going to die." Seeing Nostra waver, I told him there was only one way to survive. Let me absorb the power he had gained through improper means. This way you're collapsing. Mana circle can reform. Even so, Nostra strongly protested. He had worked so hard to reach 7th circle. I said, "You're wrong. What's gathered in your body isn't a mana circle, but something that could kill you at any moment. Yes, in my previous life, this guy was gradually consumed by the mana circle formed by the apostle technique, and finally couldn't resist the demon god's temptation. You only barely reached 7th circle through the apostle technique because you felt inferior to my father. Your achievement is hollow and meaningless. Do you think Father didn't know about your impatience?" Hearing me mention the Marquis, Nostra's expression finally showed some emotion. "You mean His Excellency the Marquis knew all this?" "That's right, Father knew everything. You should understand what I mean. Now you know how ridiculous it was to try to use me to control this family." At this point, Nostra finally showed remorse. The reason the Marquis never exposed him was that he truly considered him a friend, even though he had designs on the family. Finally, Nostra accepted my proposal. After my operation, my power reached 5th circle, and Nostra's power was reduced to 5th circle, but there was still no room for relaxation. According to the prophecy's timeline, the demon god's revival should be in 7 years. Back then, humans ignored that prophecy, with tragic results. Even though the demon god's army didn't arrive at full strength, no one could handle them. Until the demon god killed the Empire's 7th knight, Kelbian the Iron Wall, with one punch. Only then did people realize the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. So after the demon god had occupied half the Empire, the temple hurriedly selected warriors to form a demon god subjugation army. Yes, the subjugation squad I was in, Argo. That unbelieved prophet Cassandra was 2 years younger than me. She should be 18 now. They say because no one believed her words then, she ran away from the temple alone. At this moment, the butler came to the room, saying there was a visitor. I knew without guessing it was Ryan. Sure enough, as soon as he saw me, he pressed me for the training method. I indicated that before that, I wanted to add one condition. Hearing this, Ryan immediately slammed the table and stood up. What tricks are you playing? Didn't you say before that I just needed to go with you to the temple to check that prophecy? I indicated I was just adding one condition to that basis, and wouldn't let him be disadvantaged. That is, has your territory discovered a dungeon? I'm very interested in that dungeon. Yes, in my previous life, the Parslov Count's family sent out 5 investigation teams, but almost none survived. The Parslov family was particularly insistent on the marriage alliance with the Lindell family because sending multiple investigation teams had caused financial difficulties. Seeing I spoke with reason and evidence, Ryan knew he couldn't hide it anymore. But he had a doubt. This matter had been kept as a family secret for years and hidden well. Could there be a spy in the family? Not at all. I just deduced it from rumors in the mercenary world. Ryan had to admit he couldn't make the decision. This matter would ultimately need his father's decision. I immediately prepared to depart for Parslov territory. But before that, I needed to report my trip to the Parslov territory to the Marquis. When His Excellency the Marquis heard this, he strongly protested, suspecting I was bitter about the Lindell family breaking off the engagement, and wanted to go cause trouble in Parslov territory. He even pulled out the magical items he used when he was a battle mage. I had to explain to Father that wasn't the case, but that I had other purposes. Father, you'll choose to believe me, right? Hearing these words, Father finally put down the magical items in his hands. Yes, Father had always believed in me, even when I willingly fell from grace in my previous life. But Father trusted me completely until his death, which made my heart ache even more. I regretted countless times. Why did I only slowly start living like a proper person after Father's death? This was also one of the reasons I gave up becoming a hero, to stabilize Father's emotions. I revealed that this was also part of dealing with the Lindell family matter. Then Father let me proceed freely. At this moment, I suddenly felt another magical fluctuation in the room. Father, did you arrange to meet someone else? Father glanced. No. Did you see something? I indicated I must have been mistaken. Not long after I left, the butler emerged from the room. The Marquis glanced, though just for a moment he seemed to detect your presence. As the butler who has been observing that child, you must have some findings. The butler indicated that the young master had indeed undergone dramatic changes recently. He's become more carefree, and his ability to use magic has greatly improved, but I can guarantee he hasn't used any dark arts. The young master may have just discovered his talent a step late, though sudden awakening isn't strange in the Walpurgis family. After all, the current Walpurgis family has inherited the will of generations of ancestors. The Marquis sighed. The potential passed down through generations, huh? After Ryan and I prepared the carriage, the butler came running over, out of breath. I asked, your health isn't good, why do you insist on coming? The butler indicated it was the Marquis's orders. I watched the butlers act helplessly. This was indeed a flawless excuse, but he couldn't really think I didn't know his true identity. Soon our carriage entered Parslov territory. Ryan saw me looking outside with a serious expression, asked, why the stern face? Does our territory look backward? I replied, on the contrary, your father is an excellent lord. From the overall atmosphere of the streets and the expressions of the residents, the territory is well managed. To be blunt, superficial grandeur means nothing. What's important is whether the residents are satisfied with their lives. Your father is a very capable lord, you can be proud of him. Ryan smiled contentedly hearing these words. I never expected to hear such words from someone of the Walpurgis family. You're right, our territory's excellence is all father's achievement, and I truly respect him. I wasn't surprised by Ryan's answer, because in my previous life, Ryan had always been proud to be born into the Parslov family, even when he was the only one left in the family. Soon Ryan reported to his father, Mikhail Walpurgis has arrived. Hearing this, the Count immediately started popping pills frantically. I've calmed down. Continue, Ryan continued. Mikhail Walpurgis is in the reception room downstairs. Hearing this, the Count picked up the medicine bottle again and started taking the remaining half. The Count, calming down again, indicated this was still within his tolerance. Is there anything else? Ryan thought for a moment. Nothing except the small matter that he discovered we have a dungeon in our territory. Hearing this, the Count's face immediately darkened and began searching in his chest. Anyway, I've been head of the family long enough. These old bones should retire. His reaction wasn't actually excessive, because the Walpurgis family status was much higher than theirs. If they discovered the dungeon in their territory, the dungeon would certainly be taken away. Ryan said, he doesn't want to take the dungeon away. He even said he wants to help us, and he'll tell me the complete Mulier aura training method. Hearing this, the Count hurriedly stood up. Are you sure? Ryan answered, yes. Though he only showed me briefly, it was really impressive. And I've made a pact with him. You should know how powerful a mage's pact is. Hearing this, the Count began thinking seriously. He's actually offering the precious Muliera method as a condition. What could be in that dungeon? Thinking this, the Count immediately stood up. I need to talk to Mikhail Walpurgis personally. As expected, I soon got the Count to agree, because my condition was personally clearing the dungeon within one day. The dungeon the Parslov family had concealed for years was actually a place I had been before, and in my previous life, our squad had obtained the final divine artifact, Set's Storm. This divine artifact could have been a great help in fighting the demon god. yet it was wastefully squandered by the warrior. So in this life, I must become its master and unleash its true power. Just then, Ryan recklessly tried to rush into the dungeon. I quickly cast a stop spell on Ryan. Traps had been laid starting from the dungeon entrance. Rushing in like that would instantly disqualify you from entering. Then I raised my hand and cast a fireball. At the moment it rushed through the door, an invisible barrier was shattered. Thus, we successfully entered the dungeon's interior. Ryan curiously examined the surroundings, puzzled that the dungeon seemed new. I explained that time was frozen here, maintaining its state as if just built, thinking to myself, if he knew, he'd be even more surprised that such a huge dungeon was built all at once. Just then, I reached out to block their path. There was a goblin army ahead. Ryan suggested going back to gather soldiers, but I stopped him. Ryan, remember this is just the first checkpoint, and this was built for solo conquest from the start. After speaking, I started scraping powder from the wall with a dagger. Ryan wondered what I was doing. I showed the powder in my hand. This is something that drives goblins crazy, and this gem powder also has substitution effects. Then I used magic to form the powder into small balls, and threw them forcefully toward the goblins. After a flash of brilliant white light, the goblins began killing each other. Yes, to conquer this dungeon, you need not just strength, but thinking. As long as you understand the goblin species and have insight into magic, you can easily pass the first level. Then I noticed a goblin corpse glowing. I pulled it out and looked. It was actually a dimensional pocket, and the highest grade at that. What confused me was, I hadn't seen this thing in my previous life, but thinking about it, I knew. It must have been kept by that warrior for himself. I'm livid. He better hope our paths never cross. Ryan looked at the dimensional pocket in surprise, saying getting something of this level at the start. Could legendary magical items appear later? I replied this was just luck. It probably wouldn't happen again. Then I asked Ryan for the pocket. Sure enough, as I thought, ancient text was written on the pockets inside. Every item in this dungeon appeared for a reason, representing some puzzle. But what did this mean? Offer up the greatest greed. The designer wouldn't allow explorers to clear using external items, so the answer must be inside the dungeon. Then I had a flash of insight. The Goblin Chief's greatest greed must refer to the most valuable magic stone here. Probably just need to extract the Goblin Chief's magic stone and put it in the pocket. Ryan suggested he do it, since extracting magic stones was delicate work, but I looked unconvinced, so Ryan suggested we compete. There were 2 Goblin Chiefs here, meaning 2 magic stones could be extracted. Whoever extracted the higher quality stone would get the pocket. This suited me perfectly. Ryan quickly began working. In no time he extracted a magic stone of excellent quality, but when he saw me he was dumbfounded. The magic stone in my hand was actually glowing. This phenomenon only occurred when a magic stone was flawless and perfectly preserved its residual magic power. Ryan willingly admitted defeat. I threw the magic stone in my hand into the pocket. The next moment, the pocket burst forth with a pillar of light. A key appeared and formed an energy gate before our eyes. I pondered that because of that idiot warrior, we never saw this place in my previous life. Looks like we found a shortcut. Then I took the lead walking through the door. Ryan whispered to the butler, "What's the deal with Mikhail? He doesn't seem like my peer at all." The butler helplessly replied, "The young master is indeed as rumored." Ryan didn't expect the butler to speak so frankly. The butler calmly stated, "I'm only telling you this because the young master allowed me to say so." Ryan became even more curious about me. Most people would hide their embarrassing past. Could he be confident enough to face his former self? Then the butler added, "The young master changed overnight." Even I was shocked by how quick the transformation was. At this point I stopped, as another huge stone door appeared before us. Seems we skipped other checkpoints and came directly to the 4th level. I read the ancient text on the door, "Don't try to see through me." To be safe, I cast mind protection magic on both the butler and Ryan. As I stepped through the door, everything suddenly went dark. I didn't expect to return to my previous life at the dungeon's 4th checkpoint. The Ryan before my eyes walked toward me step by step, then gripping my shoulders angrily said, "Only you escaped from this hell, you cowardly wretch." I replied calmly, "The Ryan I know would never say such things to me." Then my aura suddenly changed. "Don't dare sully my friend's name." As my words fell, the illusion gradually dissipated. Then I saw the butler run over first. Then we both began searching for Ryan. Soon we found Ryan curled up on the ground, trembling all over. His illusion was his family's expectations. Though he felt proud of it all, these invisible pressures were gradually eroding his spirit. Seeing me approach, Ryan's lifeless eyes looked over, thinking, Mikhail Walpurgis. If he died, wouldn't this special dungeon belong to our family? Thinking this, Ryan drew his sword and walked toward me, thinking that as long as this benefited the family, it would be the right thing to do. I just raised my hand and released several magic missiles. Ryan's eyes immediately became clear. "I'm awake, Mikhail," watching me walk past him indifferently. Ryan still felt unsettled. What a terrifying guy. As we slowly proceeded deeper, the surrounding mist grew thicker. I guessed someone had arranged this specifically to meet me. Soon I saw a young woman sitting in a pavilion at the end, smiling at me, saying, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Just as the girl was about to introduce herself, I interrupted. "I know who you are, Set, the guardian of storm, the first shard of the old god Asar. No need for trivial explanations, I've already proven myself." I believe I'm qualified to receive your reward. Before Set could speak again, I continued quickly, don't worry, I will fulfill your wishes. That's exactly why I'm here. Seeing that I knew everything, she proceeded directly to the final step. Soon following Set's actions, the magic circle on the table emitted a brilliant light. A mysterious necklace appeared before me. Set explained, this is a divine artifact containing my power. As long as you wear it, it will be your spear and shield. It doesn't have a name yet, so let's just use my name, Set Storm. Looking at the necklace in my hand, I felt a pain in my heart. So this is the true Set Storm? But what I got in my previous life was completely different. What countless lives were sacrificed for in my previous life was actually a fake. Set noticed my confusion. If one hadn't reached this checkpoint, or hadn't found the divine hint in the 3rd level, it would mean the challenger wasn't qualified to receive the divine artifact, because if it fell into the wrong hands, it would become useless. As I put on the necklace, my body suddenly emitted a brilliant light. At this moment, I discovered Set's body was gradually dissipating. Set indicated it was time for her to go. My task was to pass on the divine artifact. Since I've completed it, I naturally must leave. I pondered, could it be that the time-freezing magic surrounding the entire tomb has been dispelled? Then I looked at Set seriously. If you could choose not to disappear, would you stay? Set said, dejectedly, give up that thought. Repairing the old magical barrier requires 9th circle magic knowledge. You can't possibly do it. But, if it were possible, I would still like to see the world change with my own eyes. I calmly walked behind Set. I fully understand your thoughts. Then I walked to the magical barrier's control panel, placed my hand on it. Since you want to see, then I'll show you how I change the world. As my hand left, Set's body suddenly burst forth with brilliant light. Looking at the barrier, I had already improved. I sighed. Perfect. But Set didn't think so. Perfect my ass, what is this? I thought Set was overreacting. This is quite cute, and it's the only way to maintain minimum consumption. Set strongly protested. Cute my ass. Despite how I look now, I was still an apostle who served a god. Then Set said, never mind that. Are you a grand mage? Even a 9th circle one? Not quite. I'm a genius. And a genius who will save the world. After returning from the dungeon, I began personally teaching Ryan's swordsmanship. But I tormented Ryan to no end, because my teaching method was rather special, making him feel the flow of magic power while getting beaten up. Soon Ryan was hit by another magic blast. Ryan cried in agony. What madman created this training method? This statement made my anger explode. You jerk! Isn't this what your future self created? Then I had Ryan try circulating the magic power inside him. Ryan tried it, and indeed found his body wasn't as sluggish as before. Yes, having him circulate magic power to counter my magic was itself part of the training method. If you remember this feeling of magic power circulation, then you can naturally master the training method during practice. Under my guidance, Ryan grasped the training method much earlier than in his previous life. I looked forward to seeing the ultimate level of the Moulier Aura training method. After training ended, I began trying to use the divine artifact obtained in the dungeon. Set said proudly, if you want to know, I can tell you. I've guarded it for so long I know it very well. But I said, what you know, I know all of it, and what you don't know, I know that too. Yes, things of divine artifact level weren't as simple as they appeared. Soon under my guidance, a storm of magical power began swirling around the divine artifact. Before my rebirth, Storm wasn't mine, but due to a mage's curiosity, I often studied it. Then I made a hypothesis. Could I use it for my free circulation method? The free circulation method was my exclusive training method that could make magic power circulate throughout the body. What would happen if I added Storm to my circulation? Set was shocked. Are you crazy? If you use Storm in your mana circulation, your body will be destroyed. However, the next moment, the surging magic power within me actually calmed down. Indeed, my research from my previous life was correct. Soon I created a mana circle using the magic power within Storm. Extended my hand to write out a 6th circle mage's spell. The next moment, cast the 6th circle magic fire field. Set was amazed. 6th circle! How did you reach 6th circle at your age? But she couldn't imagine I immediately wrote out a 7th circle spell. The 7th circle magic gravity activated with a boom. Meanwhile, without realizing it, Ryan had been learning the Moulier Aura training method for a week and had completely mastered the training method. Looking at Ryan's current level, I believed he could possibly reach the master level in the coming years. Ryan asked what to do next. Should we go to the temple? Wasn't your original condition for giving me the training method to have me participate in the temple's hero recruitment? This made me recall immediately. I'd been so focused on getting the first divine artifact that I hadn't thought about that. Before going to the temple, I had to confirm the whereabouts of that prophet girl Cassandra. But how should I find her? Just as I was pondering, a guard came to report, saying there was a visitor, but the guard seemed very hesitant about me. I immediately guessed the visitor must be Eileen. This made me immediately pay attention. Meanwhile, in the reception room, Eileen wore a resentful expression, because she alone had brought humiliation to the entire Lindell family. She had to prove herself to her father. If she could defeat Ryan, who bore the name of the new generation's sword saint, she could prove her worth as a knight. But unexpectedly, the next moment I appeared before her. Seeing Eileen's surprised expression, I explained I wasn't here to cause her trouble. I no longer have any negative feelings toward you now. Because after I went to the Duke's house that day, the Duke announced new facts to the public. After negotiation between both families, the engagement was perfectly dissolved, and not because Mikhail Walpurgis wasn't qualified. I'm very satisfied with the final result, though Eileen feels quite the opposite, right? Then I asked Eileen why she came here. Eileen awkwardly said, as a member of a sword arts family, I just wanted to see other families' swordsmanship. This gave me an idea. Eileen did indeed have talent for swordsmanship. Thinking of what would happen in the future, the more allies the better. So I immediately gave a sinister smile. Eileen felt a bit creeped out looking at me. Soon I slammed the table and stood up. You say you came here to see swordsmanship, which means you want to become stronger, right? Fine, I'll give you this chance. Soon I brought Eileen to the training ground. Ryan retreated in panic, my intuition tells me. When you make that expression, nothing good will come of it. And it was just as he expected. Eileen also joined the Devil's training. Eileen wanted to argue this had nothing to do with seeing swordsmanship. However, she then saw Ryan undergoing the same training. He was handling these attacks with ease, and both sides received the same attacks. I asked Eileen, have you seen enough? Eileen collapsed to the ground reluctantly. Yeah, not only did I see it, I was enlightened. Compared to her, Ryan is completely fine. Seeing Eileen's psychological defenses breached, my plan was half complete. Then I extended my hand to Eileen. Would you like me to introduce you to a good teacher? But the proud Eileen immediately rejected my suggestion, saying she didn't come here because she lacked a teacher. Besides, how could I, a mage, be qualified to judge a swordsman's training methods? Ryan, standing to the side, chimed in. Lady Eileen, you can trust his judgment. He was the one who first taught me the training method. Eileen's eyes widened in astonishment. Even if Ryan says so, could this mage really teach me the Mouliere Aura training method? To thoroughly dispel Eileen's doubts, I explained. While I cannot utilize the training method like you swordsmen, I understand its principles thoroughly, so teaching it poses no challenge. Eileen turned to look at Ryan's innocent yet determined expression, worried that she might eventually become like him. However, Ryan was the most accomplished swordsman of their generation, a master of training methods. If even he acknowledged this, then I must possess genuine ability. She apologized for her previous hastiness, concluding with a deep bow in my direction. This surprised me. I never expected such a typically proud young lady to offer an apology voluntarily. I extended my right hand to Eileen and said, let's forget about the apology and discuss that teacher instead. However, you'll need to provide some tuition fees first. Eileen fell into contemplation. Could we postpone the tuition fee? I'd like to meet the teacher first. I immediately refused. Who knows if you've inherited your father's habit of defaulting on debts. Payment must come first. Eileen patted her clothing. Then she produced a gem emanating purple light. Remarkably, it was a flawless mana stone. I hadn't expected her to possess such a treasure. This mana stone was intended for Eileen's negotiations with Count Parslov, as it could significantly reduce dungeon exploration difficulty, an exceedingly rare capability. Everything became clear to me now. The marriage arrangement between these families wasn't merely an alliance of powerful houses. The Lindell family sought a share in dungeon profits. One had to admit, the Duke was quite the cunning old fox. I accepted the mana stone from Eileen's hand. The teacher I intended to introduce to Eileen was an old companion of mine. That person was none other than Milium Ariaran, the arbiter of the lawlessness. In my previous life, she was the one who defeated the 7th Legion commander of the Demon God's army. When Ryan heard this name, his face showed complete astonishment. That's the sword overlord of the West, one of the top 3 swordmasters across the entire continent. Eileen clearly thought I was merely boasting. Even as a member of the Walpurgis family, you couldn't possibly invite someone of such caliber. I simply smiled and waved dismissively, offering no further explanation. You'll understand when the time comes. Then, I instructed Ryan to prepare for tomorrow's journey to the temple, as 3 crucial figures would soon appear there. The Pope was selecting a hero. Meanwhile, the arbiter of the lawlessness, a woman who should have been guarding the western border, had already arrived in the capital. It was time to meet them. I turned to Eileen and said, you should prepare as well. Tomorrow, you'll accompany us to the temple in the capital. This sudden invitation left Eileen momentarily stunned. After regaining her composure, she demanded a reasonable explanation. I smiled slightly. After all, I was the instigator of this game. Night fell quickly, and I found myself staring idly out the window. Set, standing nearby, couldn't help but question, why do your actions seem so unlike someone your age? You're clearly still an underage kid, I responded with a smile. I'm just more mature than others. Who made me a genius anyway? After speaking, I turned my attention to the mana stone on the table. Set asked how I planned to use this material, given it was a fundamental ingredient for many divine artifacts. I answered with a smile, I'm a mage. Naturally, I'll use it to craft magical items. I can't exactly change professions to become a swordsman like them. The most pressing challenge was finding a suitable medium to channel this mana stone's energy. After all, only wood that had grown for over a century could withstand the output of such a mana stone. I assured her not to worry, as I had already decided which sacred wood to use, and coincidentally, this sacred wood had a connection to her. Set was stunned by this, unable to comprehend how any sacred wood could be related to her. I didn't keep her guessing. The sacred wood I sought was none other than a branch of the world tree. Set hadn't expected me to know so many of her secrets. She immediately protested vehemently, you just took Set's storm from me yesterday, and now you want a branch of the world tree? I'm not your personal bank. In truth, it wasn't that Set was unwilling to give. She simply couldn't provide it at the moment. I understood this well, so I told her there was no need to create the magical item immediately. We were still in the preparation phase. Then, I decided to begin refining the Mana Stone. After all, the orb was the core component of any magical item. When I infused it with magical power, hundreds of magical circuits instantly materialized on the Mana Stone's surface. As a divine messenger, Set immediately saw through my refinement technique. Book engraving, imprinting, mana control, and spell attachment, such mastery over these complex skills. Could a child really possess such proficiency? Faced with Set's doubts, I casually brushed it off with the excuse of being a genius. After all, I could hardly tell her I was actually reborn. Soon, I reached the final step of refinement. I only needed to drop my blood onto the Mana Stone. It would then gradually transform into an orb under the influence of my magical power. However, looking at the black orb before me, Set couldn't help but ask, why is it colorless? Usually, it should display a specific color to indicate the holder's magical attribute. Gently wiping the blood from my fingertip, I explained, I'm an attributeless mage, perfectly adaptable to all magic. That's how I can ensure your happiness. I immediately cast a second circle magic firebolt, which burst forth instantly. In the following instant, the black orb in my hand transformed to a brilliant red. As I had anticipated, the orb would change color in accordance with the specific magic being used. I decided to test its power. The test subjects would be those unfortunate ones in the back mountain. Early the next morning, Ryan came complaining about some powerful individual who had reduced the demi-human settlement in the back mountain to scorched earth overnight. Count Parslov had remained sleepless through the night due to this vindictive act. Upon hearing this news, I felt no surprise, as it was indeed my handiwork. However, my expression aroused Ryan's suspicion. He suddenly grabbed my collar, demanding, Mikhail, could you have something to do with this? I smirked and replied nonchalantly, indeed. Your territory's demi-humans made excellent test subjects. The scene instantly fell into a death-like silence. At this moment, Eileen approached slowly. Upon learning that the reason for visiting the capital was due to a prophecy, she immediately declared such action foolish. These days, prophecies hold almost no credibility. Talk of demon gods descending is merely nonsense. I understood Eileen's skepticism. After all, the current world was peaceful without any ominous signs. There was only this vague prophecy. At this time, the position of hero wasn't particularly significant, for even a hero's true worth would only be proven by their ability to repel the demon god. I reassured Eileen, don't worry, this trip to the capital will certainly be worthwhile for you, because your future mentor, the arbiter of the lawlessness, is there right now. Then I turned to ask the butler if they had located Cassandra's whereabouts. The butler replied that there was still no news, and even the divine country couldn't trace her whereabouts. However, changing the subject, she mentioned that the prophet had left a message before disappearing. I will wait for you there. When I learned that her last known location was near the divine country, I immediately used a magic circle to transport Ryan and Eileen to the capital. Ryan clearly struggled with the long-distance spatial transfer, becoming ill immediately after leaving the magic circle. After recovering, he complained about why we hadn't chosen to travel by carriage. I pointed towards the distance, because carriages lack the ability to teleport. The magnificent view before them captivated Ryan. Despite being the eldest son of a count's family, their remote territory wasn't wealthy, and he had never seen such a luxurious city. Meanwhile, Eileen and I, coming from wealthy families, were accustomed to such scenes. The capital was unremarkable, even less prosperous than my family's territory. These upper-class folks, always showing off. Just as I prepared to head toward the central temple, Set gestured for me to look at a nearby alley. A robbery was taking place there, yet why did that little girl give me an inexplicable sense of threat? Could she be? With this thought, I immediately extended my hand, intending to use time-stop magic to save her. However, a knight acted first, swinging their sword to send the bald man flying several dozen meters. Though heroic rescue might look cool, such actions were tantamount to suicide, for drawing a sword was forbidden in the capital's center, with violators risking decapitation. I urged her to sheath her sword, saying I could pretend I hadn't seen anything. At this moment, the girl also urged, please sheath your sword, Sir Eileen. Subsequently, the girl politely greeted me. However, her next words left me bewildered. I'm delighted to see you again. Though this was clearly our first meeting, why did she say again? Could she have seen my future? While I pondered this, Ryan urged me from behind to quickly leave this troublesome situation. A crowd of onlookers had already gathered around. Scanning the surroundings, I realized we should indeed make a swift exit. Becoming the talk of the town on the first day was not advisable. However, before departing, there was one matter I needed to address. I cast an imprisonment spell on the bald man. Then I thoroughly searched his person. Shortly after, I discovered a package on him. It seemed this young girl was indeed the person I sought. The bald man attempted to argue that the item belonged to her. However, when I produced a pendant, he immediately fell silent. For this pendant symbolized his affiliation with the divine country, a privilege reserved only for those of rank 4 or higher. I leaned down and whispered in his ear, my good thief, please convey a message to that sewer rat. Tell him the Walpurgis family is looking for him. Then I returned the package to the young girl. She paused momentarily, remaining silent. Then she raised her head and asked if I needed her to reintroduce herself. Eileen and Ryan were completely bewildered. Are we really discussing the same thing here? At this point, the butler explained, She is the prophet we've been searching for. Cassandra, meanwhile, in the sewers elsewhere. The bald man relayed my message to the sewer rat. The Walpurgis family is looking for you, and it's that useless young master no less. This is getting interesting. However, you failed this time. How shall we settle this account? You should understand how important that package was to me. Just as the bald man attempted to explain, the sewer rat didn't give him a chance and acted immediately. Useless trash isn't worth keeping. Might as well feed you to my pet. In the next instant, countless tentacles erupted from beneath the bald man's feet, followed by a bone-chilling sound of chewing. All that remained was a single skull cap. The Walpurgis have intervened, making things more complicated. How should I handle this? At that moment, footsteps echoed from the shadows nearby. The sewer rat looked up and suddenly realized his oversight. I almost forgot that you, great sword master, were still stationed here. The arbiter of the lawlessness demanded to know what had happened and why the intelligence she wanted hadn't been delivered. She pressed her sword against his throat, coldly warning, "Don't try any tricks. Explain yourself before my patience runs out." Sewer rat smirked sinisterly. He said, "Your Honor the Arbiter, calm down. It's not that I don't want to give you the exact information. It's the Walpurgis family causing trouble. If you can help me resolve this matter, then what you want, I will personally deliver to you tomorrow." However, I was completely unaware of the impending danger, because at this moment, my eyes were only on Cassandra, the great prophetess I had been searching for across 2 lifetimes. Cassandra asked if we could talk privately. What she had to say next was important, and she could only tell me alone. Upon hearing this, Ryan said he would go to the temple to register first, and told me to follow as soon as I was done. Eileen, on the other hand, gave me a disdainful look and mocked, "I'll go to the temple too. Just be mindful of her age. Don't make a mistake you'll regret for eternity." I sighed. Is my image really that bad in your mind? I patted her shoulder and reminded her to be careful. If you encounter danger near the temple, be sure to shout the word Karyamen. After the 3 of them left, I turned my gaze to Cassandra and asked, "What did you want to tell me?" She clenched her fists as if she had made an important decision. Then she shouted, "Mikhail, have you also received the blessing of prophecy?" It turned out that Cassandra had been able to see fragments of the future since she was a child. For her, it was like an innate ability. Sometimes she would witness the death of a friend, other times she would see carriages overturning. Although she tried her best to prevent these tragedies each time, the outcome always ended in tragedy, without exception. And this time, she had even witnessed the descent of the demon god and the destruction of the world. To prevent widespread suffering, she immediately reported this to the Pope. However, the Pope didn't take her prophecy seriously at all. He even directly expelled her from the temple. And so, she endured 5 years of torment alone, carrying an indescribable hell in her heart. This pain constantly tortured her spirit. Finally, on the verge of a breakdown, a vague prophecy appeared in her mind. A man standing in the flames, believing every word of her prophecy without reservation. That man was you, Mikhail Walpurgis. After hearing this, I regretfully said, "I am not a prophet, nor do I have your abilities." Cassandra lowered her head in disappointment and whispered, "I see. I'm sorry for bothering you." Seeing her mood grow increasingly low, I gently stroked her black hair and comforted her. "Although I cannot foresee the future like you, I believe in your prophecy. Whether it's the descent of the demon god or the destruction of the world, I firmly believe it." At this moment, the grievances Cassandra had accumulated over the years finally turned into tears. She choked up and asked, "Why are you willing to believe me? Everyone else says I'm a liar." Indeed, she had never asked for much from anyone. The only thing she longed for was for someone to believe her prophecy. But I couldn't reveal the truth to her. I couldn't just tell her that I had been reborn after being killed by the demon god, could I? So I could only vaguely say, "I'm just a mage, curious about all kinds of mysterious things, especially fate and prophecy. I want to know if they can truly be changed." Hearing this, she happily wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, "You're such a strange person, but I can feel your sincerity." After saying this, she tightly grasped my hand, expressing her desire to become eternal friends with me. And so, I successfully won the trust of the great prophetess Cassandra. Meanwhile, in the temple square, Ryan, his face red, was pleading with the staff to help him register as a hero. The staff member looked at him with an expression as if he were a fool. In times of peace, heroes weren't needed. He thought Ryan was either crazy or an idiot. At this moment, Ryan's face was as red as a monkey's bottom. He angrily shouted, "You bastard! You tricked me into becoming a hero, but you didn't show up yourself, making me lose face for the Parslav family." Eileen and the butler, who were standing by watching the commotion, didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. They kept cheering Ryan on from the sidelines. Just then, hurried footsteps could be heard from behind. Ryan thought it was me and immediately turned around with joy. However, what greeted him was a woman clad in iron armor, the sword master, the arbiter of lawlessness. She immediately drew her sword and declared, "Where is that child now?" Under the overwhelming pressure released by the arbiter, Ryan and Eileen were momentarily unable to move. Once they adjusted, they quickly drew their swords, ready to fight. Although they didn't know her identity, they were certain she was a master swordsman. The arbiter questioned them again. "Where is the child with the power of foresight?" It was then that Ryan realized she was looking for Cassandra. He coldly replied, "I don't seem to have any obligation to tell you." But before he could finish speaking, the arbiter teleported over and grabbed his head. "No obligation, huh? Then I'll give you one right now." With a loud bang, the ground was instantly shattered into pieces. This terrifying power left Eileen momentarily disheartened, but for Ryan, Ryan's sake, she mustered her courage and warned, "This is the central temple of the imperial capital. If you dare to attack again, the Pope and the Empire will hunt you down indefinitely." However, the Arbiter remained unmoved and sneered, "Little girl, have you forgotten that I wear a mask? No one can uncover my identity." She even added more brazenly, "Besides, a family like the Parslovs wouldn't dare to move against me. If the young master dies, they can just raise another one." Eileen hadn't expected her to be so arrogant, completely unyielding to both soft and hard tactics. Just as she felt at a loss, the scene from earlier suddenly flashed in her mind. She had just met the prophetess Cassandra upon arriving in the capital. Mikhail had also mentioned that her teacher was here. Could this mysterious swordmaster before her be the teacher she was looking for? Thinking this, she shouted, "Carry him on," as I had told her to do when in danger. Sure enough, the Arbiter of Lawlessness immediately abandoned her intention to kill Ryan. However, she redirected her killing intent toward Eileen. "You bastard Mikhail, I curse you to choke on your water." As soon as these words were spoken, I finally returned. To save Eileen, I directly activated Circle Expansion, a spell that increases the number of circles in an instance. Even though I had broken through to the level of a 7th Circle Mage, I still couldn't withstand her attack. With just one slash, she sent me flying. "Didn't you want to talk to me properly? Then prove to me if you have the qualifications." As soon as she finished speaking, she condensed a large amount of spiritual energy into her holy sword. Ryan, standing nearby, urgently told me to run. As a swordsman, he knew very well that the power of this strike was something I couldn't withstand. But I didn't retreat. Instead, I directly faced the sword energy, because all of this was within my expectations. Now Set unleashed the power of the divine artifact, a fierce storm immediately erupted around me. Although I blocked that terrifying sword energy, I still suffered significant injuries. Indeed, with my current strength, I still couldn't handle such a massive magical load. The Arbiter of Lawlessness showed a puzzled expression and asked, "What kind of magic did you use to counter my move?" "You should know I used half my strength." Of course, I wouldn't tell her that I had used a divine artifact. After all, Set's storm could only be used once a day. Instead, I asked her if I now had the qualifications to talk to her properly. The Arbiter of Lawlessness fell silent for a moment. Then she sheathed her holy sword. Clearly, she acknowledged me. Then I explained to her why I knew the name Karyaman. About 2.5 years ago, I encountered a severely injured boy on the brink of death. At the time, he was aimlessly walking toward a certain place. After I gave him water and food, I learned where he was going and his purpose. Hearing this, the Arbiter of Lawlessness suddenly grabbed my shoulders and excitedly demanded, "Where is that child now?" I calmly replied, "I have no obligation to give you information for free, and it seems the child doesn't want me to tell you either." Then I added, "But before that, I can tell you one thing. The person you're helping now is the one who almost killed Karyaman. How do you feel after learning this news?" "Ah, no, I should call you Karyaman's mother. It turned out that sewer rat wasn't just the largest dark force in the capital. They were also secretly running a child slavery operation. They would train noble children to be obedient tools and sell them at high prices to the nouveau riche, because these people satisfied their twisted vanity by tormenting proud nobles. And Karyaman had spent several decades of his life behind those iron bars. At this moment, Sewer Rat was still smugly thinking he had control over the Arbiter of the Lawlessness, unaware that she had already been persuaded to become my ally. Meanwhile, our group entered the temple's church. I explained to Archbishop Arlie that I wanted to become a hero by defeating Sewer Rat. However, Arlie hinted that simply defeating a dark force wouldn't be enough to be recognized as a hero. I pressed further, asking what if they weren't just an ordinary dark force. His pupils suddenly contracted as he asked in a low voice if I meant they were connected with heretics. That's right, I had just heard something from Milliam. That Sewer Rat possessed the ability to control shadows. As an archbishop, Arlie naturally understood what this meant. This ability was the unique skill of the odious monarch, who was one of the 12 monsters that once followed the demon god. He pondered silently for a moment. Then he took out a magic pen, preparing to make a contract with me. He told me that if I could prove Sewer Rat was indeed the odious monarch's incarnation and successfully defeat him, he would support me in becoming a hero. Afterwards, we left the church together. On the way, Milliam expressed her gratitude to me. "Thank you. If it weren't for your appearance, I might still be dancing in that bastard's palm. But can you really help me find my child?" I told her, of course, but how do you plan to repay me? Milliam drew her holy sword. With a sharp sound, she thrust it directly into the ground. I hate haggling with people, especially about matters concerning my child. If you help me find my child and repair our relationship, I will become your only sword. This was exactly what I wanted. I agreed to her terms. From Milliam, I learned that Sewer Rat was actually the odious monarch's incarnation, so I decided to go defeat him. At this moment, Sewer Rat was planning to flee in the night, because his underling had leaked the news of the Arbiter of the Lawlessness's betrayal to him, meaning she now knew all about his unspeakable deeds. He didn't dare face the revenge of one of the continent's top 3 sword masters. However, the odious monarch possessing his body had no intention of compromising, because he had to devour the great prophet Cassandra. This was a crucial step to recovering his memories. Seeing that Sewer Rat was determined to escape, he immediately transformed countless tentacles, firmly entangling Sewer Rat's body, sneering, "If you don't dare to face them, then I'll take control." Meanwhile, we had arrived at Sewer Rat's headquarters. Milliam was responsible for leading Ryan and Eileen to draw their fire, while I went with Set to kill the odious monarch. A flash of sword light swept past, and the guards at the gate were instantly cut down. The remaining men turned and fled in terror, constantly crying out for their mothers to save them. Seeing Milliam's incomparable swordsmanship, Eileen couldn't help but marvel. Is this the future I'm pursuing? With that thought, she began to imitate her sword strikes, but the unstable surge of spiritual energy made her suddenly cough up blood. Was I too excited? My body can't handle such chaotic, spiritual energy anymore. Milliam saw all of this. That Walpurgis brat wasn't lying after all. You do have talent. But if you want to become a true swordsman, you need a training method that suits your own spiritual energy, Milliam said. Hearing these words, Eileen's pupils suddenly contracted. She immediately bowed deeply and pleaded desperately, "Please don't reject me. Teach me swordsmanship." Milliam agreed without hesitation. She then turned and gestured for Eileen to follow, ready to begin teaching her swordsmanship immediately. Eileen hesitated and asked, "Don't we need to help Mikhail defeat Sewer Rat?" Milliam reassured her, "Don't worry, that guy is far stronger than you imagine." The scene shifts to the odious monarch, who had completely taken over Sewer Rat's body. "Come at me, you vermin! I can't wait to devour you all!" Suddenly, a divine aura made him alert. Unexpected to find one of Asar's servants here, how interesting. To ensure absolute success, he planned to use the children in the dungeon to deal with them. Meanwhile, Set and I had arrived at the entrance. Using detection magic, I confirmed the odious monarch's location was in the dungeon where the children were imprisoned. This immediately gave me a bad feeling, and I was also very confused. Eating those children shouldn't benefit him, so why would he do this? After hearing this, Set immediately understood his intention. He was planning to use all these children as hostages. Soon I arrived at the secret chamber in the sewers. Upon hearing my footsteps, the odious monarch opened his eyes and said, "You finally arrived!" He stood up and demanded to know where Cassandra was hidden, claiming he wouldn't harm me if I cooperated and would even release the children. Naturally, I didn't believe his nonsense. I gave him a cold glance, letting him interpret it himself. What made him so confident? Was it because of Asar's divine artifact? But the mark on his neck clearly showed he had already used that artifact today. The odious monarch believed I was merely bluffing, and my final trump card was just the divine stone beside me. With this thought, he reached behind himself, where the children's prison cells were located. Waves of dark energy emanated from his hand, instantly transforming into black tentacles that lunged at me. I immediately cast shield. A golden light barrier blocked the tentacles' assault. The odious monarch smiled with satisfaction at this sight, saying, "You're even stronger than I imagined. Devouring you will surely make me stronger faster." Then his entire body released even more terrifying dark energy. To avoid distractions during the battle, I asked Set to protect the children while I handled the odious monarch personally. As I spoke, the tentacles had already approached right in front of me. I quickly used blink magic, teleporting above the tentacles' attack. In this brief exchange, I realized something. Although the tentacle attacks could still transform into various forms like in my previous life, their power was notably weaker, indicating that this odious monarch wasn't T in his complete form and surely hadn't recovered all his memories. I immediately multicast Wind Cutter, perfectly blocking all the tentacle attacks. The power I displayed took the odious monarch by surprise, but when he saw Set fully focused on protecting the children, he smiled sinisterly and said, "You brat! Without the storm's protection, how many more of my attacks can you block?" His fingers curved slightly. The next second, all the tentacles instantly transformed into giant black maws, seemingly ready to devour me whole. Seeing this, I immediately cast Blink in haste, instantly appearing before the odious monarch. "Fool! You think getting close to me will help you?" As his words fell, a tentacle pierced straight through my chest. But this was exactly the opportunity I had been waiting for. I seized the moment to strike his face with my palm, while silently reciting the eulogy of charity. It was a long-forgotten passage that was once the best weapon for slaying demon gods. However, centuries of neglect had gradually weakened its power. Yet the demon god's greed for this world never diminished, and this eulogy of charity was an imprint carved by the previous hero with his own life. If I could touch his soul with magic and deeply engrave the eulogy within, I could completely eliminate him. "Be gone, the odious monarch Beelzebub," I said while firmly gripping his face. The odious monarch stared at me in shock, asking incredulously, "How did you know my name?" I gently clenched my fist, and he was instantly crushed, transforming into a pool of black liquid. But at this moment, Set showed a worried expression, because destroying a monarch-level demon without preparation would inevitably bring greater calamity. The odious monarch had turned into black water, but now transformed into an egg. Humiliated by this, the odious monarch immediately decided to trigger a massive disaster, wanting to take the entire city down with him. He mocked me, saying I would pay the price for my rash actions. To this, I just smiled confidently and said, "You don't really think I killed you without any preparation, do you?" After speaking, I began drawing a magic circle on the ground. Moments later, a complete magic circle appeared beneath the odious monarch. However, he paid no attention to it, immediately recognizing it as merely 7th circle magic, knowing that breaking a curse would require at least an 8th circle mage's power. Theoretically, with my current strength, I indeed shouldn't be able to break such a curse. But in my previous life, I was the world's strongest 9th-circle Grand Mage. Such curses could be easily broken with just a brief analysis. After all, curses are just a branch of magic, and whether magic works in reality depends on the application application of rules and formulas. Casting magic is like solving a math problem. It requires a series of calculation and solution steps. What I needed to do now was reverse this process, returning the magic to its initial state. Before long, the giant egg collapsed into a large mass. Though the curse couldn't be completely removed, it wasn't a major issue, since its power had been significantly weakened. Besides, I had already arranged for swordmasters throughout the city to handle such situations. As the hideous monarch roared, "Die!" the situation became more tense. His heart began beating violently, as if it would burst from his chest. Then a surge of dark energy suddenly erupted upward. I took this opportunity to plunge into the dark energy. I needed to confirm something, as chances to resist demon curses barehanded were rare. Meanwhile, above the city, the dark energy that had burst from the ground was spreading a curse aura in all directions. Watching this scene from nearby, the butler couldn't help but sigh. Young master is such a worry, giving an old man like me so many tasks. Behind him, Miriam asked curiously, "Why do you stay with the Walpurgis family? Does Mikhail know about you?" The butler waved his hand dismissively. "We'll discuss these matters later. Let's focus on the current problem." After speaking, he extended his hand toward the dark energy, signaling Miriam to follow his instructions. Miriam nodded slightly, indicating she would comply. She smiled. "This reminds me of those times long ago." In the next second, a brilliant flash of light swept across, cutting the towering dark energy in half. The scene shifts to outside the Divine Country's church. The Archbishop held my hand with a beaming smile, saying, "I never expected you to resolve this so quickly, and without any damage to the city." However, I reminded him, "Do you remember our agreement?" Arlie was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said he certainly remembered, assuring he would publicly support me during the hero selection. He also revealed that the Empire had already set their sights on a man they planned to soon select as hero. This didn't surprise me, as I knew exactly who this person was, none other than that bastard Siegfried Sigurd from my previous life. While I was lost in thought, Eileen's voice suddenly came from beside me. She said, "Thank you for helping me find a teacher, but I have to go now. There's someone I need to find." I understood she had come to bid me farewell. Then Eileen turned around awkwardly, apologizing for breaking off our engagement earlier. Looking at her shy expression, I smiled gently and said, "As I said before, I no longer have any feelings for you now. Do as you please." Hearing this, Eileen confidently told me to wait and see, saying that next time we met, her swordsmanship would surely surpass my magic. Just then, Miriam came over. I knew she had come to ask about her son's whereabouts, so I reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll keep my promise. I'll tell you where your son is now. Karyaman is now with the Condor Mercenary Corps." She was stunned by this news, because joining the Condor Mercenary Corps meant abandoning everything from the past, both name and former life. Karyaman has chosen his own path. Is it really right for me to seek him out now? Hearing this, I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Just moments ago, you were desperately asking about Karyaman's whereabouts. Now you're hesitating. What's the meaning of this? Miriam felt she had failed in her duties as a mother, bringing only harm to her son, so she wasn't sure if she still had the right to see him. I smiled slightly and said, "Even if a child abandons their parents, parents can't abandon their child, right? So I think you should go talk to him." After speaking, I gently placed my hand on hers. "This is medicine I prepared for Karyaman. Please take it to him." Convinced by my words, Miriam clenched her fist. "You're right, young Walpurgis. I can't give up on my child." With that, she turned to seek out the Condor Mercenary Corps. After bidding farewell to Miriam, Ryan asked beside me when we would depart, saying he was eager to participate in the hero recruitment. I gestured for him not to rush, as we needed to meet someone first. Indeed, that person was my father, Marquis Walpurgis. Since I had just eliminated a demon like the odious monarch, this news had surely spread throughout the Empire, though I hadn't informed my father in advance about coming here. Hearing this, Ryan's eyes widened in fear as he asked, "You mean the Marquis has no idea what you're doing?" "Yes." I nodded. He grabbed my collar and shouted, "You madman! That's your father, the Empire's strongest Grand Mage. What am I doing caught between you two? No, I need to find somewhere to hide right now." I smiled and told him it was already too late because father had arrived. As soon as the words left my mouth, a lightning spell struck down from above. I immediately multicast shield for defense. Seeing the scene, Ryan was stunned, asking in surprise, "With attacks like these, are you sure you're father and son and not enemies?" I reassured him, saying, "Don't be nervous. This is just a normal greeting in the Walpurgis family." Then I called out to the figure in the thick smoke, "Father, you've arrived." However, the Marquis responded with a rather unfriendly gesture, cursing, "Die, you wretched son." The Marquis immediately unleashed a barrage of magical attacks against me, as 4 magical orbs hurtled toward me. I couldn't help but admire father's skill. He had specifically developed a spell just for beating people up without harming bystanders. Truly impressive. However, the Marquis misinterpreted this as mockery, and his anger flared. He raised his hand and cast a lightning spell straight at me. With a whoosh, the lightning storm instantly enveloped my entire body. If Set hadn't intervened in time, I might have been forced to kneel and beg for mercy. The Marquis hadn't expected me to have an elf by my side, especially one possessing such powerful abilities. I seized this opportunity to explain my presence to Father. I want to become a hero by defeating demons. After hearing my explanation, the Marquis gave a cold laugh and said, "Son, do you really think I'd believe such absurd rumors? The odious monarch is a monarch-level demon. Even I would find it difficult to deal with him, let alone you. And isn't it strange that such a powerful demon appeared without causing any damage to the city?" At this moment, Archbishop Arley stepped forward and said, "Lord Marquis, this is all true. If young Master Mikhail hadn't intervened, our divine country would have faced serious trouble." He then began praising me profusely, declaring that I was the undoubted candidate possessing a hero's soul. The Marquis was stunned, thinking to himself, could this foolish son of mine really be that capable? To verify if there were any issues here, the Marquis raised his hand and cast a teleportation spell. The next instant, the Marquis vanished from sight. 2.5 minutes later, he returned to the same spot. Through sensing the magical concentration in the capital, he confirmed that the Archbishop and I weren't lying. The owner of that aura could indeed have been a monarch-level demon. Then the Marquis asked if I truly intended to compete for the position of hero, because that would mean facing terrifying demon gods in the future. I knew well that if I couldn't demonstrate sufficient strength today, Father would never let me leave. In the next instant, I directly unleashed Set's storm power, causing intense storm energy to erupt around me. "Father, as you can see, I now walk alongside the gods, so please do not worry about me." I then raised my hand to point at Ryan behind me, indicating that I had already chosen my companion. Seeing my determination, the Marquis spoke no further. "Since you've made your decision, I won't stand in your way. Do as you see fit." Having said this, he turned and departed immediately. As it turned out, after I convinced my father to let me compete for the position of hero, Ryan urgently pressed me to depart for the divine country, fearing I might cause him more trouble along the way. I gestured for him to remain calm, explaining that while the divine country was our ultimate destination, we needed to visit the elven forest first. All these days, memories of the world tree had been constantly recurring in my mind. In my previous life, when I saw the world tree, it had already withered and died at the hands of the great demon. This deeply saddened my former comrade, Jihad, the 8th elven king, who had regarded the world tree as his mother since childhood, being of the elven race. Moreover, the divine artifacts and magical items I needed to forge required branches from the world tree. Therefore, I resolved to do everything in my power to save the world tree this time. The scene shifts to me leading Ryan and the others to the outskirts of the elven forest. Before us lay a desolate scene. Withered trees devoid of life. I understood that the world tree's condition had clearly deteriorated. At this point, Cassandra asked how we would enter the elven forest, since the world tree, being a superior entity, could not be found by anyone without permission. However, I wasn't particularly concerned about this, because the world tree's roots intertwined with the entire world. Every location was connected to its center. Therefore, I only needed to find one of its roots to reach the world tree's location. Through touch, I quickly found the root I needed. I then clasped my hands together, silently uttering an incantation to lock on, and in the next moment, I found myself in a separate dimension, isolated from the outside world. Suddenly, Set appeared beside me, which surprised me since the magic I had just cast was meant to communicate with the world tree, and only I should have been able to come here. Set angrily declared that she hadn't come voluntarily. "I'm now engraved upon your soul, you forcibly dragged me here." I hadn't realized my connection with Set had become this close, though this might not be a bad thing, as I was well aware of Set's relationship with the world tree. One was Ashar's divine messenger, the other a root system split from Ashar, so they must be old acquaintances. Soon we reached the world tree, which seemed to sense our arrival. Points of green light immediately emanated from its entire form. Then a golden-haired beauty appeared out of thin air. "Hello, pleased to meet you. I am Yggdrasil, the world tree. What brings you to seek me?" At this point, she noticed Set sitting on my shoulder. "What a surprise to see a familiar face here. It's been a long time, sister." Set sighed helplessly. "You're still the same, remaining unperturbed no matter what you see. Aren't you curious about why I'm following this man?" Subsequently, Yggdrasil learned about me from Set. Upon learning that I had come to help her escape her current predicament, Yggdrasil clearly doubted my capability. However, when I mentioned that her current situation must be related to the demon god, or a similarly powerful entity, her eyes widened in shock. "How did you know?" Then, Yggdrasil extended her hand to show her body, broken from the demon god's corruption. "As you can see, the source of the problem is the demon god's residue." Upon seeing this, I finally understood why the mighty world tree was on the brink of death. The terror of the demon god lay in its inability to be completely destroyed. Its residue would watch over everything in the world, and the world tree had taken it all upon herself to protect the world. In her words, she had voluntarily swallowed a poison with a 100% mortality rate. I asked Yggdrasil how much longer she could hold on. Judging from the desolate scene at the forest's edge, she was already in critical condition. Learning that she had 4 days left, I breathed a sigh of relief. This meant the demon god's residue hadn't yet reached the world tree's core. There was still hope for her survival. In my previous life, the world tree chose to perish together with the demon god's residue to save the world. However, the demon god glimpsed a crack in the world at the moment of her death, ultimately allowing the demon army to invade. This rendered her sacrificial choice meaningless. But now things were different. We had a chance to change everything. I just needed to eliminate the residue before it penetrated the core. I promised Yggdrasil, I will ensure your complete recovery within these next 4 days. Set also approached Yggdrasil to vouch for me. Don't judge by his appearance. He's actually quite capable. Yggdrasil's expression froze at these words. She had never imagined she might have a chance to survive. Then she unconsciously clenched her fist. If that's the case, I'll entrust this matter to you. At this point, I suddenly extended my hand, indicating that my help wasn't free. She would need to pay me a portion of the compensation in advance. Upon hearing this, Set pinched my cheek to shut me up. Can't you be less mercenary? Yggdrasil asked what kind of compensation I wanted. I pointed and told her my request was simple. I wanted her most perfect and historically oldest branch. The reason for this request wasn't merely to craft divine magical items for myself. More importantly, only this branch could solve her current problem. After Yggdrasil handed over her most ancient branch to me, I immediately proceeded to that part of the elven forest, as I urgently needed the help of a former close friend. At that moment, before an enormous withered tree, Jihad was bowing his head in prayer to the world tree. Mother, what must I do to save you? Yet no matter how hard he tried, the great tree before him showed no response. Mother, have you become unable to watch over us elves anymore? Just then, the great tree suddenly emitted a brilliant green light, followed by a gentle voice. My child, darkness seeks to devour me. Now I need your help. Upon hearing this, Jihad became extremely anxious and hastily asked the world tree, what must I do to help you? The world tree told him, soon, someone carrying my light will appear. If you can help that person, the light of hope will help me dispel the darkness. As she finished speaking, the green light on the great tree gradually faded. Jihad hurriedly reached out with both hands, trying to hold on. Mother, please don't go. And where is this person you speak of? Where else could I be but right behind you? At this moment, I suddenly appeared behind him. Hello? I am Mikhail Walpurgis, messenger of the world tree. The scene changes. Jihad and I walk together on the path to the elven palace, with me leading the way. This prompted Jihad to voice his inner doubts. Have you been to the elven forest before? Why are you so familiar with this path? I brushed this off with a casual excuse, as I could hardly tell him that I was reborn. After all, in my previous life when I came here, though the forest had been burned to ashes by the demon god, this path alone remained. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Your Highness, terrible news! 4 intruders have flown in from above! But Jihad didn't believe the guard's words. The elven forest was incredibly secretive, and moreover, flying at high altitudes was forbidden. However, when he looked up and saw 4 figures in the sky, he froze in shock. How is this possible? What happened to the absolute secrecy and flight prohibition? How did they manage this? Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but smirk. Though I knew the butler would bring everyone into the elven forest, I hadn't expected them to choose such a flashy entrance. After the 4 descended, I gave them a thorough scolding. The butler was the first to object. Young master, this is all because you abandoned us at the forest's edge without a word. If we're really going to get to the bottom of this, it's entirely your fault. Only a fool would admit their own fault, so I just gave an indifferent snort. Seeing my attitude, the butler's face darkened immediately. As they say, like father, like son. Today, on behalf of the Marquise, before he could finish, I had Jihad imprison him on charges of trespassing in the elven forest. This scene made Cassandra laugh heartily. You Walpurgis family members are truly interesting. At this point, Ryan asked if I had obtained the World Tree's branch, and what we needed to do next. I indicated that I had indeed obtained the branch, but this was an advance payment from the World Tree, so now they needed to accompany me for another important matter. The scene changes, and our group arrives at the Elven Palace under Jihad's guidance. As the great doors slowly opened, an elderly figure appeared before us. He was Gillen Hadas, the current Elven King and Jihad's father. It has been long since humans visited here. Welcome everyone. I immediately bowed in greetings, eternal guardian of the elves. Thank you for your gracious hospitality. My words surprised the Elven King, as he hadn't expected a human to know Elven etiquette. He then asked Jihad why he had brought humans to the Elven Palace. Jihad asked his father not to be surprised by what he was about to say, as it was all at Mother's request. She had briefly appeared just moments ago. Upon hearing this, the Elven King immediately rose from his bed. Son, is this true? Did you really see Mother just now? Then with a serious expression, he demanded Jihad provide evidence, stating that unverifiable words held no value. This put Jihad in a difficult position. Without any ability to record or capture images, he had no way to prove to his father that he had seen Mother. At this moment, I clapped my hand on his shoulder. With a reassuring look, I signaled him not to worry. I would handle his father. Then I produced the branch the World Tree had given me. Elven King, you should understand the significance of this branch. The Elven King spoke tremblingly. This is Mother's branch. You are her messenger. Indeed, in the eyes of the elves, possession of this branch signifies official recognition from the World Tree, and it also serves as concrete evidence of my meeting with her. With a thud, the Elven King knelt before me. I, Jirenhadas, current Elven King, pay my respects to the messenger. Please, you must save our mother. I told him that saving the world tree was indeed the purpose of my journey, but there was something else I urgently needed. The Elven King immediately declared that whatever item it might be, if he had it, he would provide it at once. This was exactly what I had been waiting for. As to craft this branch into a divine, magical artifact, I needed to use one of the Elven crafting sites. Yes, the Udel Spring of the Elven race, a site left behind by Udel, the greatest Elven blacksmith in their history. Because it involved the world tree, the Elven King agreed to my request without hesitation. He assigned Jihad to guide me to the Udel Spring while he went to gather the knights and soldiers of the Elven Forest to prevent any sneak attacks from the demon god's residue. I turned to instruct Ryan to assist the Elven King, knowing that once I began crafting the magical artifact, the demon god's residue would inevitably sense it. Very well, companions, it's time for us to set out to save the world tree. The scene shifts to Jihad leading me to the location of the Udel Spring. Messenger, there's something I must clarify beforehand. Since Udel didn't tell us how to use this spring before his passing, I may not be able to offer any assistance in crafting magical items. His words didn't worry me. In my previous life, I had crafted countless magical items here and knew the methods like the back of my hand. First, I imbued the branch with magical energy. Then with a splash, I threw it into the spring to begin structural analysis. Indeed, the key element in using the Udel Spring was magical power. For the legendary Elven craftsman, Udel's true identity wasn't that of an artisan, but rather a genuine mage. Though he had achieved no small measure of mastery as a mage, his talent was quite limited. After realizing this, Udel made an important decision. If he couldn't achieve greatness as a mage, he would succeed in another field. Eventually, he used this spring to become a world-renowned master of magical artifacts. Looking at the bubbling spring water now, I understood it was the magical water analyzing the branch. However, completely analyzing it would be no simple task, for this was a parasite of the world tree, a special material that had inherited all of the world tree's vitality. Under normal circumstances, achieving 100% perfect processing of this material would be virtually impossible. But what if I used only magical elements? A smile tugged at my lips at this thought. At this point, Jihad asked about the situation and if there was anything he could do to help. I told him processing this parasitic wood would take 4 days, and during this time, no one should disturb me. Then, pointing at the spring ahead, I shared a small secret. Somewhere there lay a magical tool Udel had crafted for the Elven King. He could try to find it. Over the next 3 days, the soldiers of the Elven Forest maintained a state of high alert. Due to the complete silence from the demon god's residue during these days, Ryan asked Cassandra if she could prophesy the future. Cassandra replied that while her ability to clearly see the future was limited, one thing was certain: the situation was not good. Sure enough, shortly after she spoke these words, the ground's rock layers began to crack inch by inch, and all the flowers and grass in the forest instantly withered. Just as everyone stood bewildered, a dark shadow burst forth from beneath the fractured ground. Soon, a giant serpent with 3 blood-red eyes coiled around the great tree. This was the corporeal form of the demon god's residue. Seeing this, Cassandra urged the two to retreat immediately, sensing the serpent's overwhelming presence was far beyond their ability to handle. But Ryan declared he would not flee from battle, as it went against his knightly principles. However, after the giant serpent let out a thunderous roar, Ryan's resolve began to waver. This overwhelming power sparked intense fear in his heart. Damn it, I can't possibly defeat it. At this moment, he gritted his teeth, cursing his own powerlessness, wishing he could be stronger. And when will that Mikhail finally show up? Fortunately, the Elven King had prepared in advance and immediately arrived at the scene with his elven soldiers. He first ordered all soldiers to raise their bows and fire, using the dense volley of arrows to restrict the serpent's movement. Then, seizing this opportunity, he had the mages construct a magic formation. The next moment, a massive barrier appeared before the serpent. They thought this would be enough to stop it. However, after the serpent smashed its head against it several times, the previously impenetrable barrier was forcibly cracked. The Elven King realized this wouldn't last long. Now he could only hope for my swift appearance. Meanwhile, at the Udel Spring, I had completed analyzing the parasite. Looking at the staff in my hand, I was quite satisfied. As expected of me, it's flawless from every angle. Set told me to stop being smug and urged me to quickly combine it with the previous orb, because just now, she had sensed the demon god residue's aura had grown tens of times stronger than before, indicating it had certainly made its move, which was exactly what I had anticipated. As I embedded the red orb into the staff, the orb immediately burst forth with brilliant light. Seeing this, I felt secret joy. It seemed to have succeeded. Meanwhile, on the other side, the barrier was on the verge of collapse under the serpent's attacks. At this moment, despair was written across the Elven King's face. Gods, is there truly no way for us to stop it? As they saw the giant serpent preparing to deliver its final strike, Ryan urged everyone to disperse, warning that the barrier was about to shatter. Sure enough, under the serpent's attack, the entire barrier was shattered into pieces, just as everyone thought they were doomed. A brilliant pillar of light descended from the heavens, instantly striking the serpent down. Then my figure emerged from the thick smoke. I trust I haven't arrived too late? Cassandra was delighted to see me. Of course not, but didn't you say crafting the magical artifact would take 4 days? Why have you appeared on the 3rd day? I responded that as a man, wasn't it it natural to be ahead of schedule? At this moment, the serpent recovered and struggled to rise. Looking at this massive creature before me, I knew that mere fifth circle holy light magic would not be sufficient to defeat it. Moreover, if not for this staff made from the world tree's most precious part, the previous attack likely couldn't have even penetrated its defenses. But now the greatest challenge before me was how to slay this serpent. The demon god's residue had parasitized the world tree for decades, consuming vast amounts of its power during that time, making it unrealistic to kill it with this staff alone. Fortunately, I knew its weakness from my previous life's encounter. There was a core inside its abdomen, and destroying that would kill the serpent. What troubled me was that to successfully enter its body, someone would need to distract it from the outside. At this moment, the serpent launched its attack, lunging at me with its massive, bloody maw. Simultaneously, a sharp arrow streaked across the sky from afar. Following it, brilliant blue flames erupted violently upon the serpent's head. The powerful impact forced me back several steps. That was unexpectedly the elven sovereign's sword. I turned my head to look below. Sure enough, Jihad had arrived. It seemed he had obtained the magical tool left behind by Udel. This elven sovereign's arrow was specifically crafted by Udel for the next elven king, possessing both tremendous destructive power and the strongest holy force. Regrettably, none of the successive elven kings had gained its acknowledgement. Otherwise, the demon god's residue wouldn't have been so brazen. However, Jihad's arrival was perfect timing. His attacks could effectively draw the serpent's attention. The serpent had now recovered from that arrow, though it was in quite a sorry state, with half the skin on its face blown off. I first cast a speed enhancement spell on myself, taking advantage of the moment when the serpent opened its mouth in pain. I charged straight into its mouth with lightning speed. After flying through the dark intestinal tract for 2.5 minutes, Set and I finally reached the serpent's abdominal region. What greeted our eyes was a horde of horrifying creatures formed from black liquid, their numbers staggering. Set informed me these were demon god clusters summoned by the residue to protect itself. Extremely dangerous entities, but they don't look particularly strong, I remarked, prompting Set to educate me about these monsters. Their danger lies not in individual strength, but in their ability to resurrect infinitely while within the demon god's residue. As we conversed, these creatures suddenly launched their attack. Seeing this, I immediately cast circle expansion magic, instantly tripling my magical power. Then I raised my staff and silently invoked Divine Gate. The next moment, a disc emanating holy aura slowly rose above my head, its white light directly dispersing the monster horde. Simultaneously, I took a large gulp of tomato juice. This is indeed pushing it, but it should be enough to deal with your kind. I then directed the disc to emit a beam of white light, instantly reducing the monsters to dust upon contact. Witnessing this, Set's jaw dropped. What in the world is this? She pulled at my cheeks, demanding an explanation. In her experience, these creatures weren't supposed to be defeated so easily. Her reaction was understandable. After all, Divine Gate was a spell I had specifically created to counter demon gods in preparation for such situations. Based on the knowledge from my previous life as a Ninth-Circle Archmage, this magic was extremely difficult to use and consumed enormous amounts of magical power. In my current state, I could probably maintain this for only 5 minutes. Therefore, I had to eliminate the demon god's residue within this time frame. Set and I quickly arrived at the location of the core. At last, I've found you, you bastard. The creature before us astonished Set. She hadn't expected the residue's true form to be the demon god's eyeball. No wonder it had caused Yggdrasil such torment. With only 3 minutes of circle enhancement remaining, I needed to end this quickly. However, the demon god's eyeball seemed to notice my current state and immediately emitted a mocking hee laugh. It then manipulated several tentacles to attack me. Damn it, I don't have time to play tentacle games with you. I immediately cast Blink Spell. The next second, I appeared directly in front of the eyeball, with 1 minute of circle enhancement remaining. Seeing this, the eyeball attempted to open its surrounding tentacles to devour me directly, but I was 1 step ahead, pulling out a signal stone. Then I lightly clenched my fist and crushed it. With a whoosh, an arrow wreathed in green light suddenly appeared, severing all the tentacles before me. This arrow was shot by Jihad from outside. The giant serpent, its body now pierced, roared madly as its life force visibly drained away. Floating before the eyeball, I shouted, "Did you really think the world tree would endure your torment without any preparation? Though in my previous life, the world tree failed to escape you and perished together with you. She never truly lost, for she had long ago planted a seed of hope within you, a spell crafted solely for the world tree." As I raised my staff and invoked the 7th circle unique spell, Yggdrasil, countless fresh sprouts instantly grew within the serpent's body. They rapidly spread and climbed, then advanced towards the eyeball at tremendous speed. Meanwhile, Yggdrasil in the distance sensed these seeds sprouting. "Thank you, Mikhail Walpurgis," she said, tears of joy flowing. On the other side, the serpent's body was gradually decomposing and dissipating. Seeing this, Jihad wept with joy. We really destroyed the demon god's residue. He still couldn't quite believe it was real, until a beam of green light came racing from afar. It silently merged into the great tree. The next second, the withered branches instantly filled with vitality, verdant leaves growing rapidly under the golden light. In moments, the entire tree was enveloped in flowing golden light, emanating an incredibly strong life force. Wonderful! Mother has finally returned. The scene changes, and I was once again summoned into the world tree's realm. Yggdrasil immediately expressed her gratitude upon seeing me. Thank you for your help. Now I can once again oversee the elven forest and care for my children. I told her she could skip the thanks. I preferred more tangible things, like compensation. Yggdrasil hadn't expected such directness. I see, you want my essence, correct? But obtaining my essence would only increase your circle count. Considering my life's value, this compensation you seek seems too modest. Therefore, I have decided to give you a part of myself. Hearing this, Set immediately became agitated. Who gives away something so precious? If you give away a part of yourself, how will the world's order and balance be maintained? Sister Set, my reason for doing this is the same as your original intention in choosing this child. Therefore, you shouldn't stop me. Set's face flushed red at these words. Do as you please. Give whatever you want, I won't interfere. Looking at Set's frustrated expression, I teased her. That's what you get for meddling. Now you're speechless after being shut down. Then I accepted Yggdrasil's kindness and asked her, how should I use your power? Yggdrasil placed a strand of her embroidered hair in my hand. This left me somewhat disappointed. So it's just hair? I opened my mouth to eat the hair, but Yggdrasil quickly stopped me. She told me I only needed to tie the hair around my wrist, and then I could control her power. Sure enough, when I closed my eyes and tried, a power full of life force burst forth from my wrist. It quickly spread throughout my entire body. So this was the World Tree's power, not only healing all my wounds but also rapidly restoring my magic circles. Then I extended my right hand, intending to test this power. The rapidly rotating magical power instantly racked my body with turbulence. Fortunately, the World Tree's healing speed exceeded the magical power's rotation rate, preventing me from suffering immediate physical destruction. After enduring this agonizing ordeal, I successfully condensed my 6th magic circle, signifying my breakthrough to become a 6th circle mage. Upon returning to the elven forest, everyone was gathered around a bonfire for a grand celebration. Observing everyone's joyful expressions, I mused how wonderful it would be if the world could maintain such joy and laughter forever. Such a scene was truly beautiful. At this moment, the elven king suddenly sat beside me. He inquired about my injuries. I assured him I was fine, but mentioned there was something important he should know. He should properly guide Jihad and arrange for him to meet the fairies, for he had the potential to form a contract with the fairy king. Hearing this, the elven king smiled gently. Thank you, honored messenger, for such high praise of my son. As his father, I am very proud. I glanced at him, thinking how he was exactly as Jihad had described. In my previous life, Jihad would take every opportunity to tell me, my father is truly a wonderful person, and he wasn't wrong. The Elven King was indeed a good person. Fortunately, I had managed to save him this time. At this point, the Elven King suddenly stood up, preparing to announce something to everyone. Let everyone raise their glasses to the honored messenger. Without him, we could not have saved our mother. Therefore, I swear in my name as Elven King that from this day forward, we elves shall be allies of Messenger Mikhail Walpurgis, no longer confining ourselves to the elven forest. Upon hearing this, everyone raised their fists, shouting, "Long live the honored messenger! May the World Tree Mother exist eternally!" Then they tossed me into the air like a hero. I hadn't expected such a gesture from the Elven King. It was truly an unexpected surprise. Yet why did I have a nagging feeling of having forgotten something? What had I forgotten? Meanwhile, in the Elven dungeon, the butler had been imprisoned for exactly 4 days. With the World Tree incident reaching its perfect conclusion, our group finally set out on the journey to the Divine Country. Along the way, Knight Helen kept asking me the same question. Who exactly was I? I rolled my eyes in exasperation, stating that I was obviously the only son of the Walpurgis family. Did she think I could be her father? At this point, Set told me she could completely understand Helen's feelings, as even she doubted whether I was human, given that my recent performances seemed impossible for someone of my age. Left with no choice but to dispel everyone's doubts, I, Mikhail, began to speak complete nonsense with a straight face. As you all can see, the reason I can accomplish seemingly impossible feats is that I can hear the voice of the gods. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately gave me looks reserved for the mentally challenged. Stop bragging, Mikhail. Even the Holy Maiden can't hear divine messages in this age. What makes you, a mere mage, think you can? Set agreed with Ryan's words, for as a divine messenger, she knew well that since God Ashar's departure, no divine messages had descended upon this world. To this, I merely smiled slightly, then turned away, stating, whether you believe it or not, the gods have indeed conveyed a message to me, and that message is, let the divine country perish. As I spoke, I made an international friendly gesture toward the sky. Indeed, the roots of the current divine country had long since rotted. The self-righteousness and greed of the high archbishops were crucial factors in the demon god's successful invasion in my previous life. My words deeply moved Cassandra, for no one understood the corruption of the current divine country better than she did. Well then, everyone, let's go break through the scheme those old men in the divine country have set up. Soon, our group arrived at Nuke, the capital of the divine country. At the city gates, the cleric in charge of reception inquired about the purpose of our visit. I handed him a scroll. This is a letter of recommendation from Archbishop Arley. I trust you recognize his name? Upon hearing I was recommended by Archbishop Arley, he hastily unrolled the scroll to verify my identity. After confirming I was recommended by Arley to compete for the position of hero, he requested that I drop a single drop of blood on the scroll, for only this would officially validate the letter of recommendation and grant me qualification to enter the divine country's main temple. All along the way, the divine country's followers were buzzing with discussion, for from the moment I entered the city, everyone knew I was a hero candidate. Though heroes in this age were mere nominal titles in common people's eyes, for the divine country, no matter how much a hero's prestige had declined, a hero was still a hero. Seeing all eyes focused on me, Ryan smiled and suggested, "Wouldn't it be more interesting if we made an even grander entrance?" Ryan's words enlightened me, and I called out to Set with a smile. To this, Set gave an evil smile. "I think I know what you're planning." She then activated the divine artifact Set's storm. The next moment, pure storm power surged around me. The onlookers' jaws dropped as they discovered that this storm contained holy power. How could this be possible? My ostentatious display wasn't merely for show. The main purpose was to let the rats mixed in the crowd clearly see my strength, so they could report back to those old Archbishop geezers. At this point, the butler also noticed these people's presence. He approached me and quietly informed me of everything, asking what I planned to do. I blinked my large eyes, indicating I would give him a 3-day vacation. "Butler, you've been working so diligently all this time, so for these 3 days go do whatever you want, whether it's catching rats hiding in the shadows, or playing so-called puzzle games." The butler was momentarily stunned by these words. Then his lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. "Ah, young master, you really know how to command people." Meanwhile, in a room within the church, a cleric reported everything that had transpired to Archbishop Lian. "You say Mikhail possesses holy power? Impossible! The Walpurgis family is clearly a family of mages, and mages absolutely cannot possess holy power. For magical power and holy power are two forces that cannot be merged. To possess both powers simultaneously, he would have to be the protagonist of some novel before Killian could recover from his shock." The cleric delivered another shocking piece of news, that Cassandra had also appeared among the group. In another part of the church, Priest Sihan, responsible for receiving me, was very excited upon seeing me. "You must be Lord Mikhail, the hero candidate. His Holiness the Pope is already waiting inside for you." Looking at the young child before me, I marveled at how understaffed the divine country must be to have such a young child serving as an intermediate priest. I then asked him to lead the way, but Sihan awkwardly explained that the Pope would only receive me alone. Ryan and the others could not enter the main temple. Hearing this, I indicated it wasn't a major issue. They would manage on their own. But before entering, I warned Cassandra, "Archbishop Killian's people have likely discovered you. Be careful." Cassandra responded somewhat dejectedly, "I know. After all, they're the most vigilant against my prophecies in the entire divine country." Then I turned to give Ryan some instructions, asking him to protect Cassandra during this time, for I knew this meeting would likely last a considerable time. At this moment, Cassandra suddenly called out to me, "Didn't you ask before about why I left the divine country? I think it's time I gave you a direct answer. Go ahead then. Wasn't it because the divine country didn't believe your prophecies that you chose to leave?" The prophecy known to all today is that the demon god invaded and destroyed the world, but her true prophecy went far beyond just this, for she also foresaw that beside the demon god stood a lion with a golden mane. Most importantly, an inverted sun hung around its neck. In the divine country, the sun is the symbol of heroes. Thus, the archbishops interpreted this prophecy as the fall of a hero. At this moment, I finally understood why the divine country wouldn't believe Cassandra's prophecy. The symbolic significance of heroes in the divine country far exceeded our imagination. Naturally, the divine country wouldn't want outsiders to know about such prophecies that were unfavorable to heroes. But coming back to the point, what did that golden-maned lion represent? Suddenly, something occurred to me. Golden mane and golden hair. Damn it, of course it's that bastard hero Siegfried. The scene shifts, and now I've arrived at the interior of the main hall with Sihan. Throughout the journey, Sihan expressed his admiration for me, particularly when discussing my divine technique display at the city gate. He transformed into my ardent admirer, declaring, "Lord Mikhail, you must become a hero, the first and only hero in divine country's history capable of wielding magic." However, I expressed that this might be rather difficult, as I'd heard the divine country already had a hero candidate. Upon hearing this, Sihan hesitantly replied, "Do you mean Lord Siegfried? Though he's a good person, don't people always say he's strong in the arm but weak in the head? And that's exactly the impression he gives me." The next moment, realizing his improper words, Sihan repeatedly bowed his head in apology, saying, "I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn just now. No, you weren't wrong. Your assessment was quite fair, and I like it." At this moment, I had thoroughly memorized this intermediate priest Sihan. With such discerning judgment, he would surely become a talent in the near future. Soon we arrived before a door, and Sihan revealed its secret to me. Only those willing to humble themselves could pass through. Then he bowed to me and said, "His Holiness the Pope is behind this door. May the grace of God Hekau be with you." I reached out to push open the door. Let me see what kind of person this legendary Pope Gregorius truly is. As the door slowly opened, my pupils contracted sharply for 2.5 seconds. Damn it, why is this former former bastard of a hero the first thing I see. At this moment, Siegfried tried to greet me very politely, but I wanted to curse his entire family. Yet, when various curses rushed to my lips, I held them back with my last shred of rationality. I clenched my fists and told myself to endure it. Small impatience ruins great plans, and becoming a hero was now the most important thing. I bowed deeply to the Pope and said, I pay my respects to the most humble person in the divine country. It is my honor to meet the wise eyes of Hekau in person. The Pope appeared somewhat surprised by my behavior, noting that such courtesy seemed quite uncharacteristic of someone from the Walpurgis family. Now then, let me explain the current situation to you both. Until this moment, only you two meet the candidate requirements, therefore one of you will be chosen as the hero. At this moment, Siegfried suddenly extended his hand, wishing to discuss the power of heroes with me, though I had no desire to engage with him. Nevertheless, out of courtesy, I accepted his handshake. As expected, the instant our hands met, Siegfried unleashed all of his holy power against me. How presumptuous of you, I remarked. Since you wish to play this game, I suppose I shall indulge you. I then directly absorbed his holy power using the world tree's strength. Sensing something amiss, Siegfried tried to stop releasing his holy power, but how could I let him off so easily? While frantically absorbing his holy power, I also released my own holy power against him. After this exchange, Siegfried was clearly reaching his limit. Set warned me not to go too far, saying if we accidentally killed this fellow, we'd be in serious trouble. Hearing this, I let out a cold snort. Then I released his hand. The Pope had witnessed everything and said, Mikhail, your holy power is exceptionally pure. In terms of purity alone, it seems to surpass even mine. Have you received divine revelation? Indeed, your holiness, I have received revelation. My ability to lie without flinching left Set speechless, thinking, how did I never notice before what a shameless fellow you are? At this moment, Siegfried shouted, that's impossible! Since the prophecy war, God Hekau has ceased giving revelations to humans. Even his holiness hasn't received revelation. What right does a mere mage like you have? Upon hearing this, I burst into laughter. You ask by what right? Because a hero is a special existence who has never needed to receive ordination from the Pope. For a hero has only one eternal companion, and that is the wise god Hekau. Were your previous words meant to diminish the value of heroes? Moreover, your foolish behavior has degraded God Hekau to the level of mere mortals. Realizing his mistake, Siegfried immediately lowered his head. I apologize, Lord Mikhail, for my previous words. At this point, I couldn't be bothered with this brainless fellow. The urgent matter was to gloss over the revelation business. Considering that no one knew what the revelation actually was, I prepared to improvise one on the spot. Just as I was seriously planning to deceive them, I suddenly noticed a young woman had appeared among the crowd. Who was she, and when had she appeared? The young woman also noticed my unusual reaction. She smiled and asked me, you can see me, can't you? I pretended not to hear her voice, but the beads of sweat on my face betrayed me. The young woman snapped her fingers. The next second, time in the entire room was forcibly stopped. Witnessing this, I was utterly shocked. Only one person could easily perform such a miracle as freezing time. You are God Hekau, aren't you? I felt rather awkward at this moment, having just attempted to use her name to fabricate lies, only to be caught red-handed before I could even finish. And with her playful expression and attitude, she seemed more like Set than a deity. Set saw right through my staring eyes and said, your thoughts seem quite disrespectful towards me. At this moment, Hekau also noticed Set's presence, saying, what a surprise to meet you here, though Set, you seem to have become more humble. Are you worthy to say such things? Should I reveal all your embarrassing stories about pursuing Asar? However, before Set could finish speaking, with a loud crash, Hekau executed a shoulder throw on Set. The force was so great that Set almost went to meet Asar. Then Hekau asked me a question. From earlier, your eyes have shown considerable insolence. Although you've inherited Asar's legacy, I am now the only god in this world. Why do I see not a trace of reverence for me in your eyes? Her words immediately ignited my anger. Whether it was when the world tree was near death or when the great demons were expanding their power. Didn't you choose to stand idly by? So why should I show any reverence towards you? Hearing my words, Hekau was momentarily stunned. Then she smiled and said, you really are an interesting person. If you're angry because I haven't responded to revelations, I can only say I have my own helpless reasons. Then, making a silencing gesture near her mouth, she continued, I don't respond because my words cannot be transmitted. Though people call me a god, I'm not perfect like Asar. For some reason, my words cannot reach the people. Even prophecies, my backup plan, fail to gain people's trust. Upon hearing this, I was dumbfounded. But you're a god. What in this world could possibly be beyond your ability to solve? Hekau replied, this matter would take too long to explain. I'll clarify it another time. As the only human who can currently communicate with me, I need you to help me with something. Due to some reason, her words could not be transmitted, so she hoped I could help her investigate the cause. In exchange, she would help me become a hero, although I had absolute confidence in becoming a hero through my own abilities. Considering that her problem might be related to the demon god, I agreed to her request. With another snap of her fingers, the previously frozen time resumed its flow. At this moment, Siegfried was still persistently asking what kind of revelation God had given me. Since you're so eager to know, I'll tell you. God said that the current state of the divine country deeply disappoints her. Upon hearing this, Siegfried immediately condemned me for insolence, daring to defame the divine country before his holiness. I had anticipated his reaction. You haven't even confirmed whether my revelation is true or false, yet you dare call me insolent. I think you're the one who doesn't take God Hekau seriously. A brainless fellow like you should just keep quiet. Then I turned my gaze to the Pope. Oh yes, God mentioned something else to me. Long ago, Your Holiness, you took in 2 children, didn't you? One you kept close, while the other you neglected. Upon hearing these words, the Pope's eyes widened in astonishment. This information was known only to a select few archbishops within the divine country, yet I had revealed it in precise detail. At this moment, he became thoroughly convinced that I had indeed received revelation from Hekau. In truth, these words were not revelations from Hekau, but rather what I myself wished to accomplish. The divine country's foundation had become thoroughly corrupt, and the status quo needed to change. Moreover, it mattered not if they believed these words were revelations. After all, once I turned these words into reality, they would become revelations. The Pope then stated that the hero selection discussion would end here for today, as he needed to consult with the various archbishops. After leaving the church, I discovered a strange patterned mark had appeared on the back of my hand. Set informed me that this was the unique pattern representing Hekau's inheritance, indicating I had accepted her commission. Then Set sarcastically remarked that I now had 2 patterns, wondering if I would eventually become a street boss with the full mythological menagerie tattoo package. You know what? That's actually possible. While I was chatting with Set, Ryan on the other side was nearly going mad, for a great battle was about to erupt before his eyes. The arrival was Habe, the divine country's strongest holy knight, and his purpose was to take Cassandra away. Obviously Helen, as Cassandra's guardian knight, could not agree. You have no right to see her. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being discourteous. Hearing this, Habe merely let out a light sigh. Then he stepped forward, his foot causing the ground to crack and stones to fly. Has no one told you how dangerous it is to draw a sword against a holy knight? Besides, Lady Cassandra is a member of the divine country. Isn't it only natural for me to take her home? Seeing the opponent about to make his move, Ryan immediately moved to protect Helen behind him. This action greatly displeased Habe, who warned Ryan that if he didn't move aside, he would be treated as an accomplice. However, Ryan declared that Helen was his companion, and standing idly by would dishonor the Parslov family name. With that, Ryan drew his sword and assumed a fighting stance. So you're the Empire's rising star, Ryan Parslov. For your family's sake, I'll give you one more chance. Step aside now, and I won't make things difficult for you. But Ryan's response remained firm. I've already said I absolutely will not move aside. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ryan charged forward with his sword. He felt both fear and excitement. Fear, because his opponent was the divine country's strongest holy knight. Excitement at the chance to cross swords with such a powerful warrior. Yet in the instant their blades clashed, Ryan clearly recognized the gap between them. I cannot defeat him. At this moment, Cassandra shouted, "Stop!" Only then did this battle without suspense come to a halt. Habe, even as the commander of the Holy Knights, you shouldn't come barging in so rudely. Habe stated that this was his duty as a holy knight, and that Archbishop Kilian had repented his past actions, assuring it would not happen again, so please, come with me. Cassandra understood clearly that this man stood on the same side as Kilian, and if she were taken away, she would surely be imprisoned again, never able to leave the divine country. If I refuse to go with you, will you take me by force? Habe replied that he would, stating, I'm not negotiating with you, to prevent Ryan and Helen, who were protecting her, from being harmed, just as Cassandra was about to agree. My voice carried from afar. Who says anyone's going anywhere with you, little purple hair? A pillar of fire immediately shot skyward, separating the 2 sides. Seeing this, Habe's eyes widened. This is 6th circle magic. I never expected Lord Mikhail to possess such power at such a young age. However, this is an internal matter of the divine country. Even if you are qualified to become a hero, you have no right to interfere with the Holy Knight's affairs. I chuckled at his words. Tell me, Commander, have you truly memorized the divine country's laws? To the divine country, a hero is no outsider. If you truly don't know this, I'd be happy to explain it to you. Habe was momentarily stunned, then acknowledged that he had misspoken. But unwilling to give up, he tried to bring up the matter of Cassandra's sudden disappearance. I clearly informed him, Cassandra hasn't disappeared. She has been with me, a hero candidate, all along. Therefore, you have no grounds to take her away. Seeing that he was still reluctant to leave, I angrily pointed at him and asked, you still won't leave? Are you trying to challenge a hero's position in the divine country? Faced with such a weighty accusation, he naturally dared not accept it. I apologize for disturbing everyone today. I shall take my leave. After watching Habe depart, just as Helen and Cassandra were about to breathe a sigh of relief, I spoke with cold eyes. Now then, let's have a talk. After returning to our lodgings, the first thing I needed to confirm was Helen's true identity. So Helen, please remove your helmet. Surprisingly, Helen's true identity hidden beneath the armor was the sister of that bastard hero, and her real name wasn't Helen, but Ida Nibarun. This situation had already exceeded my expectations. The reason I had asked her to remove her helmet was because during our time together, she had given me a long-forgotten sense of dissonance. I had subconsciously thought she might be one of my former close friends, but I hadn't expected this outcome. Then Then I asked Ida why she chose to accompany Cassandra, who had been expelled from the divine country. You could have lived a more comfortable life in the divine country. After all, your brother is the rising star of the Golden Lion Knights and a hero candidate. Hearing my words, Ida's eyes grew distant as she began to tell me about her childhood experiences. My brother and I were abandoned orphans from a young age. We relied on each other for survival in an alley controlled by dark forces. As everyone knows, children in the alleys were treated like disposable items. Though that life was too cruel for my young self, it was also the happiest time of my life, because my brother would always unhesitatingly stand before me to protect me. But everything changed with the arrival of Archbishop Lian. The sacred temple became our new home, and we no longer had to scavenge for food in garbage bins. But at some point, my brother began to change. After joining the Golden Lion Knights, he gradually revealed an arrogant side, becoming deaf to others' opinions. And most egregiously, his first act after becoming a hero candidate was to cut down the prophet's right-hand supporters. This news rather surprised me, to think that Siegfried had orchestrated the removal of everyone around Cassandra. Ida told me this was because the archbishop had confused her brother's judgment, using the prophecy's ambiguity to interpret it from multiple angles. The archbishop seized upon this point, exploiting her brother's sense of justice by only showing him those who had suffered because of the prophecies. Now I fully understood why Cassandra had suddenly disappeared. It had all been orchestrated by Archbishop Lian. I gave a light chuckle. If what Ida said was true, it was deeply ironic, for the prophecy had been bestowed by Mikhail himself, yet those leading its denial were the archbishop and hero candidate who claimed to revere him. Now all evidence pointed to Archbishop Lian. It seemed necessary to investigate him. Perhaps we might even discover the reason for Mikhail's silencing. Meanwhile, in the Divine Country's plaza, Siegfried was alone, contemplating his recent actions. Have I truly been worthy as a warrior? Remembering how his sister's gaze toward him had grown increasingly fierce, he felt an indescribable sense of loss, especially when his sister left, with only coldness remaining in her eyes. Depressed, he swung his sword at the air, asking, "Why is this happening? She is my only family in this world, so why can't she understand me?" At this moment, Archbishop Lian approached with a broad smile. "Siegfried, am I interrupting your sword practice?" Siegfried hastily replied, "No," asking, "What brings you here, your grace?" Lian sighed lightly. "I've come to tell you something. Do you remember the young Walpurgis who came to the divine country as a candidate? At this moment, he's consorting with the prophet and your sister." With a clang, the sword fell straight from Siegfried's hands. "What did you say, your grace? They've returned with Mikhail? Does his holiness know about this? What should we do next?" Lian gestured for him not to worry, saying, "The great god Mikhail walks with us. But God does not bestow grace upon the idle, so we must take action." As the two discussed how to deal with me, little did they know that someone had been watching them from the shadows. A week quickly passed. The entire divine country was engaged in heated discussions about who would be more suitable to become the hero. Under Archbishop Lian's machinations, the majority of archbishops and priests expressed support for Siegfried becoming the hero, generally believing that as a member of the Holy Knights, he better represented the divine country's image. At this moment, Ryan was anxiously scratching his head. "Mikhail, what are you thinking? They've already started promoting themselves as divinely chosen, while you've been cooped up in this room for 7 whole days. Are you planning to withdraw from the hero selection?" I indicated that he needn't be anxious, as one very important person had yet to make their choice. Moreover, there was an important reason why I had participated in the hero selection at this time, that being the upcoming archbishop assassination case. 2 years after this incident, people would learn that this assassination was connected to demons. It was only then that the divine country began taking the prophecy of the demon god's advent seriously, and started selecting heroes in preparation for the coming war. This presented an excellent opportunity for me. If I could prevent the archbishop's assassination and eliminate the demon responsible, then I could gain the support of the neutral archbishops. Combined with that person's influence, the hero position would be mine without question. Subsequently, I inquired whether Cassandra had made contact with the individual in question. She replied, "I have done as you instructed, though I cannot be certain whether he will come." Her response did not concern me, as that person would never refuse Cassandra's request. Indeed, after 2.5 seconds, a knock sounded at the door. As the door slowly opened, a middle-aged man wearing a cloak entered. He walked directly to Cassandra's side, saying, "These years have been difficult for you, child." The arrival was none other than His Holiness the Pope. After 2.5 minutes of catching up, I directly expressed to the Pope my desire to become a hero, Your Holiness. After telling you about the revelation last time, there was something I left unsaid. I then displayed the pattern on my right hand. I believe you understand the significance of this mark. The Pope's eyes widened in shock. "You possess Mikhail's inheritance? Have you seen her in person?" I confirmed that I had, and that the deity had explicitly told me the divine country must undergo changes. Therefore, for the sake of the great god Mikhail, I require your assistance, Your Holiness. The next day, Archbishop Lian was trembling with anger in his chamber, for during the divine country's council meeting just hours before, the previously neutral archbishop had suddenly declared declared support for my candidacy as hero. This instantly shocked everyone present, sparking widespread discussion. Everyone knew that this archbishop was the Pope's closest confidant. His support effectively represented the Pope's support. The archbishops aligned with Lian began complaining about the Pope's behavior, arguing that Siegfried better served the divine country's interests, both in reputation and symbolically. Why would the Pope support the disadvantaged young Walpurgis? Is it merely because he once defeated a great demon? Hearing this, Archbishop Lian ground his teeth in anger, determined not to allow me to establish my reputation and become the hero. Then, with a malevolent expression, he addressed his colleagues, my fellow brothers, for the sake of the divine country and what is right, we may need to soil our hands. After learning that all of this was connected to demons, I took Ryan and directly infiltrated the divine country's Knight Order. Just before this, through displaying Hekau's symbol and Cassandra's plea, I had successfully convinced the Pope to support my candidacy as hero. Though everything was proceeding according to plan, I alone knew that the most challenging problems lay ahead. Because the Archbishop's murder case is about to happen, to be precise, it should be Archbishop Naren's murder case. It was precisely this incident that would make the already under-supported Pope's position even more precarious. Therefore, my most urgent task was to save Archbishop Naren. As I contemplated this, my butler, who had been on leave for many days, suddenly appeared behind me. Startled, I teleported 2.5 meters away. Just as I was about to complain about his ghostly appearance, the butler brought me news that he had detected a demonic presence within the divine country, with its source in the Holy Knights. This surprised me somewhat. Indeed, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Demons certainly knew how to choose their hiding spots. Young master, I have one more matter to report. That Archbishop Lian appears to be plotting against you. Moreover, I can clearly sense a malevolent aura about him, as if he's been tainted by something repulsive. Hearing this, I smiled slightly. Things were developing in an interesting direction. The scene changes to Ryan and me walking toward the Knights' headquarters. On the way, Ryan expressed his confusion. Mikhail, why do you want to trouble the Knights? And why insist on bringing me along? For revenge, of course. Their commander came to bully us earlier. Shouldn't we return the favor? Hearing this, Ryan became excited. I like your vengeful personality, kid. By the way, I have something for you. You'll be the one to deal with that commander. Speaking thus, I tossed him a mold. But Ryan was dumbfounded. Is it real or fake real? Are you sure you want me to handle Habe? Then he looked at the mold in his hand again. What good is a sword hilt to me? I gestured with a raised hand, instructing him to infuse it with aura. This will certainly provide you with a remarkable surprise. Indeed, at the precise moment Ryan infused the spiritual artifact, a magical sword of immense power materialized before his eyes. As the accumulated aura continued to intensify, the magical sword transformed directly into a swordsman. I informed Ryan, this one's swordsmanship far exceeds your own. Though you cannot communicate bidirectionally, training with him will at least double your efficiency. Faced with this unexpected gift, Ryan appeared somewhat embarrassed and asked what I wanted in return. I patted his shoulder and replied that I wanted nothing. If you truly wish to show gratitude, then focus on becoming stronger. I will need your help in the future. Soon we arrived at the Holy Knights' headquarters. The two knights on guard duty immediately recognized my status as a hero candidate and inquired about my business. I am here to see your commander Habe. Please announce my arrival. Upon hearing this, the two became instantly hesitant. We apologize, Lord Candidate, but the commander is not present. Please return another time. Their unusual behavior further confirmed my suspicions. Something was definitely amiss within the Holy Knights. Disregarding their obstruction, I prepared to force my way in under the pretext of a hero candidate's inspection. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from nearby. It was Commander Habe himself. How fortuitous. Did you come specifically to welcome me, Commander? Habe, with a gloomy expression, inquired about the purpose of my visit. Upon learning we had come specifically to challenge him, he was momentarily stunned, then realized it was about the previous attempt to seize Cassandra. My sincere apologies, Lord Mikhail. I was wrong in that previous matter and formally apologize. However, I cannot accept your challenge, as Holy Knights do not fight the innocent. Upon seeing the other party's refusal to yield, Ryan began provocative speech directly to their face. Oh, so you don't fight with the innocent, do you? It seems more like you're afraid to face us and searching for excuses to avoid confrontation. I decided to escalate the situation, saying, could it be that the Holy Knights are all bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong? Are such people worthy of serving God Hekau? Touched on a sensitive point, Habe's gaze turned cold. Lord Mikhail, please retract your words. I accept your challenge. Then, under Habe's guidance, we entered the Knights' quarters, observing the Knights crossing swords in the training ground. Ryan appeared quite excited, as he had aspired to join the Holy Knights since childhood. Watching their intense training now made him yearn even more. As we passed by a banner, I instantly detected a nauseating presence. There was no mistake. A demon was hiding here, and this one was an old acquaintance of mine. As the divine country gathered the world's most devout and powerful priests, it was difficult for any demon to survive here, but that one was an exception, naturally possessing some immunity to holy power. Moreover, he excelled at mimicry, often relying on exceptional acting skills to destroy his prey. However, this fellow had a fatal weakness. Once his mimicry succeeded, even he would forget that he was playing a role, and would think and act completely exactly according to the mimic subject's patterns. I then asked Habe if there had been any abnormalities within the Knights recently. Habe turned and told me there were none. Though his expression was cold, I knew he wasn't lying, for throughout our interaction, his pupils had not wavered in the slightest. Since I couldn't get useful information from him, I had to confirm things myself. I activated detection. My pupils instantly turned pitch black. Nothing unusual here, nothing here either. Just as I thought this trip would be fruitless, I suddenly discovered a black creature writhing underground. No wonder I couldn't find this fellow. It had been hiding underground all along. Subsequently, I expressed to Habe my desire to investigate below. Upon hearing this, Habe's pupils contracted. I caught this subtle change in his expression. He was indeed concealing something. I inquired again about what was hidden below. His response remained the same, that he knew nothing. Seeing his persistent reticence, I decided to investigate personally. Observing my determination, Habe, unable to dissuade me, offered to accompany me below. I directly refused, pointing to Ryan behind me and saying, "This is the one challenging you. You should focus on how to defeat him." I then stated that I would not go alone, as my companion should have arrived. Indeed, after I finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from nearby. The arrival was none other than that bastard warrior Siegfried. In order to expose the demon hiding within the Knights, I brought Siegfried with me to the underground space beneath the Knights' quarters. Throughout the journey, Siegfried complained incessantly, not understanding why I wanted to investigate here, insisting there was only an abandoned warehouse below. I glanced at him, informing him that something repulsive lurked below. "Your task now is to close your mouth and follow my lead." We quickly reached the lowest level. As Siegfried had said, it was indeed an abandoned warehouse, containing nothing but some dilapidated wooden crates. Siegfried gave me a contemptuous smile. "I told you there was nothing here. The Holy Knights would never harbor such things." I indicated that he shouldn't be so certain, lest he be proven wrong momentarily. I then summoned Set, asking her to help me activate the divine artifact's power. As an emerald light appeared on my staff, a powerful wind immediately swept through the entire warehouse, carrying the force of the tempest. Under the divine power's influence, something hiding in the darkness became faintly visible through the smoke. As the smoke cleared entirely, a pulsating flesh sphere appeared before us. Seeing this, Siegfried was dumbfounded. I questioned him, "Is this what you meant by nothing here?" I then raised my hand, charging a light magic spell. With a squelch, I crushed the flesh sphere. Set informed me that this thing was of the same type as the residue that had tormented Yggdrasil, though significantly weaker. This implied there must be more than one, as corrupting the entire divine country would require at least several hundred. Furthermore, behind these entities must exist an even more terrifying presence. After all, a problem that would prompt Hekau to personally request my intervention must be more complex than mere residue. Siegfried, having regained his composure, asked me what that thing was. I told him it was demon god residue, and that he needed to help me capture someone. Meanwhile, in the Knights' training ground, the confrontation between Ryan and Habe was about to begin. Ryan first infused spiritual energy into the magic sword. Then, with a flash of movement, he charged directly at his opponent. Facing Ryan's spiritual energy assault, Habe showed no concern. He casually drew his sword to block, easily neutralizing Ryan's attack. "Do you truly believe becoming commander of the Holy Knights is so simple? You currently have no chance of victory. Let us end this farce quickly." However, at this moment, a red gleam suddenly appeared in Ryan's pupils. He then unleashed several sword energy waves. With each clash of blades, Habe noticeably began to struggle. How is his speed increasing? This could become dangerous. Then, after one intense blade collision, both fighters tacitly withdrew to create distance. Habe was thoroughly shocked, unable to believe a youth could possess such power. Yet he absolutely could not lose this match. As commander, he had to maintain the knight's dignity. He gathered all his spiritual energy in his right hand, intending to end it with one decisive strike. "Let me show you what true overwhelming power means." However, at that moment, a massive explosion suddenly occurred at the edge of the field. It turned out I had grown tired of using stairs and had used explosion magic to blast my way up from underground. This left Habe utterly bewildered. "This isn't your property. I suppose you have no concern for the damage?" I smiled and told him not to worry about such details. "I have an announcement to make. From today forward, all Holy Knights activities are suspended." Everyone was momentarily stunned at these words. Then they loudly protested. "Even as a hero candidate, you cannot arbitrarily suspend all our operations." I informed everyone that this decision was made because a certain demon had established an underground lair beneath their feet. Furthermore, I should mention that Siegfried has also agreed to this course of action. Therefore, this is a joint decision from both hero candidates, and you must comply. To capture the demon hiding among the crowd, I raised my staff and initiated Sanctuary Declaration. The next moment, a blue light enveloped the entire Knight's Order. I then activated the power of both the World Tree and Hekau. Under the influence of these two divine powers, even the strongest demon could not maintain its disguise. "Show yourself, you repulsive creature." The scene became terrifyingly quiet, with no one daring to make a sound, fearing they might be mistaken for the demon and eliminated. However, this silence was soon broken by several coughs. Upon hearing this, my eyes widened as I shouted, "Who just coughed?" Two nearby knights, seeing their comrade's discomfort, immediately approached with concern. "Maelson, are you all right?" I approached the source of the sound. Upon seeing me, the man frantically explained that he was a holy knight and could not possibly be a demon. Yet, as he spoke, his pupils gradually turned pitch black, and dark energy began emanating from his body. So it was you, after all. First killing your companion, then using mimicry to assume their form, and finally hiding among humans. You're quite the accomplished actor. However, your tricks won't work on me, as I pay no heed to your deceptions. Speaking thus, I raised my staff and struck forcefully. With a resonating sound, the holy power released from the staff instantly surged into his body. After his mimicry was broken, he revealed his true demonic form. It is indeed you, Delos, the demon lurking behind the scenes. At this moment, Delos was deeply confused, as he had no memory of ever meeting me, yet I seemed to know him so well. It was because of the woman behind him, Meryl, the 6th Corps commander under the demon god, and Delos was not only Meryl's right-hand man but also a part of her body. My words piqued Delos's interest. Since you know I'm Lady Meryl's confidant, how dare you provoke me? I gave a mocking smile, because in my eyes, you're nothing but a piece of trash who can only mimic others. The underestimated Delos instantly flew into a rage. Kid, you better pray your strength matches your mouth. With a snap, his figure instantly vanished, releasing a large amount of smoke. This was Delos's signature killing move, first using smoke to disrupt the opponent's vision, then swiftly circling to the opponent's back to deliver a fatal strike. But just as his deadly claws were an inch from my nape, a green storm suddenly appeared and blocked his attack. It turned out I had already invoked Set's divine storm when he released the smoke. As the pattern on my neck emitted a faint green light, a small tornado instantly formed at the scene, and Delos was knocked to the ground by this force. At this moment, he realized the gap between us, and just as he struggled to get up and flee, a large hand suddenly extended from the mist. The next moment, I precisely gripped his throat, looking at the struggling Delos in my hand. I knew Meryl was watching me through his eyes. Meryl, though I'm not sure what you plan to do with the divine country, I can tell you this clearly. Whatever plans you have, I will definitely ruin them all. After saying this, I directly cast the 6th Circle Magic Holy Lance. The next second, a spear surrounded by countless lightning bolts appeared in midair. As I pointed with my hand, the spear thrust forward with a swoosh, piercing through Delos's body. But this guy's will to live was extremely strong. Even with such severe injuries, he didn't die. So I raised my hand again for another evolution magic. At this moment, he was powerless to resist the holy power, and finally, his body was gradually dissolved by the orb of light. After completely dealing with Delos, I turned and aimed my spear at the knights, because they had joined Archbishop Lian in bullying Cassandra, so I had to avenge her. Honestly, I'm very disappointed in you all. A demon was acting in your companion's skin, yet you never noticed. How can you call yourselves proud holy knights? And I've heard that your holy knight order is closely connected with a certain archbishop, even following his orders, is that right? Hearing this, Habe hurriedly stepped forward to deny it. As holy knights serving Hekau, we only ever follow divine revelation. Then how do you explain helping Lian raid the first temple and driving away the great prophet Cassandra? Habe fell silent upon hearing this, and after coming to his senses, he tried to defend himself with matters of prophecy. But I turned and interrupted him. I don't want to argue with you. After all, this is an internal matter of your knight order. But I hope you remember the original purpose of the holy knight order, to be loyal only to Hekau and to fight against demons. Then I turned my gaze to Siegfried nearby. Don't you think I'm right, Siegfried? After all, as fellow hero candidates, it's not good if I'm the only one thinking this way. At this moment, Siegfried's gaze was frozen as he reflected on whether he truly had the qualifications to become a hero. Compared to my demon-slaying actions, he, as a holy knight, couldn't even distinguish whether his companions were demons. This was an enormous shame for him. Anger and unwillingness made him clench his fists tightly. No, I can't give up now. Even if I'm not worthy of being a hero now, I can make up for it through future efforts, because God will never reject someone who tries their best. With this thought, his eyes became determined. Mikhail, you're right, but now I challenge you to a duel. I want to confirm personally if you're worthy of becoming a hero. I naturally wouldn't refuse his request, as my biggest wish after reincarnating was to beat up this bastard, and I'd been worried about finding a proper reason. Just then, I noticed the saint's pendant he was wearing, so I proposed a wager, saying that only by taking risks could we ignite the true spirit of combat. If you win, I'll give up this hero selection, but if I win, you'll have to give me that saint's pendant. At this moment, Siegfried was solely focused on proving himself, so he accepted my proposal without hesitation. Seeing him take the bait, I couldn't help but smirk. This guy was still as brainless as in his previous life. Although fighting him with my current strength might seem a bit unfair, I just couldn't resist the urge to beat him up. However, just as Set asked if I wanted to use the divine artifact's power, Siegfried had already launched his attack first, his slash as swift as lightning. Facing his all-out attack from the start, I mused that he really wanted to win. Who else would use their ultimate move right at the beginning? I immediately responded by casting 5-layer shield magic to defend. At this moment, Siegfried suddenly twisted his wrist, changing the direction of his sword energy. With a boom, my shield was directly split into pieces by his strike. Heh, I did underestimate you before. I must say your combat judgment is quite accurate. So out of respect, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer a bit now. As I activated the 5th Circle Magic 1000 Sword release, instantly, hundreds of mana swords appeared behind me. This 1000 Sword release was a magic I specially created before to help Siegfried train, so it had no lethal power. But after reincarnation, I modified the mana swords. Though still not lethal, I gave them another ability to make the heavy sword user suffer unbearably. Seeing the flying swords about to surround him, Siegfried immediately unleashed an even more fierce sword energy. With a boom, the two forces created a violent explosion upon contact in midair, and Siegfried disappeared from his spot the moment the dust rose. Didn't this guy just see how I defeated Delos? Why is he using the same trick? However, no matter how he concealed his presence, I could pinpoint his location even with my eyes closed. Being straightforward, he would definitely choose to attack from the front. In his understanding, a mage couldn't cast another magic after using a large-scale spell, so in this situation, he wouldn't choose to sneak attack. Unfortunately for him, I wasn't the kind of mage he imagined. This time, while casting Thousand Sword Release, I also casually applied a 5-layer slow magic on him. The next moment, Siegfried felt his body grow heavy, unable to move freely anymore. What followed was him being struck by the mana swords and crying out in chaos. Although this magic had him questioning his life choices, the stubborn fellow still claimed he could fight on. I really appreciated this strength of his. The feeling of being able to fight to satisfaction in one go was truly wonderful. I pointed up and told him, "I know you can still fight. That's why I've prepared another 100 mana swords in the sky for you." Hearing this, Siegfried was dumbfounded, his body trembling uncontrollably. "No, I'll die, I better run." Before he could finish speaking, I pressed my index finger against his lips. Then I told him in a playful tone, "What nonsense are you talking about? The night is still young." My cryptic words fried Siegfried's CPU. "What night? Isn't it broad daylight?" Before he could understand the meaning of my words, the first half of the mana swords descended from the sky. Scene change. Siegfried had now fainted with foam at his mouth. Seeing this scene, the knights all felt chills down their spines. "Lord Mikhail, aren't you being too brutal?" Seeing this, Ryan couldn't help but comment, "What a madman." The next day, as soon as he regained consciousness, he handed over the saint's pendant as promised. After I received the pendant, Set immediately recognized it was something valuable. Not only could it enhance the bearer's holy power and significantly increase their recovery rate, but most importantly, beyond these two functions, its hidden ability was what made this pendant worthy of being called a holy relic. However, that function couldn't be used yet. After a series of blows, Siegfried was completely dazed. "Mikhail, thank you for fighting me fair and square. I lost because my strength wasn't enough." Hearing him say this, I was speechless. This guy was still as brainless as in his previous life, not realizing his own problem even now. I then questioned him, "If this wasn't a duel, would you have fought me differently?" This question clearly exceeded Siegfried's mental capacity. He completely didn't understand what I meant. "Never mind, let me be more direct. In that situation, would you choose to sneak attack or use hidden items?" Hearing this, Siegfried showed disdain. "What nonsense are you talking about? Those are all improper methods that heroes should resist," I countered. "Even if hundreds of people would die because of it, would you still stick to your principles?" Siegfried's pupils suddenly contracted. Clearly, he had never considered this. Can someone who can't protect everyone really be called a hero? Though I hoped my words would make him change, but seeing his hesitant expression and tightly clenched fists, I turned and left without looking back. Sure enough, this guy was just like in his previous life. There was no need to persuade him further. I'd heard enough of what he was about to say in my previous life to make my ears callous. On the way back, Ryan asked if my previous words had been too harsh. In his view, Siegfried wasn't a bad person, just someone who seemed a bit foolish. I turned to explain, if he were an ordinary person, I wouldn't treat him like that. But the responsibility required of a hero candidate is far greater than you can imagine. As Ryan walked while pondering my words, I suddenly stopped in my tracks. Damn, why is that stinking old man here too? And this person I despised was none other than Archbishop Lian. Ryan also saw him and asked about my plans, noting that he wasn't an easy opponent to deal with. What else could I plan? Of course, I'll confront him head on. I quickly approached Archbishop Lian. I had thought our encounter would be like mortal enemies meeting with burning hatred, but the next second we both instinctively flashed brilliant smiles and even warmly grasped each other's hands in greeting. "Isn't this Lord Mikhail? I never expected to meet you here. It seems I'm truly blessed." Facing Archbishop Lian's fawning praise, I smiled and replied, "You are indeed blessed, as it's fortunate for you and the entire divine country that the great prophet escaped from the demon's schemes." He noticeably froze upon hearing the word demons. I continued smiling and said, "Driving away the great prophet is something only demons or trash would do. After all, who else would harbor hatred for the great prophet, such a talent of the divine country?" Then I changed the subject. "Oh right, a prominent figure like yourself, Archbishop, surely couldn't be the kind of scum I'm talking about, right?" By now, Lian was trembling with rage at my words. Though he clearly understood I was implying he was trash, he couldn't openly confront me yet, and could only smile and agree with my words. "However, Lord Mikhail, regarding your desire to become a hero, I don't think you're suitable." I interrupted him with a smile. "Your opinion means nothing to me, because the one who ultimately decides who becomes a hero has never been you, but our god, the wise Lord Hekau." Unable to counter me, Lian immediately turned to leave, not wanting to endure any more of my sarcasm. However, at that moment, a foul stench suddenly spread through the air. Set immediately covered her nose. "Why is there a demon's aura here?" I glanced sideways, looking directly at the three people before me. Sure enough, Archbishop Lian was highly suspicious. This pungent stench definitely had something to do with him. Set asked if I could identify which demon this scent came from, and I confirmed that I certainly could, because this scent is very similar to the eliminated Delos, and interestingly, he has a notorious twin brother. Delos was a demon known for mimicry assassination, while his younger brother Rhotus excels at infiltration and manipulation. To prevent him from continuing to harm the Divine Country, I was planning to find and eliminate him. However, Set believed that guy wasn't important, and suggested I first inspect various parts of the Divine Country, because just now, she had sensed the aura of the demon god's right eye somewhere in the Divine Country, suspecting this was the cause of Hekau being silenced. If the demon god's right eye was truly in the Divine Country, it would indeed explain why there were so many demon god remnants here. If that's the case, let's go find it together. Scene change. Set and I arrived at the most mysterious place in the Divine Country, the tomb of the first hero. This magnificent structure left Set somewhat awestruck. This tomb is built rather large. Would the demon god's right eye really be in such a place? Compared to Set's doubts, I was quite certain the demon god's right eye was here. After all, this was the least suspicious place in the entire Divine Country. At this point, Set was curious, if you really become a hero, which generation would you be? I told her that there had been 7 heroes so far, barring any surprises. I should be the 8th. Though, if the first hero saw how corrupt the Divine Country has become, he'd probably jump right out of his grave in anger. After entering the Great Hall, a strong sense of unease welled up in my heart. Sure enough, my guess wasn't wrong. The demon god's right eye was hidden here. Now I could only hope it wasn't hidden in that place. And that place I mentioned was the coffin containing the first hero's corpse. Then I gently placed my hand on the protective barrier. First hero, please forgive my offense. As my words fell, the entire protective barrier instantly shattered into pieces. My action left Set dumbfounded. In her understanding, the demon god's eye couldn't coexist with a hero's corpse, and the recent protective barrier also proved the eye couldn't be inside. But what if it had invaded the hero's body before their death? Set's heart trembled at these words. Clearly, she was shocked by my bold hypothesis. To prove whether my hypothesis was correct, we had no choice but to open the coffin and investigate. However, the moment I opened the coffin, my gaze immediately darkened. As I expected, the coffin was empty. In its place was a bottomless hole. Mikhail, what should we do now? It seems we're in big trouble. Compared to Set's concern, I remained quite composed. I stated that the current situation wasn't so bad. Rather, we should be grateful to have discovered this now. Then I jumped directly into the hole. Since we found the problem, all that's left is to solve it. Soon, Set and I reached the deepest part of the hole, and sitting before us was the corpse of the first hero. At this moment, his right eye moved slightly. You've finally come. I've been waiting for you. After saying these words, the first hero's corpse stood up with uncontrollable laughter. Simultaneously, a repulsive black aura gathered in his palm. With a whoosh, a black energy ball shot toward me at extreme speed. Seeing this, I immediately used ring expansion magic, followed by the 6th circle magic flame shockwave. The moment the two energies collided, a violent explosion occurred. I marveled that this was indeed the first hero's corpse. Even though this body's power was nearly exhausted, it could still release such powerful energy. At this moment, the demon god's eye launched another attack. Countless black tentacles instantly appeared before me. It seemed intent on finishing me with one strike, but unfortunately for it, since becoming a 6th circle mage, I could use ring expansion magic's amplification effect to cast higher tier magic. As I raised my hand and cast the 8th circle magic ice throne, a massive ice wall composed of ice crystals appeared before me out of thin air, freezing all the black tentacles. Just as Set was about to praise my skills, her pupils suddenly contracted because she saw the first hero's corpse, controlled by the demon god's eye, draw its holy sword. Dozens of magic circles appeared behind him, and most terrifyingly, they were all 6th circle magic. Before I could recover from my shock, all these spells came crashing toward me at once. Fortunately, I quickly activated Set Storm. The powerful storm force spread out from my palm. With a boom, an even more violent explosion occurred. I took this opportunity to teleport above the demon god's eye. Then I directly grabbed its head. You bastard, finally got you. But the demon god's eye wasn't panicked at all, as ordinary magic couldn't destroy a part of the demon god. However, I was prepared for this. By imitating the self-created magic of my previous life's strongest martial artist companion, Beast King, let me borrow your holy fist. As I threw my punch, a domineering red force surged into the demon god's eye. The powerful energy caused the demon god's eye to explode and perish on the spot. Under that blinding explosion, my consciousness was transported to a pure white space. Though the space had changed, I immediately recognized this as Hekau's creation. So, when do you plan to show yourself? A deep male voice came from behind me. Don't be impatient, she needs time to prepare. The speaker was the first hero, who had come to express his gratitude. If I hadn't appeared in time and saved him, he would have gradually lost himself in endless despair. I smiled slightly. Your years of torment are over now. You can rest in peace. Haha, you're quite an interesting fellow. But with an air like you, I'm at ease. I leave this world's future to you. With these words, his body began to emit white light and gradually disappear. At this moment, Hekau appeared from somewhere and jumped onto my back. You did an excellent job. You not only resolved my silencing issue, but also eliminated that repulsive thing parasitizing the first hero. Growing more excited as she spoke, She patted my shoulder and asked what reward I would like. Hearing this, I fell into brief contemplation. Could this reward be given to Cassandra? I mean, bestow a blessing upon that young lady who can see your prophecies. After all, because of you, she endured hardships that should never have been part of her life. Hekau told me she would bless that girl, but as this was something she should have done anyway, it couldn't count as a reward. So, is there nothing else you want? At these words, I cupped my chin and fell into thought again. I had already received the divine symbol. Thanks to the autonomous circulation training method, mana wasn't an issue either. So what else did I need? Suddenly, something clicked in my mind. How could I have forgotten that important thing? When Hekau heard that I wanted the divine stigmata, she was momentarily stunned. I raised my hand and confirmed. You heard correctly. The divine stigmata is the best blessing and symbol a god can bestow, and it's the most valuable thing I could receive from you. Hearing this, Hekau gave a mischievous smile. You're really interesting. Honestly, I want to see how you'll react to receiving the stigmata, as I've never bestowed it upon any child before. However, let me be clear up front. The stigmata is part of divinity, so I cannot guarantee you won't lose yourself to it in the future. Even so, do you still want me to inscribe the stigmata on you? I replied with determined eyes. Yes, because this power will be essential for facing the demon god in the future. Then Hekau took my right hand and began inscribing. She told me that receiving the stigmata wouldn't make me immediately stronger, but it would enhance my divine nature, and this effect would grow stronger over time. After letting a drop of her blood fall onto my palm, she announced the stigmata inscription was complete. At the same moment, an intense stinging pain shot through my right hand. Red patterns spread visibly across my entire body. Grow ever stronger like this, Mikhail. I look forward to seeing what heights you'll achieve in the future. When I opened my eyes again, I had returned to the real tomb. Set immediately came to my side and asked if I had gone up to see that woman Hekau. After getting my confirmation, she angrily waved her tiny fists. That woman is really as petty as they say. Just because I said a few words about her last time, she completely excluded me this time. Just as she was still angrily cursing Hekau, a stone pillar fell straight from the sky, landing squarely on Set. After the pillar landed, I found a white robe and a letter on it. Opening the envelope, I found it was from Hekau. Tell that little brat Set to go die for me, and this robe is my gift to you. This was actually the saint's robe, one of the essential items for all previous heroes, and a symbol of her acknowledgement of me as a hero. At this point, Set crawled out from under the pillar. Is this Hekau's gift? That woman is really stingy. After putting on the robe, I indicated that wasn't it. This is her gift. Seeing this, Set was dumbfounded. That woman actually inscribed the stigmata on you? Set immediately began nervously examining me all over, well aware of the stigmata's dangers. In severe cases, it could cause one to lose their humanity. Only after confirming I had no adverse reactions did she finally relax. Afterward, Set and I quickly left this place. After I consecutively eliminated Delos and the demon god's eye, Meryl, hiding behind the scenes, could no longer sit still. To prevent the failure of her years-long plan for the divine country, she decided to personally eliminate me at the hero selection ceremony 3 days later. However, since the divine country had the strongest holy power in the world, she couldn't invade in her true form as a great demon, so she sent Rhodas to find a suitable vessel for her within the divine country. At this moment, Archbishop Lian was venting his anger in his room, as my appearance had not only made him lose control over the hero candidate selection, but also disrupted his plan to usurp the Pope's rule over the divine country. At this time, the priest Haran, who was actually Rhodas in disguise, appeared before him. Lian immediately asked, as if finding his backbone, Haran, has God delivered another oracle to you? He had always believed Haran was a child sent by God to his side, because whenever he followed his instructions, any trouble could be resolved. Haran smiled and said he had indeed heard God's prophecy. God was very dissatisfied with the current hero selection, and stated that they absolutely could not allow a magic bloodline like the Walpurgis to disrupt the divine country's order. As he spoke, Haran stepped forward and placed his hand on Killian's face. Then, with a vicious expression, he said, For that person's sake, I trust you're prepared to get your hands bloody. Under the influence of demonic power, darkness invaded Killian's eyes. Thus, without any effort, control over his body was obtained. Time flew by, and 3 days passed quickly. I was now waiting in my room for the hero selection to begin. Archbishop Naren glanced at the letter of recommendation in his hand, puzzled about what I had been doing these past few days. Not only had I persuaded most of the previously neutral archbishops, but even those who had always supported Siegfried had turned to my side. I casually suggested that perhaps he hadn't gone to gather votes, since I had given him quite a lesson recently. With only 3 hours left until the hero selection, Siegfried still hadn't arrived. Just as Archbishop Naren was wondering if he would forfeit, I smirked and said he would definitely come, because I haven't had enough fun beating him up yet. Sure enough, 2.5 minutes later, I encountered Siegfried rushing to the church. At this time, he still hadn't emerged from his depressed state, thinking about how his former comrade in arms had been a demon in disguise, and how he, as a hero candidate, had failed to recognize this. This made him doubt whether his path to becoming a hero was the right one. Although I've always thought you were the least hero-like person, I must admit your actions were truly the most heroic, so now I'm very confused. Mikhail, can you tell me what I should do next? Hearing this, my gaze darkened. You really have no self-awareness, do you? Then I clenched my fist. With a thud, my fist landed solidly on his abdomen. Struck by this heavy blow, Siegfried's eyes rolled back as he was sent flying dozens of meters. I turned my back and coldly told him, if you want advice, I suggest you work on fixing that stupid brain of yours. Do you know why I'm so angry? It's because you talk about wanting to change, but you never actually listen to others. You brat, if you really want to change, you shouldn't come to me. You should go listen to what those you've bullied have to say. As I spoke, my face twisted with anger, and my desire to punch him grew stronger. Seeing my expression, Siegfried broke into a cold sweat, an ominous feeling rising in his heart. Mikhail, don't hit the face. Can't you be a little gentler? For the next 2.5 minutes, Siegfried's screams filled the area outside the church. His face beaten to a pulp, Siegfried complained glumly, Mikhail, did we have some deep grudge in our past life? Why do you always beat me up whenever you see me? I gave a light and replied, we do indeed have quite a history. If Cassandra hadn't appeared in time to stop me, you'd probably be half dead by now. At this moment, a figure suddenly came running from the distance. Panting, he told me something terrible had happened. Meanwhile, inside the Great Hall, Archbishop Kilian appeared, having lost his consciousness. His purpose in coming here was to eliminate Cassandra. As Kilian drew closer, Ida, responsible for guarding Cassandra, immediately drew her sword and warned, Archbishop Kilian, I advise you not to cross this line. Don't blame me for disregarding our past relationship if I have to subdue you. However, just as she finished speaking, a large hand reached out from the front. You two disrespectful children, God is on my side. The next moment, a violent energy blast shot toward Ida. Although she quickly blocked it with her sword, she was still knocked down and sent sliding dozens of meters. At this point, Ida keenly noticed that the power Kilian used wasn't holy power, because he was surrounded by dark aura, without a trace of the presence an archbishop of the divine country should have. As Kilian spread his arms, a black goat emerged from the dark aura. Just as Ida wondered what kind of monster this was, a pair of massive goat horns appeared before her eyes, moving too fast for her to dodge. At this moment, her life flashed before her eyes. Am I really going to die here? Just then, with a clang, a huge shield appeared and blocked the attack. Seeing this, Ida grinned. You're late, Lord Magician, I replied expressionlessly while holding Siegfried. I'm not late. Even if I were, it would be because of your brother. Upon seeing me arrive, Kilian became more agitated, his trembling body suggesting this will be your grave. But the next second, his demeanor changed completely as he smiled and extended his hand to Siegfried. Child, come here quickly. That's not where you should be. Don't forget who raised you and showed you the path. Hearing this, Siegfried hung his head, unsure how to choose. He quietly asked me what he should do. I told him, the choice has always been yours, but you must take responsibility for your decision. At this moment, he was no longer confused. Drawing his sword, he took up a battle stance. With determined eyes, he declared, as a holy knight, I will never ally with one possessed by demons, even if it's Archbishop Kilian who raised me. These words enraged Archbishop Kilian to the point of trembling, as he couldn't accept the betrayal from Siegfried, who had always been obedient to him since childhood. However, he quickly came to terms with it, as since being touched by Harun, he had been able to hear divine revelations. God is on my side. I gave a cold laugh at this. What you heard wasn't divine revelation at all. It should be called a death sentence. And I've played along this far. Meryl, don't you think it's time to show your true face? Hearing this, Kilian gave an evil smile as a pair of massive black horns grew from his head. Through brief conversation, Meryl learned that I was the mage who had eliminated the odious monarch. Yet even so, she didn't take me seriously. Whatever means you used to defeat that odious one, you can't possibly defeat me with mere sixth circle magic. After all, I am a great demon who has survived through long ages. I looked at her with contempt. Stop putting on airs, you bastard. Though the odious monarch was just a discarded card, he was still a great demon. How could you not be anxious after seeing how thoroughly I defeated him? Hearing this, Meryl gave an evil smile. You're quite arrogant. Let's see if you can still laugh later. Her confidence came from having already sent Rhodas to the Holy Temple. Once he succeeded there, the entire divine country would fall into her hands. Then no matter what trump card I revealed, I couldn't possibly beat her. But how could I not know about her little scheme? That's why I had already arranged for Ryan to go to the Holy Temple. However, after surveying his surroundings at the temple, Ryan was completely bewildered, because everyone around looked so normal, showing no signs of demon possession. What frustrated him most was that as a swordsman, he couldn't sense any demonic or holy energy at all. Mikhail, you bastard! Why did you give me such a heavy responsibility? Just then, a bishop passed by him. His demon sword began to hum and emit a pale blue light. This sudden change immediately caught Ryan's attention. Could the demon sword identify who was possessed by demons? With this thought, he immediately called out to stop the passing bishop. Sure enough, a black goat stood on the bishop's right shoulder. This must be the demon Mikhail mentioned. Ryan immediately infused spiritual power into his demon sword and took up a battle stance. With a swoosh, a blade of spiritual energy struck down the bishop. The black goat on his shoulder was also incinerated by the spiritual power, yet Ryan felt a deep sense of unease. Suddenly, he detected a repulsive aura. Turning around, he discovered a figure had appeared in a corner of the temple. It was the demon Rhodas, disguised as Harun, who gave an evil smile. It's too late, human. Today, all of you will die here. As his words fell, thick black aura began pouring from all the bishops present. These auras continuously coalesced into black goats, growing ever larger. Seeing this, Ryan immediately raised his demon sword, but faced with so many black goats, he was momentarily at a loss. Just as the bishops were about to be consumed by the black aura and transform into monsters, countless orbs of golden light suddenly appeared in the temple. Under that radiance, the black goats let out agonized wails. The people present gradually returned to normal, freed from the black aura. Seeing this, everyone fell to their knees in excitement. This is a miracle! Our God has come to save us! Though Ryan couldn't understand what was happening, under the golden light, he could clearly sense holy power within himself. Let me test just how strong this holy power is. With a flash, the moment his demon sword pierced the ground, it created a blue barrier. As the barrier grew larger, countless blue beams of light shot forth from it. In an instant, all the black goats were blasted to dust. Meanwhile, Meryl immediately sensed what was happening at the temple. How could there be such powerful holy power there? Could a god have intervened? Seeing this, I grinned. Looks like someone's carefully laid plans of many years are about to fail. But I should thank you, actually. Thanks to you, the divine country has finally regained a touch of its long-lost piety. Realizing she had been outmaneuvered, Meryl became hideously angry. You bastard! Today I'll make you die here! As she spoke, she raised her hand to strike me dead. But the moment her released black energy approached me, a powerful green storm burst forth from within me, easily withstanding the attack. However, this thoroughly enraged Meryl. She refused to fall to a mere minor mage like me. She unleashed all her power, and the immense pressure caused the ground to crack inch by inch. Yet I remained completely calm at this sight. Normally, I shouldn't be able to counter such power, but Meryl had overlooked whether Killian's puppet body could withstand such an outburst. Moreover, this was the divine country, possessing not only the world's strongest holy power, but also being the sanctuary where God's omnipotence reached its peak. At this moment, Hekau had arrived from the temple at my side. What an impudent piece of trash, daring to cause such chaos in my divine country. The next moment, a blue pillar of light descended from the heavens, precisely striking Meryl's position. Under such powerful holy force, Meryl could only abandon this body and flee. Don't celebrate too early, Mikhail. Sooner or later, I will kill you. I gave a dismissive laugh. Go ahead and try, if you dare. Meanwhile, the bishops outside the church witnessed several pillars of light shooting straight into the sky. They all fell to their knees and clasped their hands in devotion, because at this moment, every one of them could sense that the deity, long absent from the divine country, had finally returned. The scene shifts to Meryl, who has finally escaped back to her lair in disarray. Curse you, Mikhail Walpurgis. How dare you destroy my years of planning and cost me so many hard-won souls? Next time we meet, I'll definitely take your life. But before that, Rhodas, don't you have something to explain to me? As she spoke, a black goat suddenly rushed out from beside her. With its mouth wide open, Rhodas flew straight out from within. Rhodas quickly fell to his knees before Meryl, trembling as he spoke. Great Lady Meryl, thank you for saving my life. I can explain what happened in the holy temple. Meryl's eyes turned cold upon hearing this. Your worthless life means nothing to me. As she spoke, a massive black horn pierced through Rhodas's body with a violent thrust. It's just your memories that are still useful to me. That's the only reason I brought you back. As Rhodas's body completely dissipated, only a red pill remained at the scene. Meryl picked up the pill and put it in her mouth. Now, let me see exactly what happened inside the holy temple. 3 days later, in the divine country, a hero's appointment ceremony was being held. As expected, I was successfully appointed as the 8th generation hero, Set remarked beside me. It's only been a few days since the great demon incident. How did they confirm your hero status so quickly? The divine country's efficiency is impressive. But what Set didn't know was that the divine country had no other choice but me, because yesterday Siegfried voluntarily withdrew from the hero selection. He felt lost as his firmly believed path of heroism was completely denied. Combined with Archbishop Killian's betrayal leaving him disheartened, he believed he had no right to become a hero and insisted on withdrawing from the selection, thus making me the only candidate. The moment the crown symbolizing herohood was placed upon my head, a brilliant pillar of light suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped me. This was Hekau's blessing celebrating my becoming a hero. Seeing this, Set looked unhappy. It seems that Hekau really values you, spending so much energy on you. Although I successfully became a hero in this life, I knew clearly this was just the beginning. Only from this moment did I truly gain the qualification to contend with the demon god, and to close the gap between myself and the demon god more quickly. The day after becoming a hero, I set out on a new journey with Ryan. Our destination was Count Draculian's territory. Upon learning our destination, Ryan felt like the sky was falling. He desperately questioned why Hekau would choose me as hero. Who becomes a hero just to seek death? Looking at his various dramatic outbursts, I seriously suspected he had maxed out his comedy stats. Nothing like the serious handsome guy he was in his previous life. Of course, I could understand his reaction. After all, Count Draculian's territory was a terrifying place known as the Land of No Sleep, although it was a prosperous place 100 years ago. But Count Draculian, in his pursuit of an immortal body, after he devoured nearly half of his territory's residents, the divine country sealed everything within the territory for his unforgivable crime. Ryan was still puzzled about why I insisted on going to such a terrifying place. I told him there were 2 reasons for going there. First, there's a dungeon sealed seal similar to the one in your family's territory. Second, Count Draculian's seal is about to be broken. The butler, who had been silent until now, cried out in shock. That monster is going to be unsealed? But theoretically, the sealed coffin should be impossible to open from the inside. I didn't explain much to them. After all, I couldn't tell them I was reborn, so I could only use the excuse that this was Hekau's revelation. After learning this was Hekau's will, Ryan seriously asked if I had a way to eliminate him, since Count Draculian's title of immortal monster wasn't for nothing. I gestured to Ryan to relax, indicating I already had a strategy. However, before that, you need some good training. Seeing my evil smile, Ryan trembled all over, knowing I was plotting something against him again. Sure enough, the next second, I cast a sleep spell on Ryan. The butler immediately recognized that I was casting illusion magic, implanting multiple virtual selves in Ryan's dreamscape. Then I asked the butler if he wanted to become stronger. I've specially designed a training system for you too. The butler happily agreed, but regretted it the very next second. Because my training method for him was to let a horse ride him, meaning he had to carry a horse with his magical power for 2 days and nights. After completing all this, I asked Set about information regarding the next dungeon. However, Set said my behavior counted as cheating, and as a divine messenger, she must ensure fairness. But after my repeated requests, she still revealed some clues. She told me that Draculian's reason for falling was his fear of aging and death, which was exactly the punishment this dungeon's guardian inflicted on those who failed. Set also told me that the dungeon she guarded was actually the simplest among all the Asar tombs, as other dungeons contained many beings that defied common sense. 2 days later, we arrived at Count Draculian's territory. The butler asked shakily if the training time was up, and if he could let the horse on his back return to its normal duties. After getting my permission, the butler collapsed onto the ground. This really wore me out. Then he planned to lie down on the grass for a nice nap. Seeing this, I sighed lightly. You can still sleep in this situation? Shouldn't you check your magical power first? Through inspection, the butler discovered that his magical power, stagnant for many years, had actually grown. This greatly shocked him, young master. What kind of training method did you teach me? This was an autonomous circulation training method I custom designed for the butler, which could perfectly remedy the after effects of his extreme training method from his previous life. This time, I'll definitely help you break through the 8th Circle Mage's limitations. Soon we arrived at the territory's central city. Though the desolate scene confirmed just how serious Draculian's problems had been, the barrier wall before us was a magical boundary set up to isolate contamination from both inside and out. Back then, the Divine Country sent their strongest holy knights to seal Draculian, sparing no expense on the materials needed for the seal. That's why they had always firmly believed the seal could never be broken. Unfortunately, this wall won't last much longer. At this moment, Set beside me suddenly started coughing violently because she smelled a nauseating odor here, including the contaminated areas. This place is just like a livestock pen. I chuckled at this. A livestock pen, huh? That comparison is quite fitting, Ryan asked from behind me if we were going to charge straight in. I raised my hand and pointed. No rush. Let's start our cleanup from there. What I was pointing to was a village located around the city. Upon reaching the village, we found quite a few people still living here. Ryan wondered why these people still lived here. Aren't they afraid of the sealed monsters or contamination? I explained that these people were likely survivors of that tragedy. After all, Draculian was sealed by the Divine Country after devouring half the population. The reason they still live here is probably because of the benefits. The surrounding monsters dare not approach due to their fear of the calamity Draculian left behind. Also, no lord wants to claim this place, so the residents don't need to pay taxes to the Empire. My eyes grew cold as I said this. However, this tranquility will soon be broken. Because Draculian was no incompetent fool, he had been planning for what would come after from the very moment he was sealed. The butler quietly asked me, "Did the deity mention how Draculian broke the seal? I'm really curious how a seal that's impossible to break from the inside could be undone." I indicated that he had a demon helper, though we don't know how powerful that one is yet. Then we met the village chief, who told us this place was called Piaku, currently the most prosperous area in the entire territory. The chief asked if we wanted to stay here, saying he could arrange excellent accommodations for us. I looked up at him, then enthusiastically grasped his hand and, "Thanks, chief, you're such a kind person. Finding lodging is exactly what we need right now." Ryan and the butler shuddered when they saw my professional fake smile, thinking this chief is in for big trouble. Along the way, the chief first exchanged some pleasantries with me, then suddenly changed the subject to ask why we came here. Since this place had no tourist attractions, seeing him ask so directly, I candidly stated that the purpose of our visit was to find Draculian. Hearing this, the chief immediately stopped and stared at us with a vicious look. "So, you're people from the Divine Country?" I smiled with narrowed eyes. How could that be possible? I told him we came looking for Draculian out of personal interest, because we're very interested in history. In that case, I hope you enjoy your stay. The scene shifts to us arriving at the village inn. I asked the butler what he thought of the chief. The butler stated that the man must be a demon's pawn. The technique he used to deceive us is a skill commonly used by demons, and he sees us as livestock. Our voluntarily asking to be confined saves him a lot of trouble. These few sentences made Ryan's brain explode. He couldn't understand how he suddenly became someone else's livestock. I told Ryan the butler's assessment was correct. The demons have already marked us as sacrifices. Then I raised both hands and made the shape of the number 6. Haven't you noticed that there are 6 other villages surrounding this one? 6 is the number demons are known to use to symbolize sacrifices. Ryan still expressed confusion confusion. According to what you just said, there should be 7 villages in total, which has nothing to do with the number 6 you mentioned. That's because this village serves as the massive center, with the other 6 villages surrounding it. In magical terms, this forms a grand magic array, and we are the sacrifices meant to activate this magic array. Ryan angrily slammed his fist on the table. Damn it! Are all the people here scum? How dare they do something so vicious? I gestured for Ryan to calm down. These villagers are just pawns being used. Our targets are Draculion and the demons hiding in the shadows. Ryan asked what we should do next. Are we just going to sit here and wait to be sacrificed? I told him not to worry, that I already had a plan. Now we need to meet a key person first. Then I led the 2 of them from the inn into the depths of the forest. Before long, we arrived at a massive wall. A knight in armor sat at the base of the wall, appearing to be its guardian. Suddenly, the previously motionless knight's expression turned fierce, his eyes gleaming with an eerie red light. The butler immediately recognized the other's demonic nature. Young master, shall I dispose of him? But before he could finish speaking, a cold glint flashed before his eyes. The knight had already initiated an attack against me and the butler with his spear. Seeing this, the butler lightly snapped his fingers. A shield formed of magical power appeared before him, completely blocking the knight's attack. My, this is our first meeting. Starting with violence is quite impolite. After speaking, the butler pointed his finger downward. Instantly, a terrifying pressure appeared above the knight's head, pinning him down completely. The knight's eyes widened in disbelief at his defeat. As his sense of unwillingness grew stronger, a dark aura began to spread from his body. Seeing his consciousness about to be overtaken by malice, I immediately shouted, "Stop!" This sudden shout made him tremble, and his consciousness gradually returned to normal. Then I signaled the butler to stop as well. He's fundamentally different from other demons. The knight slowly stood up and asked who we were and why we had come to this wall. Hearing this, I took out the medal symbolizing herohood from my chest. I am Mikhail Walpurgis, and as you can see, I am this generation's divinely acknowledged hero. Upon hearing this, the knight sat down heavily. He laughed self-mockingly. A hero, huh? Never thought the deity would be so late to act. Where was the deity when everything happened? What use is sending you now? I told him the deity never intended to stand idly by when the Draculion devouring incident occurred. The deity wanted to intervene, but certain unspeakable circumstances prevented the divine revelation from descending. Then I asked why he continued guarding this barrier wall without leaving. He said he was a cursed person who couldn't live with others. As he finished speaking, he tightly gripped his spear and thrust it through his own body with a squelching sound. Seeing this, Ryan's jaw dropped. He seriously suspected the person before them had masochistic tendencies. Why else would he hurt himself for no reason? But the next second his pupils contracted, unable to believe what he was seeing. The knight's horrific wound had healed completely in the blink of an eye. This guy possesses immortality, an ability only demons have. Realizing this, Ryan moved to strike him down without hesitation, but I told Ryan to sheath his sword, saying he wasn't our enemy. Ryan loudly demanded to know why. This guy clearly has immortality. He must be Draculion's dog. The knight also asked why I didn't try to kill him. Isn't that your duty as a hero? I told him I wouldn't do that, because as a hero I cannot treat someone who wishes to become human as a monster. Isn't that right, Cephas Draculion? Looking at this familiar face, I remembered the man from my previous life who fought endlessly to become human again. He was once known to the world as the Blood Spear, and after slaying countless demons with his spear, he earned the title of Immortal King. During the Draculion calamity, he had tried multiple times to stop his wayward father's atrocities. In the end, he was just another victim fighting against fate. When they heard me call out his name, Ryan and the butler were clearly stunned. This guy is actually Draculion's son? Since you know my identity, what do you plan to do with me? I indicated I wouldn't do anything to him, but I hope you can help me with something. Help me give your father, Draculion, eternal rest. Hearing this, Cephas was stunned for a moment, then gave a self-mocking laugh. It seems I truly have no choice. I can agree to your request, but first you need to hear some things. After Cephas agreed to help me deal with Draculion, he led me through a secret passage to the other side of the wall, to the contaminated zone known to the world as the Land of Unknown. Looking at the desolate and dilapidated town before me, even though I was mentally prepared, I was still deeply shocked by the tragic scene. Draculion must die, and this contaminated zone's problems must be resolved immediately. Cephas told me not to be fooled by the current desolate scene. This was once one of the Empire. Back then, my father was a steady and reliable lord, and the territory's residents loved and respected him. But everything changed dramatically after my father discovered a dungeon. I asked coldly, "Your father tried to conquer the dungeon and failed, didn't he?" "Yes, my father did fail, and after he came out of that dungeon, he went mad overnight." As he said this, he tightly closed his eyes, trying not to recall those painful memories. I frowned slightly. This news about Draculion going mad was something I hadn't heard in my previous life. After walking for a while, Cephas stopped. "We're here. This is the dungeon discovered in our territory." Looking at the entrance shrouded in rainbow-colored light, I marveled. There are dungeons like this too? This is so much better than that gloomy dungeon Set guards. Hearing this, Set's face darkened. "Don't think you can get any information about this place from me. However, I can tell you one thing. This tomb's guardian is a kind-hearted girl, but it seems she has strayed from her path." "Thanks for the warning," I said, then raised my hand to begin analyzing the dungeon. As my right hand continued to probe, the dungeon suddenly burst with brilliant white light that enveloped all of us. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in an unfamiliar place, my appearance having reverted to that of my previous life. I stood up and observed my surroundings. finding that the previously dark sky had cleared, and even the land once contaminated by the demon god had been restored. Just as I was wondering what had happened, several familiar voices suddenly sounded from behind me. I immediately turned my head toward the voices. My companions from my previous life were smiling at me. "Thanks to you, Mikhail, we finally defeated the demon god." The nun sat beside me and told me what happened while I was unconscious, saying my 10th circle magic was incredibly powerful, destroying the demon god and its army in a single strike, and even bringing everyone back to life. "Thank you, Mikhail. You brought an end to everything." I looked into the distance with a faint smile. "It's nothing. Indeed, such an ending would be beautiful. But no matter how good the ending, it was just a beautiful dream. It was time to go back." The nun asked me when I realized this was all an illusion. I gave her a confident smile. "Don't worry, this won't remain just an illusion. In the future, we'll definitely be able to live such a wonderful life." Hearing this, a smile appeared on the nun's face. "I believe in you, Mikhail. We're counting on you for the future." As she finished speaking, her body gradually dissipated, and the surrounding space returned to its blank white state. At this moment, a girl suddenly appeared above me, telling me, "It's okay to relax a little. Here, you can have everything you want." The speaker was this dungeon's guardian, Nefertiti, who was responsible for managing divine artifacts. I had originally wanted Set to come out and chat with her colleague to help me obtain the divine artifact more easily, but found my shoulder empty. She hadn't come in at all. After landing, Nefertiti slowly walked toward me. "Since you're not here to seek rest in this illusion, you must be after the divine artifact in my possession." I closed my eyes and confirmed, "That's right, but before that I need to confirm something. You should know about Draculian." Nefertiti nodded, indicating he was the last challenger. "Then he must have seen his heart's desire in an illusion like I did. Do you know what he's become because of you? He not only treats his territory's residents as sacrifices, but he himself has become a monster." Hearing this, Nefertiti merely said softly, "I'm sorry. I deeply regret his actions." Her indifferent attitude completely angered me. "I thought about many things before coming here. I know you're a very kind person, using illusions to show everyone the scenes they most desire in their hearts. Honestly, your kindness isn't bad, but only if you hadn't crossed the line." Then I questioned whether this dungeon had been breached. After hearing this, Nefertiti lowered her head, but her silent response confirmed my suspicions. That the dungeon wasn't breached under normal circumstances. This guardian had violated the rules and done something she shouldn't have. Because while Draculian had clearly failed to conquer the dungeon, he still obtained the divine artifact, making the meaning quite obvious. That Nefertiti had given the divine artifact to Draculian of her own accord. Nefertiti praised me for being clever, able to see through everything at a glance. I turned and said, "Was it that difficult? As a guardian of divine artifacts, you now barely possess any of the divine presence unique to such items. Anyone could tell the divine artifact is no longer in this dungeon." Then I recounted the tragedy triggered by her cheap sympathy. After obtaining the divine artifact, Draculian not only devoured hundreds of thousands of innocent citizens, but also contaminated vast territories into dead zones where no living being could survive. After hearing this, Nefertiti lowered her head even further, repeatedly mumbling apologies. Then I learned from her the reason behind Draculian's atrocities. That Draculian had challenged the dungeon countless times, and during these repeated attempts, he gradually became lost in the beautiful illusions where he could recover what he had lost. If we interpret his pursuit of immortality this way, his true goal wasn't eternal life at all, but to make the illusion real, to resurrect his dead wife. Damn it. To think this catastrophe's true cause was someone's love-addled desire to revive his wife. At this point, Nefertiti asked if I was going to punish her. I indicated I had no such intention. However, "You must compensate me. I don't want much. Just consider me as having conquered this dungeon and transfer its management rights to me." Nefertiti closed her eyes and agreed to my request. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Ryan was frantically shaking my body, nearly dislocating my bones. At this moment, Set came close and asked what I had obtained in the dungeon. As she noticed I didn't have the divine artifact's aura, I told her the divine artifact wasn't inside, so I asked the guardian for something else. From now on, this entire dungeon belongs to me. The butler was shocked. "Young master, this action essentially means you've taken Draculian's territory." I chuckled and confirmed. "That's right. He took my divine artifact, so I took his territory. Fair's fair." Then Cephas asked if I could tell him what happened in the dungeon, wanting to know what his father had experienced inside. I indicated I didn't know much, but one thing is certain. He's firmly trapped in the past, trapped in his longing for your mother. Hearing this, Cephas's body trembled as he mumbled, "So that's what it was." I told him, regardless of the reason, Draculian's evil deeds cannot be forgiven. "I hope you understand this." Cephas gripped his spear tightly and assured me, "As his son, I will definitely give my father peace. This might be the best thing I can do for him. That's the right way to think about it. Now I have a task for you. I want you to temporarily become Count Draculian." It turned out that after I gained control of the dungeon, the village chief hurriedly reported our evening's activities to the sage. He suspected we were spies from the divine country, as our appearance didn't match that of tourists. And what tourist would visit the barrier wall late at night? The sage told him not to worry about it, just keep the villagers calm and prevent them from leaving the village. After giving the village chief this task and dismissing him, the sage immediately revealed his true nature. "Are they from the divine country? Interesting. Should we just kill them all?" Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. It was the village chief who had just left, returning with a shout, Sage, something terrible has happened. Draculian seems to have been resurrected and appeared in the village. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, Cephas was impersonating his father Draculian as I had requested, emanating the terrifying pressure of immortality with each step. Seeing this, the villagers fled in panic, crying out as they ran, "Help! The demon Draculian has been resurrected! Where is the guard?" But the guards were scared too, their hands shaking so much they could barely hold their weapons. To create even more panic among the residents, Cephas stepped forward with his spear. With a light throw, he pierced and shattered the city wall 2.5 meters away. This terrifying display of power scared 2 guards so badly they wet themselves and cried out for their mothers. Seeing the goal was achieved, Cephas left with a parting, "I'll be back," and departed from the village. After returning to my side, he expressed his confusion about why I had him impersonate his father to frighten the villagers away. That was to smoke out those hiding behind the scenes, I told Cephas. The demons want to use a magic array to sacrifice the villagers, so we need to make the people realize this place isn't safe and want to flee. This way, those behind the scenes will have to intervene, because they absolutely won't allow their sacrifices to escape. The next day, the village chief was desperately pleading with residents not to leave the village, but due to the psychological trauma from Draculian's appearance yesterday, no one was willing to stay. And this chaotic situation was exactly what I wanted to see. As long as the village chief couldn't stabilize the situation, those behind the scenes would surely appear. Sure enough, as I expected, before long, a smiling elderly man approached, someone everyone called Sage. I frowned and thought, this person's attire indeed matched that of someone from the divine country, but why couldn't I remember such a figure? Everyone, please be at ease. The one who raided the village last night wasn't Draculian, but that evil aura was uniquely Draculian's, the sage explained. If it really was that monster Draculian who came here, he would have contaminated this entire area. Look at the ground beneath your feet. Do you see any trace of death or undead energy here? His words helped ease the residents' worried hearts. Then the sage told them, yesterday's incident was maliciously caused by outsiders, because those in power outside have begun to covet this place. They want to destroy our village's peace. While the sage was still rambling on about unity and such, the people present suddenly had their pupils dilate, followed by their eyes rolling back. This sudden change caught me by surprise. I thought he was just making excuses, but his true purpose was brainwashing. The sage had now torn off his hypocritical mask. With an evil smile, he was performing mind control on everyone. Seeing this, my anger instantly peaked, because what I hate most is mind control. Robbing others of their will and turning them into puppets is the most disgusting thing. Seeing my expression, the butler immediately stepped behind me, thinking the sage was in for serious trouble. Then I approached the sage while clapping, "Oh, respected former sage, you've earned my admiration." So once one reaches your level, even lies can be told so grandly. At this point, the sage recognized me as the outsider the village chief mentioned, warning that, as an outsider, I had no right to interfere in village affairs. Indeed, as an outsider, I have no right to interfere in this matter. But unfortunately, this time I'm here as a hero, I said as I drew out my staff. Although mind control had always been the most troublesome among demon abilities, frustrating me endlessly in my previous life, after being reborn, I discovered the simplest, most brutal solution. That is, strike hard and directly. If you beat someone until they question their existence, they won't have the energy to control others' bodies anymore. Getting fired up, I launched into a combo attack, my fists raining down on the sage like raindrops. The villagers had never seen such a brutal hero, all crying out that I must be an imposter, demanding I release their sage. But the more they questioned, the more excited I became. I told myself I must not be hitting hard enough. They hadn't broken free from the mind control yet. Thinking this, I slapped the sage's face 99 times while shouting loudly, "You damn demon! Get out of the sage's body right now!" After all, some villagers had regained consciousness, so I needed to find a suitable excuse for my continued beating. Like, for example, a kind sage possessed by a demon. By now, the sage was nearly beaten unconscious, but I still swung my fists with an evil grin. "You vile demon, I know you're still in the sage's body, get out right now!" Seeing my fist about to fall again, the sage hurriedly explained he wasn't a demon, but how could I give him a chance to speak? I blasted his face with a lightning bolt. "Shut your foul mouth, demon! I won't be deceived by you!" Some kind-hearted villagers couldn't bear to watch. "Hero, please stop. Even if the sage is possessed by a demon, he'll die if you continue." "Don't worry," I told them. "A hero's fists carry divine power. They only affect demons, so the sage won't die." After speaking, I stomped heavily on the sage's face again. Finally, the sage passed out under my repeated loving care. After breaking his mind control, I told everyone about Draculian's imminent revival. "I'm sorry, everyone, but this demon possessing the sage has prematurely released Draculian." After speaking, I couldn't help but kick him a few more times. The villagers were now too panicked to care about the sage's fate. "Hero, please save us." Finally, under my suggestion, all the residents temporarily evacuated their villages. After resolving all this, it was time to have a heart-to-heart with the dear sage. After I woke him up, he terrifiedly claimed I was a fake, saying he hadn't received any news about the divine country selecting a hero. I coldly responded, "You're not receiving news doesn't mean I'm not real. After all, Meryl is too busy to send you information now. Then I learned the full story of the Draculian incident from him. Because the demons couldn't breach the dungeon but coveted its divine artifact, Meryl had ordered him to manipulate Draculian to obtain it. At that time, Draculian had just lost his wife and was trapped in overwhelming grief, so you deceived him, claiming he could resurrect his wife if he conquered the dungeon. Until finally, the horrifying Draculian calamity erupted. But you didn't expect the divine country to react so quickly, sealing Draculian before you could get the divine artifact. So you were forced to stay and help gather sacrifices to break his seal and obtain the artifact. The sage cried out madly. So what if you know all this now? Draculian has already absorbed most of the sacrifices. You can't stop his revival. True, I can't stop him, but you can, can't you? I said, extending my right hand with an evil grin. The technique that created Draculian came from you, so naturally you must know how to undo it. Then I grabbed his face. Immediately, a pale blue spiritual energy spread from my palm. The sage's face contorted as his soul was being extracted. You bastard! You're more demonic than we demons! Hearing this, I chuckled. If becoming a demon is what it takes to completely kill creatures like you, I don't mind being one. Through extracting the sage's soul, I learned that he had placed a technique called reversal on Draculian. This was a technique that used magical incantations to break bodily limits, continuously absorbing power from divine artifacts to nourish oneself, thereby achieving immortality. This gave me a headache. Not only had Meryl upgraded the divine artifact, but she had also created quite a troublesome spell. Fortunately, I learned the original incantation for reversal from the sage's mind. Otherwise, breaking this technique would have taken who knows how much time and effort. By now, the sage was in tears from my torture. Go to hell, you trash! As he finished speaking, he concentrated light magic in his hand. With a bang, both his body and soul were annihilated in holy light. Outside, Ryan and the others heard the commotion. How's it going, Mikhail? Did you find a way to deal with Draculian? I nodded to indicate everything was ready. We can now head to Draculian's sealed location. Soon our group arrived outside the luxurious Count's mansion. Looking at this long, unseen building, a flash of pain crossed Cephas's eyes, for it was here that his father had turned him into an immortal monster. At the time, he had desperately begged his father to stop, but all he got in response was his father asking, "Aren't you happy?" Though he could sense his father harbored no ill will, and simply wanted him to achieve immortality, he couldn't accept becoming a monster as the price for power. What a twisted form of fatherly love. Before entering the mansion, I seriously asked Cephas, "Do you really have the courage to raise your blade against your father? If it's too difficult, you don't have to face him. We understand your situation." But Cephas's response was exceptionally firm. Rather than enable my father's corruption, I'd rather be an unfilial son who puts righteousness first. With these words, he reached out with both hands and pushed open the mansion's doors. Upon entering the room, roses filled my vision. Surprisingly, this place was quite romantic, without a hint of horror. The butler whispered in my ear, asking when Draculian could break the seal. I replied that he could come out right now if he wanted to. However, judging by the current situation, he probably didn't want to leave his coffin yet, but that wouldn't stop me. As I spoke, I pulled out my staff. Cephas, you wouldn't mind if I tear down your house, would you? After getting the homeowner's permission, I raised my staff and cast the 5th circle earth hole magic. In an instant, the entire area began to shake violently, as if hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Just then, an angry roar came from the coffin. "You dare destroy my mansion? You've already stepped into the afterlife." As soon as these words were spoken, a large hand stretched out from the smoke. Seeing this, I grinned. "Finally forced you out of your shell, you coward." After emerging, Draculian's face was grave. Instead of attacking immediately, he carefully observed our strength one by one. But soon he noticed a familiar figure among the crowd. "Is that you, Cephas? Come here, my son. These people want to destroy this mansion. Destroy this place full of your mother's memories. They are enemies to both father and son." Cephas didn't respond to his words, but lowered his head and shouted, "That was a long time ago. After you willingly became a demon, Mother's presence vanished from this place forever." Hearing this, Draculian hastily explained, "No, son, listen to me. That person told me how to resurrect your mother. Once we have the divine artifact, we can reunite as a family soon. If you're talking about that demon, I'm afraid I've already eliminated him with my own hands." Draculian's eyes widened instantly, as if he'd heard something impossible. "I told Draculian, you'd better accept purification while you can. Whatever your plans are, they can never become reality." At this moment, hatred surged in Draculian's eyes. "Don't you dare stop me from resurrecting my beloved. Die, you annoying insects." As Draculian was about to go berserk, Cephas gritted his teeth and charged forward. "Father, please don't blame me. On the day Mother left, she asked me to take good care of you, but I couldn't stop you from becoming a demon. Now I can only send you to your next life." Just as his spear was about to pierce Draculian, a blood mist suddenly dispersed from the latter's body, easily blocking the attack. Despair filled Cephas's face. That strike had consumed all his strength, yet he still couldn't give his father a final send-off. He was now completely lost. I patted his shoulder, indicating he'd done well enough. "Leave the rest to me." Watching my back, Cephas's expression showed a trace of guilt. He knew he had hesitated when facing his father, despite knowing the other had long since become a demon, an unforgivable heretic. Hearing this, I smiled slightly. "You needn't feel guilty. After all, he He is your only family in this world. The fact that you pointed your spear at him proves you were prepared to bear the name of an unfilial son for life. That is enough. As a hero, how could I let you bear such a burden for life? Let me handle the purification from here. After speaking, I immediately used circle expansion magic to increase my mana. At this moment, Draculian launched his attack, sweeping his hand to send dozens of skull heads flying toward me. Seeing this, I immediately activated multiple holy hammer spells. Dozens of blue light pillars descended from the sky, precisely striking down all the skull heads on the field. However, during this time, Draculian had already condensed the blood mist into a crimson spear. With lightning speed, he thrust the spear at me faster than the eye could follow. Ryan quickly moved in front of me to block the attack. The collision of sword and spear produced a piercing screech. Afterward, Ryan's arms trembled uncontrollably. This guy's strength is unbelievable. Even if he were to fight 3 swordmasters simultaneously, he probably wouldn't lose. The butler asked what we should do, saying we were no match for Draculian at this rate, as his immortal body provided him with endless power. I indicated that while there was a way to eliminate him, I needed more time to accomplish it. As we spoke, Draculian summoned more menacing skeletons to attack us. I raised my hand and cast multiple fire wall spells. Instantly, a wall of roaring flames formed to protect us. Ryan and the butler prepared for battle. Mikhail, focus on your preparation. No matter how long you need, we'll buy you that time. At this moment, the silent Cephas also stepped forward to help. He had now completely let go of his inner demons regarding his father. His only wish was for his father Draculian to rest in peace. When Draculian saw his son truly standing against him, he couldn't understand why his son had to oppose him when everything he'd done was to resurrect his mother. All these years, he had been following the sage's guidance. When told sacrifices were needed, he sacrificed nearly half the territory's residents. When told he needed the divine artifact from the dungeon, he challenged the dungeon without hesitation, never giving up even when bloodied and beaten. He even moved the tomb guardian Nefertiti to willingly break the rules and give him the divine artifact. Thinking of this, Draculian roared. I was so close to resurrecting my dead wife and all the sacrificed residents. Why must you stop me now? Facing his father's accusations, Cephas shouted angrily. Why can't you understand you've been used? That sage never intended to help fulfill your wish. He only wanted to create a monster to serve his purpose. Hearing this, Draculian halted his attack, fear appearing on his face. You must be lying to me. How could everything I've done be in vain? At this moment, he recalled the sage's warning. In the future, you will be tormented by false visions. Only by overcoming them can you fulfill your heart's desire. Thinking of this, Draculian unhesitatingly formed a blood-red energy ball. All of you must die. Once I eliminate these illusions, my wife and child will return to me. At that moment, a pure white figure stood before him. Seeing this, Draculian froze. A white mage, could you be the divine country's new hero? Taking advantage of his momentary pause, I immediately cast the 6th circle holy light magic. A dazzling white light burst forth from my chest. It instantly dissolved Draculian's blood energy ball and incinerated both his hands. However, with his immortal body's almost abnormal healing ability, he restored his arms in the blink of an eye. Don't get too cocky, brat. Hero or not, this is my territory. With those words, he raised his hand. Using blood essence, he created hundreds of crimson spears. Having witnessed the power of this attack before, I knew well that our small group couldn't withstand so many blood spears. However, you're not the only one who possesses a divine artifact. After summoning Set, I asked if she could forcibly control Draculian for 3 minutes, because I obtained the reversal spell by cracking open the sage's head, and now there are 3 minutes left until the spell breaking is activated. Set indicated it wouldn't be a problem. She could manage not just 3 minutes, but even 2.5 hours if needed. Then, with a humming sound, an intense green storm instantly swept across the entire area. Trapped within the wind wall, Draculian was aghast. This is the power of a divine artifact. How could you possess such power? I chuckled. If scum like you can possess a divine artifact, isn't it natural for me, a hero, to guard one? Moreover, I earned my artifact through my own efforts, unlike yours that was given out of pity. So don't think you can escape my storm, Draculian sneered. Even if your artifact is stronger than mine, time is always on my side. Do you think your brief lifespan can compete with my immortality? At worst, I'll wear you down over a century until you die. I held up one finger. I have no intention of dragging this out. Better cherish your final minute. As the countdown ended, dozens of magic circles connected by rings appeared behind me. After I uttered the words, cancel immortality, all the blood spears shattered simultaneously. Draculian's arms exploded the instant they touched the magic array. He discovered in horror that his arms wouldn't regenerate. Only then did he realize that his proud immortal body had lost its immortality property under my attack. Even so, he refused to believe I could destroy his immortal body, as that would require infinite life force and magical power. His doubt was understandable. With my current power, achieving this would indeed seem impossible. Unfortunately for him, while he merely possessed a divine artifact in this dungeon, I held administrative rights over the entire dungeon. Draculian still shouted, I've long since become the artifact's master. Even as dungeon lord, you have no right to control its power. Haven't I told you? Your artifact was obtained through the guardian's pity. Such rule-breaking methods won't be acknowledged by Ashar. As Dungeon Lord, I naturally have the authority to control it. Is that so? Draculian lay on the ground with a dejected expression. To think all my painstaking efforts have amounted to nothing in the end. As he closed his eyes awaiting death, a pair of hands gently cradled his head. Father, please don't run away this time. You need to apologize for the calamity you've caused. Child, I've done no wrong. Everything I did was to bring back your mother. At this moment, Cephas could no longer contain his emotions and shouted, "If you be blameless, what sin did those people commit who were caught up in your greed? And what about me, forced to bear the burden of everyone's sacrifices? Do you know how much I hate this immortality you bestowed upon me? Because of it, I was abandoned by the world for so long, and from now on, I'll probably live while resenting this blessing you gave me." Seeing his son's profound sorrow, Draculian finally felt regret for his past actions. Though he desperately wished for his son's forgiveness in his final moments, he dared not hope for it, knowing the immense harm his actions had caused Cephas. At this moment, Cephas's voice sounded again by his ear. Hearing this, Draculian slowly raised his head. "But father, regardless of your wrongs, you're still the person I love most. I'll live on well to atone for your sins. I hope you and mother can live happily together in the next world." When his gaze fell upon the happy family photo of the three of them on the wall, he finally let go of his obsession and the demons that had haunted him for years. "I'm sorry, child. I've caused you so much trouble. Please take good care of the territory's residents from now on." With these words, he thrust his hand into his own heart. Immediately, a stone emanating red light appeared in his palm. "Hero, this is the divine artifact you wanted. I no longer need it from now on." I spoke coldly. "Don't you have anything more to say to Cephas?" He reached out and stroked Cephas's cheek. "I don't think it's necessary. My son has grown up. I only have one thing to say. Son, I've been so sorry all this time. After resolving the Draculian incident, I brought the divine artifact to the dungeon." Nefertiti immediately understood my purpose. "You wish to have the divine artifact imprinted on your body, don't you?" After receiving my affirmative response, she stated that I had passed the dungeon's trial and was indeed qualified to receive the imprint. With that, she raised her hand and began the imprinting process. The next moment, golden flower petals spread across my right cheek. Then, a flower petal pattern appeared on my right hand. Just before I prepared to leave, I asked Nefertiti about her thoughts on this incident. Nefertiti admitted it was all her fault. She had originally hoped Draculian would use the divine artifact to bestow blessings, never imagining he would do such things. "This is indeed your fault. You should have thought carefully before giving him the divine artifact. As punishment, I will not close this dungeon, and you should use this opportunity to reflect carefully. Perhaps new challengers will arrive soon. Of course, I will be watching your every move during this time." After dealing with Nefertiti, I began addressing the land pollution issue. However, I discovered that the contaminated land had not recovered with Draculian's death. Instead, it showed signs of worsening. I had no choice but to use divine power to begin manual purification, though the efficiency was rather disappointing. Set told me that completely resolving the pollution in this area would take at least a year. We had no obligation to stay here as guardians, especially since we had more important matters to attend to. I smiled helplessly at his words. "Who said I would purify this land personally? Have you forgotten my father is Marquis Walpurgis? For magical families like ours, resolving such pollution is merely a matter of spending some extra money. As for this land, I have greater plans for it." Just then, Ryan's voice sounded from behind. I turned to see him running hurriedly towards me. "Mikhail, someone of noble status has arrived in the village. Their rank is incredibly high. You must come back with me to see." I smiled and said there was no need. "The person you're referring to must be Duke Lindell." Ryan was startled. "How did you know that?" "Don't tell me you can read minds." "I can't read minds, it's just that His Grace the Duke is standing right behind you." Later, the Duke and I went to a small tavern where he explained the purpose of his visit. He had come on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor to reward me, because you completely resolved the Draculian incident, helped the Empire eliminate a potential threat, and enabled this territory to be reclaimed by the Empire. "So, Mikhail, have you decided what you want?" I glanced at Duke Lindell. Offering rewards right away didn't quite match his cunning fox persona. However, I had already decided on my reward. I directly stated that I wanted to establish a restricted zone. The cunning Duke Lindell immediately caught my meaning. I wanted to take all of Draculian's former territory and establish my own autonomous region. With a loud bang, Duke Lindell's fist slammed onto the wooden table. "Mikhail, do you understand what you're saying?" His eyes suddenly widened as he spoke. Immediately, an extremely terrifying pressure descended upon me. I was exasperated. Was this the only trick Duke Lindell knew? When I first returned to life and went to break off the engagement with Eileen, he had used his pressure to intimidate me. Now that I had become a hero, such tactics were useless against me. Seeing how calmly I withstood his pressure, Lindell was somewhat surprised, thinking, has this fellow's strength improved so rapidly? "Mikhail, establishing a restricted zone within the Empire's territory violates the law. You're knowingly breaking it. I cannot grant this reward you seek." I spoke calmly, "Your Grace. If this were ordinary land, I wouldn't dare make such a request. But do you understand how many troops would be needed to protect this territory?" The Duke held up one finger, indicating that a Count's garrison force would be sufficient. I interrupted him directly. Your Grace, are you mistaken? This place requires at least the entire military force of a duchy. Lyndall rose abruptly. Impossible. No matter how dangerous demons are, there's no need to commit such a large force. That's because you don't truly understand demons. Battles against demons are fundamentally different from battles against humans. Combat between humans is ultimately just a test of strength between nations. But fighting demons is a battle between species. Those creatures are not only formidable but also harbingers of misfortune. To completely eliminate a demon, one needs the blessing of divine power. Duke Lindell pondered for a moment. I understand what you're saying, but I don't see the connection between establishing a restricted zone and demons. Seeing his hesitation, I revealed my plan. I intend to provide sanctuary here for non-human beings and victims twisted by black magic or demonic influence. They all possess tremendous fighting power, and with proper training, they could all become demon hunters. Seeing the Duke still silent, I suggested he consider it from another angle. Once the Empire has a restricted zone, it's equivalent to possessing the power to suppress demons. Moreover, the capital just experienced the major demon incident with the odious monarch. I believe His Majesty the Emperor will agree to my proposal. Since you've made your case, I'll report to His Majesty immediately. Let us await the Emperor's decree here. Afterward, I went to the cemetery to find Cephas, who was paying respects to his parents. I asked about his future plans, and then told him I could help resolve his immortality issue. Although the curse of immortality is one of the most complex curses. With my theoretical knowledge as a Nine-Circle Grand Mage from my previous life, I can break it given enough time. But as soon as I spoke, Cephas refused, saying that after this incident, he deeply understood that demons must not exist in this world. If he lost his immortality, he would become an ordinary person and lose his ability to eliminate demons. I was pleased with his thinking. After all, in my previous life, he had been known as the King of Immortals, the strongest demon hunter. My only concern now was his desire for revenge. While hatred for demons wasn't necessarily bad in my view, being consumed by vengeance would be his greatest misfortune. Therefore, my greatest responsibility to Cephas would be ensuring he never crosses the line. I smiled and told Cephas that I would help him with his revenge, promising not to let a single demon escape. Then I proceeded to explain my restricted zone plan to Cephas. I revealed everything about transforming this territory into a domain for hunters, developing strategies against demon attacks, and my current negotiations with His Majesty the Emperor. I wonder if you'd be interested in becoming the leader of demon hunters in my territory. Cephas was stunned by my words. Though he wanted to accept, he believed that as a member of the Draculian family and the son of the man who caused this catastrophe, he had no right to hold such a leadership position. I gave him a confident smile. My judgment of people has always been excellent. In the last battle, you demonstrated the necessary courage and determination. So please, stand proud. No one is more suited for this position than you. Upon hearing these words, Cephas knelt before me. My hero, I am willing to accept your appointment. Thus, I successfully established my own power base. Now all that remained was to await word from His Majesty the Emperor. Upon receiving news of my desire to establish an autonomous territory, the Emperor immediately summoned my father, Marquis Walpurgis. To be frank, Marquis, I am displeased with your son's actions. Heroes and mages were meant to be separate entities, yet your son has managed to combine them. This already poses a threat to the Empire's rule, and now he dares to demand Draculian's land for his autonomous territory. Perhaps you should explain this to me. The Marquis was equally helpless, expressing that Mikhail's situation was beyond his control. Is he not your son? The Emperor inquired with curiosity. Your Majesty, pardon my frankness, but that fellow is a rebellious son. I couldn't control him at home, and now that he's out in the world, I have even less influence over him. Just like with the Draculian incident and his idea to establish a restricted zone, he didn't give me the slightest hint beforehand. Moreover, I believe we shouldn't dwell on who became a hero, but rather understand what selecting a new hero means. Has your Majesty heard about the recent major demon incident in the capital? You mean how the odious monarch built up their forces right under my nose? That was indeed quite vexing, the Marquis continued. Heroes emerged specifically to combat demons. Therefore, attempting to predict a hero's actions is meaningless. The Emperor gave a cold laugh, understanding the Marquis's implication. Are you not simply saying that heroes should be uncontrollable? Then he stood and told the Marquis, I did not summon you here for idle discussion. I have already approved your son's request for an autonomous territory, but as his father, should you not show some gratitude? Perhaps it is time for you to do something for me. Seeing the cunning smile on the Emperor's face, the Marquis knew he had been thoroughly set up by his troublesome son. However, the current situation left him no room for refusal, so he could only reluctantly agree to the Emperor's demands. On the same day they concluded their discussion, I received an imperial decree from the capital. It stated that from this day forward, the territory formerly belonging to Draculian would be transformed into Mikhail Walpurgis's divine autonomous territory. I then conveyed this news to Cephas and presented him with a badge. I informed him that this badge was a magical artifact I had crafted personally. It would not only serve as a symbol of his position as the territory territory's proxy lord, but also conceal the evil aura emanating from his immortal body. This way, you can help me manage all affairs within the territory without concern of people discovering your Draculian family heritage. Cephas could not comprehend why I would entrust the territory to him. I explained that as a hero, I could not remain here permanently, so finding a proxy lord was necessary. As the leader of demon hunters, you will need to stay here to train other hunters. Moreover, as a member of the Draculian family, you know this land's affairs better than anyone else. From any perspective, you are the most suitable candidate. I then assured him that I would not depart immediately, promising to take good care of this land for the next 3 months. Our first task now is to search for hunters hiding in the shadows. Upon returning home, Ryan immediately questioned me. Mikhail, do you truly intend to stay here for 3 months? Is that not excessive? I explained that this time was necessary, as I needed to establish a solid foundation for the territory. After speaking, I shifted my gaze to the two of them. Besides, you both should take time to train patiently. After experiencing these demon incidents, you need time to process everything, especially you, Ryan. Compared to when we first met, your combat ability has improved dramatically, but you must sense that your Mouliere Aurore training method still has room for improvement. If you wish to become stronger, my advice is to grow resilient like a weed. Subsequently, under my arrangement, Ryan went to eliminate all magical creatures around the territory. As for the butler, my suggestion was even simpler. I opened the door and made a gesture of invitation. Indeed, the training I arranged for my butler was to run 1,000 kilometers, because a healthy spirit stems from a healthy physique. For a butler who is about to reach the 8th circle of magic, the primary goal is to develop a strong physical condition. Upon hearing this, the butler looked resistant, saying, "Young master, how could I possibly run that far? Isn't this a death sentence for me?" Seeing his reaction, I laughed and placed my hand on his shoulder. "What are you talking about? I remember you once carried a horse that could run for 3 days and nights. This time, with no load, running 1,000 kilometers is nothing." After saying this, I didn't care whether the butler wanted to or not, and directly dragged him out of the room. "Butler, I'll be watching you at all times. You know the consequences if you dare to slack off." After establishing the training regimen for Ryan and my butler, I began to transform this land. The first issue that needed to be addressed was cultivation. Looking at the soil beneath my feet, cracked into countless tiny fragments, Set believed that this land had lost its vitality and would be unable to nurture new life. But when she saw the cunning smile on my face, she knew I definitely had a plan. "Mikhail, what are you going to do? It's simple. What the soil lacks now is life force. As long as we can replenish it, that's all that matters. And we happen to know someone who can control all the life essence in the world." After saying this, I stretched out my hand and wrote a string of magical incantations in the void. Immediately, an emerald green light appeared in my palm, and when Set saw the item in my hand, her face was filled with disbelief, because what I was holding was the seeds of the world tree, and not just one, but a handful. She anxiously asked what I had done to Yogg. Because the seeds of the world tree are produced only once every 100 years, and each seed is incredibly precious. And these in my hand were essentially all of Yogg's most treasured possessions. Based on her understanding of Yogg, she would never have given me all these seeds. I gestured to Set not to panic. Yogg had indeed given me a world tree seed, but only one. These seeds are merely copies I created using magic based on the original. Although they lack the massive life force of a true world tree seed, they are more than sufficient for the current situation. And the moment the seeds touched the ground, the soil that came into contact with the seeds instantly grew lush green trees. Seeing the scene, Set's jaw dropped. "You can do something like this? Are you even human?" I helplessly chuckled. I couldn't very well tell her this was actually a work from my previous life. However, in this life, due to my insufficient magical level, these seeds are actually inferior, with only a 1-year lifespan. Once that time is up, they will no longer be able to grow. But regardless, these trees are sufficient to cover the entire territory, and they can suppress the demons within a year. At this point, Set asked who would manage the trees. I indicated that I would entrust Nefertiti with this task, as she has always felt indebted to me because of the divine artifact incident. Set nodded approvingly at my suggestion. With a kind-hearted Nefertiti taking care of them, these trees would surely grow well. "Have you given them a name?" she asked. Hearing this, I paused. I genuinely hadn't thought about a name. How about calling them the Trees of Dreams? Set looked disgusted. "Your naming skills are truly terrible." Soon, several days passed, and at this moment, I was conversing with my father through a magic crystal. Having resolved the cultivation issue, the only remaining problem in the territory was the pollution left by Draculian. "Father, my territory needs the support of the Walpurgis family. I've sent you everything we need. Please deliver it to me as soon as possible." "You're quite bold, hero. Do you know that because of you, I was recently severely reprimanded by His Majesty the Emperor?" As he spoke, my father pulled out the rod he used when he was a close combat mage. "Seriously, Mikhail, if you weren't my only son, I would undoubtedly break your legs without hesitation." Afterward, we had an extremely harmonious conversation. The final result was that my father, with eyes blazing, agreed to all of my requests. "By the way, son, although I've absorbed most of the pressure from His Majesty, the Emperor still wants you to visit the capital. He wishes to have a serious discussion about the matter of the hero." Upon hearing this, I felt a headache coming on, feeling that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. However, since it was a direct order from the Emperor, I had no choice but to make a trip to the capital. At this moment, my butler was performing the strength training I had prescribed, doing 10,000 1,000 push-ups while carrying a massive stone. I called the butler to a halt, telling him that I was going to the capital and that the trip would not be too long. I requested him to handle the territory's affairs during my absence. The butler, upon learning that I was going to meet the emperor, was stunned. "Young master, when did you offend his majesty again?" The next morning, I boarded the carriage to the capital early. Set looked around, curious about why Ryan wasn't accompanying me. "Aren't you two supposed to be inseparable?" "Don't talk nonsense. Ryan and I have a completely normal brotherly relationship. I'm not interested in men." As this topic was about to be dropped, Set brought up another piece of news. Namely, as the divine power within me grew stronger, she had undergone some changes. Hearing this, I paused. "What do you mean by changes?" Set, with a coy expression, said, "Beg me, and I'll show you." Her so-called change was actually transforming her 18-centimeter small body into a normal human physique. This was quite surprising to me. Since I used time-freezing magic to take her out of the dungeon, I had assumed she would remain in her small form forever. I never expected she could revert to her original state. "So, how long can you maintain this form?" Set indicated she could maintain the form for approximately 24 hours each day. Then she demonstrated her current capabilities by simply waving her small hand. I immediately noticed that the aura of surrounding monsters had diminished by half. Just as I was shocked by this, a sound like a deflating ball suddenly filled the air. It turned out that Set's head had developed a hole, with her internal gases continuously leaking out. After struggling for a few seconds, her body returned to its previous 18-centimeter short-legged form. "Didn't you say you could maintain this form for 24 hours? How come you couldn't even last 3 minutes?" "Perhaps I was too excited and lost control of my power, using up the transformation time all at once," Set said, embarrassedly tapping her small head. "However, I didn't mind this at all. After all, I preferred her small, short-legged form. Since there was still some time before reaching the capital, I decided to review the various achievements since my rebirth, the most significant of which were the 3 sacred power markings on my body. These were the sacred power of the world tree, the fertility and storm powers from 2 divine artifacts, and Hekao's holy mark. As I continued to perceive them, I discovered that my magical power had long since merged with these 3 sacred powers, especially the world tree and fertility, which had almost become one. At this moment, Set suddenly let out a cry of surprise. It turned out that, during my meditation, trees had actually grown from my body, a capability only druids possess. Although druids and mages can both control various types of magic, they fundamentally differ. Mages rely on the power of magical energy, while druids depend on the power of nature. They can not only gain assistance from plants and trees, but also acquire various animal abilities. I fell into deep contemplation about the current situation. As a human, I originally had no innate affinity with nature, yet now I could actually transform into trees. This was truly unexpected. Set looked completely bewildered. She couldn't comprehend how a human like me could combine Yog's power and fertility, knowing that sacred power was not something humans could easily manipulate. The people from the divine country could only barely use sacred power because Hekao had adjusted it for them. Yet now, I could directly merge the purest 2 streams of sacred power, completely beyond Set's comprehension. However, I had a hypothesis about this. Hekao had once said I could become a demigod, and this might be related to that. Just as I was thinking this, a figure caught our attention. Looking closely, I noticed a small elf had appeared in the carriage at some point, looking adorably dazed. "Little one, who are you? What's your name?" The little elf pointed at himself. "Are you asking me? I don't even know who I am, but I know you're my father, and I want to be close to you." After saying this, he turned around and started wiggling his little bottom. Set was stunned. "What is this little guy doing? Is he a mole?" After wiggling, the little elf approached me, and in his hand appeared a golden yellow leaf. Unexpectedly, it was the sacred grass of Taxis. This was a magical herb that could make all alchemists fight to the point of bloodshed. Every alchemist has one wish: to create a panacea, and the sacred grass of Taxis is precisely what's needed to make such a medicine. "So you were wiggling your bottom to create this?" The little elf had already handed the sacred grass to me. The little elf said happily, "Papa, this is our first meeting. This is a gift for you. I'm not your father, and I'm not an alchemist. I'm not interested in your gift." Hearing this, the little elf was thunderstruck. "What? Papa doesn't want me?" Seeing the little elf being bullied, Set pulled my hair and told me not to joke around. "This child was definitely born during your awakening, so you must take responsibility." Looking at the elf's dejected appearance, I was truly helpless. Although I didn't want to suddenly become a father, Set was right. This little guy was born because of me, so I must take responsibility. "All right, I'll accept your gift." Upon hearing this, the little elf's gloom instantly disappeared, his smile radiant. "By the way, what's your name?" The little elf said he had no name and hoped I would give him one, and so I arrived at the naming stage I was least skilled at. Recalling how he had created the Taxi's sacred grass, he looked just like a mole, so I decided to name him Moly. Upon hearing this, Set was stunned. She whispered in my ear, criticizing, "Are you being this perfunctory? He's your first child. At least put some sincerity into naming him." To her surprise, the little elf was extremely happy, continuously calling out Moly joyfully. I took the opportunity to mock Set, who said my naming skills were bad. "Look how much he likes it. As we encountered no incidents along the way, we quickly arrived at the capital. Set immediately asked if I was going to meet the emperor right away. I casually replied with a no, because I didn't want to be at a disadvantage during negotiations with His Majesty. I first visited Archbishop Arlie, who was extremely enthusiastic, continuously praising me while holding my hand. But speaking of which, hero, why have you suddenly come to our temple? Did headquarters issue some kind of mission? I told him I was here to meet His Majesty, but I needed his help. Upon hearing this, Archbishop Arlie's expression changed. Hero, as you know, the relationship between the Empire and the Divine Country has not been very harmonious in recent years. They're merely maintaining a superficial civility, so I'm afraid I cannot provide you with assistance. Hearing this, I formed a mischievous smile. Don't reject me so quickly, Archbishop. As I understand it, you've been deeply rooted in the capital for many years and have quite a bit of dirt on His Majesty. As soon as these words were spoken, Archbishop Arlie was stunned. How do you know this? I laughed and said, I'm the hero. I know all the information about you archbishops like the back of my hand, and don't even think about refusing me. You should know I'm someone who prefers seeing others in an awkward position to suffering a loss myself. Meanwhile, on another side of the capital, a man was staring blankly out the window. His guard reported, young Walpurgis has arrived in the capital and is currently conversing with Archbishop Arlie. The man cursed softly under his breath. Damn it, why did that foolish boy become the hero? The speaker was Viscount Glibes, who had been residing in the capital for years. His hatred stemmed from my father, the Walpurgis Viscount. It was said they had been fierce romantic rivals. Ultimately, my mother chose my father. Since then, Viscount Glibes had harbored hatred towards the entire Walpurgis family. My lord, young Walpurgis has appeared in the capital. What would you like your subordinate to do? Glibes signaled him not to act rashly. Although the corrupt Divine Country has lost all credibility, the fact that His Majesty personally summoned him suggests the Emperor is leaning towards the Walpurgis family. He absolutely would not allow the power balance among the four great families to be disrupted, and immediately began considering how to deal with me. On the other side, I was lamenting why life must be so full of twists and turns. For instance, my father was now lifting me by my head, and his murderous gaze made it clear he truly wanted to love me thoroughly. It turned out that just minutes ago I had obtained the information I wanted from Archbishop Arlie, but just after walking out of the temple, a familiar voice rang out behind me. Son, where are you going? An ominous feeling immediately arose in my heart. Turning around, I saw it was indeed my father, the Walpurgis Viscount. His gaze was frighteningly fierce, and he was holding the large wooden staff he used when he was a close combat mage. Father, I've missed you so much, but could you put down the staff first, so we can talk properly? The Viscount twirled the staff, saying this was his way of conversing. Why must I put it down? After all, what father would use a staff to break his child's head? A mischievous smile spread across his face. I muttered to myself, other fathers might not do such a thing, but you very well might. By the way, father, didn't you say you had returned to the territory? How did you suddenly appear in the capital? Of course, to have a serious discussion about recent events, he said, raising the wooden staff and chasing me, intent on breaking my legs. The Viscount then brought me back to a residence in the capital. Now, let's discuss your meeting with His Majesty. You seem quite composed. I replied that panicking would serve no purpose. What was decided could not be changed. Taking a sip of tea, I added that convincing His Majesty to jointly combat demons was not difficult. The real challenge was the four great families. The entire empire was actually composed of various nobles, and among these numerous nobles, the four great families were the most powerful. Each of them was a pillar of the empire. However, up to this point, the only families I could trust were the Lindell and Walpurgis families. The Viscount fell silent for a moment. Are you saying there's a problem with the remaining two families? At the mere thought of Glibes, the Viscount felt a headache coming on. If we're talking about which family might cause problems, without a doubt, it's the Glibes family. The Viscount then asked about my next steps. I told him I had already thought of a way to suppress the Glibes family, but I would need his help. After bidding farewell to my father and leaving the residence, Set couldn't help but comment on my relationship with the Viscount. Your father-son relationship is truly peculiar. If I hadn't seen you both have red eyes and yellow hair, I would suspect you were picked up from a garbage dump. At this moment, my gaze suddenly shifted, fixating intently on a nearby alley. Are we being followed? Immediately, I activated my perception ability, quickly discovering 3 pursuers, 2 on the right, 1 on the left. Are they from the Dark Forces Guild? I expected to be followed, but this tracking method is incredibly amateurish. At that moment, a slight vibration came from behind me. I immediately realized these 3 were deliberately attracting my attention, with another, more hidden person behind them, the true tracker. Although shaking off this individual would be effortless for me, I still wanted to see what the underground dark forces had become after I had purified the sewer rat, the capital's largest dark force. After all, it would not be good for me if another great demon like the odious monarch were to appear due to carelessness. Therefore, I had to confirm the situation. At this moment, the girl tracking me peeked at me, thinking, is this the hero from the rumors? Looking at his thin arms and legs, she deeply doubted whether he truly had the ability to purify. the capital's great demon and Draculian. Just as she was thinking about how to investigate me, she suddenly discovered the street was completely empty. Shocked, she thought, what's going on? I was distracted for just a second, and how did he suddenly disappear? She then cursed herself. Damn, I actually made such a basic mistake. Then her gaze frantically scanned the crowd. She knew she had to find him as quickly as possible. Where are you looking? I appeared behind the girl with a cheerful smile. The next second, my gaze turned ice cold. If you don't want to die right now, tell me which organization you're from. Upon hearing this, the girl instantly transformed into a black shadow, creating distance between us with a single movement. She then disappeared into the crowd at an incredible speed. She couldn't understand how I had discovered her. After all, her concealment ability was undetectable even by master-level experts, yet I had seen through it at a glance. Now, she was absolutely certain of one thing. I truly possessed the talents of a hero, and she must report this to the guild. To try and shake me off, she deliberately took a roundabout route, zigzagging 7 or 8 times. By the time she reached the guild's entrance, she was completely out of breath. Finally safe, she thought. But before she could finish her thought, I appeared beside her. So, this is your base, the girl screamed as if she'd seen a ghost. How did you follow me? I didn't respond to her words. Instead, I directly exposed her identity. Based on the shadow invisibility you just used, you're clearly a dark elf. So Talia has taken over the sewer rat's territory after his death? The girl became extremely wary. How do you know I'm from Talia? I chuckled. Is that difficult? Aren't the dark forces controlled by dark elves limited to just Talia? Anyone could figure that out. I then demanded that the girl lead me to her guild, but the girl looked embarrassed, nervously poking her index fingers together and asking if we could part ways. After all, she was a guild officer, and being escorted back like this would be too humiliating. Naturally, I refused her suggestion. Immediately, I raised my hand and cast a sleep spell. The girl threw out a "you bastard" before her eyes rolled back and she passed out. Seeing this, Set criticized my lack of gentlemanly manners. She looked so pitiful. Couldn't you have been more considerate? I have no reason to be kind to members of the Dark Forces Guild. Besides, even if I drag her back like a dog, the people in her guild won't say anything. My words immediately piqued Set's curiosity. What do you mean by that? I glanced at the girl in my arms and said coldly, because she's the adopted daughter of the Talia Guild's president. I hoisted Mia onto my shoulder and threw open the guild's main doors. The hall was packed with people, so I tossed Mia onto the ground right in front of everyone. Seeing how roughly I was treating Miss Mia, the guild members assumed she'd been attacked by me. They all sprang into action, charging at me. I had no choice but to unleash my magic. Bind! Such an extreme reaction? Looks like this really is Talia Guild. Instantly, magic circles appeared above everyone's heads, immobilizing them. They all collapsed before even reaching me. I spread my hands at the sight. Anyone want to claim they're innocent? No one's speaking? Then I guess there are no innocents here, I said with a smile, looking at Set. Set was speechless. They're all under a spell. How can they talk? I know that! I walked past the guild members lying on the ground. President Talia, don't you think it's about time you came out? I casually took a seat. No one answered me, so I prepared to cast another spell to tear this place apart. For the current me, instant casting spells isn't much of a challenge. Lord Hero, please stop. A dark elf suddenly appeared beside me. I am President Talia Hydos. I apologize for what happened with my daughter. Mia, your father's shown himself. Are you still going to play dead? That's too much. So humiliating. How could you do this? I just wanted to verify your information. Seeing she was caught, Mia dropped the act. She sat up, waving her arms indignantly to vent her frustration. Enough, Mia. Stop talking. Mia had no choice but to comply. It was my idea. We had to get intel on you first. That's why we use tailing methods. After all, we're an intelligence guild. Lord Hero, I sincerely apologize to you again. Hydos actually bowed to me. Lord Hero, I'll do anything! Please forgive my father, Mia also said to me emotionally. Seeing both father and daughter appear, I stopped beating around the bush. I confessed my intentions to them. I wasn't here to hold them accountable for the tailing. I wanted to recruit them, to gather intelligence for me. In my past life, Hydos was persecuted by the sewer rat. His fate was tragic. But in this life, he's grown his own Talia guild. This is a variable. This didn't happen in the past life. For my grand plan, I must control this variable. If I'm not mistaken, you've absorbed the sewer rat's territory. Both father and daughter's expressions immediately darkened. Mia got agitated and shouted at me. Isn't absorbing territory completely normal? But among the people you recruited, there are sewer rat remnants. I grabbed a member with the sewer rat mark tattooed on his body and revealed the mark. Seeing the mark, Mia's face went pale. She knew what this meant. Hydos slowly spoke, as if he'd expected this. So you're planning to arrest us as heretics? His sharp gaze locked onto me, like multiple keen daggers, aimed at my vital points, looks like as an assassin grandmaster. He wasn't going to submit easily, though it was just a look. The pressure was still immense. But in this life, I'm no longer that useless young master from before. I easily broke free from the pressure and pointed my finger at his heart. Didn't expect to meet an assassin grandmaster here, but your heart seems rather strange. How did you know? Mia blurted out in shock. As a hero, hero who walks with the gods. Isn't it normal to know these things? Then do you know how to break it? Mia's helpless eyes were truly pitiful. Well, I do know, but I have conditions. Tell me quickly, I'll do anything. Mia grabbed me excitedly, afraid I'd run away. Don't rush, the conditions are simple. After all, I'm not some demon. I wonder how much intel you've gathered. As long as you collect intelligence for me, clear out the sewer rat remnants, transform into a righteous organization, I stated my demands with a very friendly smile. Hydos knew in his heart that Talia was just a small guild. They had to accept any conditions. And the Walpurgis family was one of the 4 great families. He could only sign the contract under my direction. After lifting the curse, I had him go find my father, Count Walpurgis. Watching my receding back, father and daughter knew the only thing they could do now was trust Mikhail, trust the hero's promise, even though the hero was quite worldly. In the plan, the next important person is that guy who just became a paladin. So I came to the palace gates and proved to the guards that I'm the hero. The guards hurried to verify my identity. After all, this is royal territory with restricted access. After confirming I really was the hero, they immediately arranged a guide knight for me. And so I met Marin Gribos. He was the only guide knight, killed his own corrupted father for the greater good, sacrificed himself for his companions. The failed hero, Marin Gribos. Looking at his pure smile, I made a silent vow. This time, I will save him, not just for the greater good, but for him. Marin Gribos, pleased to meet you. I extended my hand to him with a smile. I can't believe the famous Lord Hero actually knows my name. Marin was surprised that I knew his name, but still shook my hand with a smile. Marin, you haven't been a royal knight for long, have you? I asked casually. That's right, Lord Hero. I'm very proud of that. Though I can't compare to you, I'm quite satisfied. Marin scratched his cheek. No, becoming a royal knight at your age is quite impressive, I affirmed. Hearing you say that makes me even more proud. Marin smiled even more happily, looking at the pure smile on his face. This is how he should be. I became even more determined to save him. To do this, I need to draw him into the game personally. I want to save him, but can only guide him. I deliberately fell back a step. What do you think of Marquis Gribos? Marin? What do you think of the dark forces in the capital? Hearing my words, Marin lowered his head, his expression gradually stiffening. His smile slowly disappeared. I'm only responsible for protecting His Majesty. My father is a very capable man, but what if His Majesty allows you to handle it? If you're willing, I'll speak with His Majesty about it later. But how could I trouble you? Marin buried his head low, his voice trembling slightly. It's no trouble. After all, I have conditions too. I knew Marin's ambitions lay elsewhere. He longed for freedom, so I made a pact with him. I'd fight for his freedom. He'd work for me. Before long, I met the Emperor, Tarsius Leap Alexandros, an old man who carried himself with imperial majesty, the man standing at the empire's peak. Your Majesty, I'm honored to meet you. I calmly bowed to His Majesty, but the Emperor saw right through me, though he showed no anger. You don't feel honored. You're only bowing because I'm the Emperor. I don't think you respect me as much as you claim. How interesting. Never thought the Walpurgis family would produce a hero. How fortunate for the Empire to finally have a hero. So naturally, I investigated you, Mikhail Walpurgis. You were originally a useless young master, weren't you? The Emperor deliberately emphasized his voice. Seems he really wanted to confirm what kind of person I am. I used past tense, so it's a compliment. I hope I haven't offended you? The Emperor looked me up and down. Not at all, though I'm now an evolved version of that useless person. I deliberately smiled at him. I didn't want to let him categorize me through such details. Your Majesty, if I've offended you, I apologize. Though my words were respectful, I remained calm. Ha ha ha, Mikhail, if it were a marquis here, that attitude wouldn't do. The Emperor smiled. But you won't mind, Your Majesty. You're more magnanimous, aren't you? I smiled back. The Emperor withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, his expression gradually becoming serious. Hero, answer me. Has the crisis already arrived? If we start preparing now, there will be no problem, but I'm certain a great disaster approaches. I also dropped my smile and answered seriously. The degree of damage depends on how we respond, so the disaster cannot be stopped, and the Empire will also suffer. The Emperor pondered. There have been cases of great demons causing chaos in history. Not just great demons, but their sovereign lord, the demon god of sin, will also descend. The demon god? Since the church aids you against the demon god, my empire won't stand by either. I have no demands. Everything centers on you. I use the archbishop's method to respond to the emperor. Interesting, you're saying. Don't ask you, but I should act according to your wishes? The emperor's expression showed displeasure. If you understand it that way, that's fine too. If you could see this as my trust in you, I'd be most grateful. Unfortunately, I've only just become a hero. You certainly don't seem like a hero. In that case, I'll be straightforward. The emperor turned away, thinking about something. I'll form an anti-demon knight order, and here, take this. The emperor tossed me a brooch, a token symbolizing him. Along with the brooch came the emperor's voice. Come find me if you need anything. What the church can give, I may not be unable to match. Is there anything else? Nothing major, but I humbly request your majesty's permission for Marin to investigate the truth behind the capital's dark forces. Tell young Gribos, if he wants to venture forth, he'd better make some achievements. Though the emperor didn't answer directly, his meaning was clear. Your majesty, I'll take my leave then. Before leaving, I suddenly turned around, Your Majesty, if there's a chance. I'd like to have a chat with the person behind that pillar. With that, I turned and left without any further hesitation. Looks like that hero discovered you, Commander of the Knights. Things are getting interesting. As a mage, yet able to see through me, Hector Lamb stepped out from behind the pillar. Things not under control. That's what makes them interesting, isn't it? The Emperor was clearly excited. After leaving, I met with Marin again and explained the situation. Marin was visibly much happier. I wonder what you need me to do for you. Marin, you know about the sewer rat possessed by the odious monarch, right? I need you to investigate the truth behind it. Come find me immediately after investigating. Although I know the truth, I must let Marin discover it himself. Yes, I understand. I'll report to you immediately after investigating. Marin looked at me happily, and so he officially began walking the path I'd arranged for him. Meanwhile, Hydos and his daughter, whom I'd sent to meet my father, were submitting to my father's melee magic weapon. Fortunately, I returned in time, or these two would probably lose their legs. These two are suspicious. Why did you... Father sat in his chair glaring at me. Actually, I'm an assassin, Grandmaster, Hydos interjected. Did anyone ask you? Shut up. Father raised his large wooden staff to strike Hydos. Hydos and Mia could only quietly shut up together. Father, I trust them. Otherwise, why would I send them to you? Our family happens to lack an intelligence organization. I'll focus on building you up. But you can only belong to the Walpurgis family. Father finally put down his weapon. Seeing this, Hydos and his daughter were overjoyed, thanked him, and left. Afterward, I explained the situation to Father, and also mentioned what happened at the palace. But one thing surprised me. His Majesty gave me a brooch. I showed Father the brooch. There's one more thing. It's Marquis Gribos's second son, isn't it? Father rarely used this tone. He was very helpless and sad. I once pursued your mother together with him. But after your mother and I married, he still didn't give up. He had designs on your mother. Then he's a real bastard son. You're absolutely right, though it's mainly because of me. If I hadn't been so indecisive back then, maybe, well, just know this. Seems like the same situation as Nostra. I understand what you mean regarding Marin. I've already arranged it. Hope your plan succeeds. My father's help was indispensable for the path I designed for Marin. Such a massive family, to change it, must be done from the inside out. Marin was step by step entering the path I designed for him. Rather than let him passively fall into despair like in the past life, I decided to push him ahead. Let him discover his family's abnormalities sooner, step by step, approaching the truth he doesn't know. Let him face the darkness of the Gribos family early. The scene shifted. Marin, following my assigned task, captured Jack, the president of the Dark Force Guild Hyena. Looking at the children he trafficked and tortured, Marin was furious to the extreme. He'd never been so angry before. How could such a person exist in the capital? Even as Marin's fists rained down, Jack insisted he had no backing. How could Marin believe him? How could he do such things in the capital without backing? Just as he stood to leave, he suddenly noticed something on a distant table. Walking closer to check, he was shocked. On the table was a handkerchief embroidered with the Gribos family crest. Even though he'd already had suspicions about his family, when faced with the facts, he still didn't want to believe it was real. How could his own family be involved in this? He convinced himself someone was framing his family, then carelessly tossed the handkerchief aside and left dejectedly. Just after returning home, he received a call from Marquis Gribos. Marin couldn't believe his ears. Son, stop this nonsense. Father, His Majesty approved my investigation of dark forces in the capital. Isn't this exactly what you hoped I'd do to greatly enhance the family's reputation? I said no. Until I arrive at the capital, you must not act rashly. This is the family head's order. The Marquis's tone brooked no refusal. Why was this call so coincidental? Could it be? Could that handkerchief? Marin stood distractedly by the window, afraid to think further. In the tree outside the window, Hydos took in all of Marin's actions. Looks like he needed to report to Lord Mikhail quickly. The plan was proceeding flawlessly. Meanwhile, I was using magic to communicate with the butler. Young master, things are going well here. The world tree and young Ryan's growth are both astonishing. Continue according to plan, by the way. How's your physical training? The butler immediately dropped his smile. Young master, I'm a dark mage, not a slave. An old man like me running with such a huge rock every day. Don't you feel any sympathy? No sympathy. Satisfy Ryan's needs as much as possible. Communication ends here. After ending the communication, I signaled Hydos behind me to begin reporting. Lord Hero, there were no problems on Marin's end. Also, the Marquis just arrived at the capital. What are your next arrangements? I replied, no arrangements, we just watched from the sidelines. The scene shifted. Marin welcomed his father into his home. Father, why did you come so suddenly? I came to confirm whether you're listening to me, and there are some other matters. Though the Marquis didn't say explicitly, Marin could guess it was related to the hero. Though the hero had been low-key all along, as a Marquis he couldn't not know, but neither mentioned it, cleverly avoiding the topic of the hero. I didn't arrange for you to enter the Royal Knights to do these things. Do you think the Royal Knight's reputation belongs to you alone? But father, hasn't the family's reputation already been well established? Always like this. Marin had been like a puppet on strings since childhood. Every move controlled by invisible threads, forbidden to violate. The Marquis was very dissatisfied with Marin's condition. You think the family was built on reputation? Marin didn't respond, as if the strings controlling him had been cut. After a long silence, Marin spoke again. But I believe what I'm doing isn't wrong. The Marquis flew into a rage. Marin, I told you not to do those things. This is my order. It's the Gribos family head's order. Do you dare disobey? Why? Why stop me? Why did I find the family's mark dark at the scene. What? That must be someone deliberately framing us. This is sowing discord. The Marquis knew that verbal pressure like before no longer worked on Marin. If you insist on investigating, I won't stop you anymore. Tell me if you need anything. No need. I've already sought Lord Hero's help. What? Why would you seek help from someone of the Walpurgis family? He's not from the Walpurgis family. He's Lord Hero. The Marquis was extremely angry internally. Damn. Mikhail Walpurgis, what are you plotting? So troublesome. How unpleasant. Marin must be influenced by him. Damn Walpurgis family. For my Grebos family, Marin is irreplaceable. Not everyone can be a royal knight. Seeing his father's reaction, Marin's silence spoke louder than words. He was truly disappointed. In his father, in the Grebos family, and before Hydos, I was using magic to observe father and son. Very good. Everything is going according to my plan. The hazy night enveloped the Dark Force Serpent Guild, but no one appreciated it, because they'd all been killed by a mysterious man. Serpent's President Bert lay on the ground in despair, looking at the killer before him. My lord, we have no grudge. Why must you exterminate us? Indeed, no grudge, but you know too much intelligence. That is the crime. Crime must be punished, though you promised secrecy before, but only the dead keep secrets forever, isn't that right? After killing everyone present, the masked man took out corrosive liquid, preparing to erase all traces. Oh, corrosive liquid? Isn't that what I used as a child? Who's there? How did you get behind me so silently? The masked man quickly turned around. I'm the Lord of Talia. Hydos, it's not too late to surrender. I promise you, if you surrender, you won't be in mortal danger. This person's strength is definitely above mine. There's no chance in a direct confrontation. I can only ambush. While he's overconfident, now's the time. What? You dodged? Who exactly are you? Dark binding device. You're assassin Grandmaster Hydos. I believe I just introduced myself. Are you deaf? Won't submit? Then die obediently. Mia, take them. We're going to find Lord Mikhail. Hydos had to hurry back to report. Too many people died. Meanwhile, Marin was reporting his investigation status to me. Lord Hero, I suspect my family has contact with dark forces. Oh? Is that so? Tell me your thoughts. I looked at him unconcernedly. But Marin was shocked. So, Lord Hero, you already knew. As a hero saving the world, wouldn't it be stranger not to know? Then, when you had me investigate dark forces earlier, that was also? Hey, Marin, I don't deny it. Very good. Everything according to plan. Marin can still be saved. He just still has illusions. Though it will be cruel for him, I must seize the opportunity to completely shatter his illusions. Bring them up, Hydos, Mia. My lord, they're all here. Lord Hero, who are they? Aren't you curious who they are? What's under the masks with that? I pulled off the mask. Marin looked at this person's face clearly, too shocked to speak. You are the executioner, one of the death row inmates. Cress, why are you alive and here? Don't get excited, Marin. They're tonight's assassins of Dark Force members. There's more. The masks came off one by one. Each person was a criminal executed by the Grebos family. How can this be? Marin's last illusion completely shattered. Despair, disappointment, anger, infinite negative emotions overwhelmed him. Marin knelt on the ground, at a loss. Meanwhile, Marquis Grebos was receiving reports from his subordinates. All the assassins targeting dark organizations were missing. With their abilities, this shouldn't happen. How is this possible? Then won't the mission fail? The Marquis stood abruptly, all the assassins vanishing instantly. Someone intervened. Suddenly he remembered Marin saying he'd seek the hero's help. So it was him. Mikhail Walpurgis. Where is he now? My lord, he's at the Central Temple. Are you? That's right, I'm going to find him. Next morning, Central Temple. Well, isn't this Lord Marquis? Long time no see. I wonder what brings the head of a great family here. Surely something worthy of the family's reputation. The Marquis frowned. Let's talk elsewhere. Mikhail, was it you? What are you talking about, sir? I am Mikhail. Mikhail is me. I mean the one who incited my son Marin to betray the family honor. Was that you? I had him investigate the truth behind Dark Force's crimes. That's not so terrible, is it? The atmosphere instantly became tense. Different positions meant opinions wouldn't align. The Marquis was silent for a long time, finally slowly speaking. What our Grebos family represents. Is the capital's necessary evil? How is the world purely black and white? Even if it is, someone must be black. You really think we can control dark forces while hiding from His Majesty? You're too young. But His Majesty didn't permit child trafficking. Even if exposed, you just need to sacrifice a pawn. At that time, His Majesty won't delve into your problems, right? But this is the Central Temple, and I'm the hero. If you only treat me as someone from the Walpurgis family for negotiation, then I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I'll give you two choices. Abandon the dark forces or insist on your so-called necessary evil. Marquis Grebos, you can only make your choice here. Otherwise. Seeing him slam the door and leave, I wasn't anxious, instead looking toward a spot. Marin, come out. You heard everything, didn't you? As soon as I finished speaking, black smoke flew out from behind the bookshelf. The smoke slowly dispersed. Marin learned everything. At this moment he finally made his decision. Let the family be reborn. Marin, raised by the Grebos family from childhood to be a royal knight, was deliberately kept from the family's dark side. Initially, the family's intention was just to infiltrate the knights. But who knew Marin would become the family's last conscience? Growing up in this artificially pure environment, he now witnessed the family's darkness firsthand. Lord Hero, I've decided I want the family to be reborn. It absolutely can't continue like this. I must change the family. The so-called necessary evil is just rhetoric beautifying ugly deeds. I think the reason you chose me is also because of this. What should I do next? Marin, do what you think is right. God says you have your own responsibilities to bear. But I'm just one person. I believe in you, and you should believe in yourself. Don't forget your current determination. Don't let emotions cloud your eyes. You will definitely grow into a great hero. I believe Marin can lead the family onto the right path. Restore family honor. If you need help, request it from the temple, or our family. The victor of this war, I believe, will be Marin, since he clearly recognizes all this. Then necessary evil? He absolutely won't accept it. Grybos family head's mansion? The Marquis angrily smashed the table lamp on the ground. Right now, he only wished the lamp was Mikhail. That boy dares threaten me, though he was very angry now as family head. He still maintained necessary rationality. Fools can't become family heads. As long as he grasped Marin again, everything Mikhail did would be futile. Just then, a subordinate suddenly came to report. The Marquis had to put away his fierce expression. The subordinate stammered out the news that the Archbishop read the holy command to eliminate dark forces. Hearing this news, the Marquis knew he'd lost his chance. The dark force business he carefully built using his position as family head. The birdcage he built for Marin now had holes everywhere somehow. Unlike the Marquis's angry expression, Archbishop Arlie was very happy now. He didn't expect me to make a decision so quickly and get the Emperor's permission. From somewhere he pulled out a huge spiked mace. This was his weapon in his youth that made demons flee in fear. As the demon crusher, he'd earned great military honors. So I introduced Marin to the Archbishop and told him the Emperor approved. Mikhail Walpurgis, what are you doing? How dare you? What qualifications do you have to do these things? Marquis Grybos angrily pushed open the temple doors. Ignoring the Archbishop's presence, he stormed toward me shouting questions. But I wasn't intimidated, instead looking at him mockingly. Sir, I'm the hero. Marin has the Emperor's permission. The Archbishop goes without saying. I ask you, which of us three lacks qualifications? Seeing I wasn't affected by him, the Marquis turned his attention to Marin. Marin, what are you doing? Stop this nonsense, come home with me! But Marin wouldn't back down either. Father, I'm doing the right thing. If we're talking about family honor, eliminating dark forces can greatly enhance it. Knowing this, surely you won't oppose me? Marin walked straight past the Marquis without any intention of stopping. Seeing this, Marquis Grybos' anger intensified. He gritted his teeth. One more step forward, and I'll sever our father-son relationship. Father, you're welcome to try. Marin left without looking back. The Marquis felt the invisible cage he'd used to confine Marin had completely failed, and the caged bird Marin had long since flown away. Mikhail Walpurgis, why are you doing this? This is all because of you! The Marquis turned his attention to me again, but I still didn't care. Sir, I'm only doing what a hero should do. The Marquis caused a big scene in the temple but achieved no results. 3 days later, led by the Archbishop and Marin, temple personnel completely wiped out the dark forces. Marquis Grybos' last fantasy also completely shattered. Having done all this, my business in the capital was coming to an end. After all, time wasn't abundant. I still had many things I needed to do personally. A year and a half later, in Count Draculian's territory, now I should say my territory, Cephas and I led over 30 demon hunters, restoring this place to habitable condition. Then training these demon hunters, they were all people cursed back then. Also the only survivors. Without exception, all carrying cursed abilities. Their hatred for demons was absolute, but this hatred could also cloud their eyes. Fortunately, I had Cephas take them to find Nefertiti. Though she made mistakes before, now, I'm willing to trust her. As long as I control her selfish kindness, she can help me. Even though Cephas was unwilling to find Nefertiti, under my persuasion, he ultimately followed my arrangement. But to be safe, I went to find Nefertiti first. I told her my request. Unexpectedly, she had the same intention. Then next, it depends on Cephas and Nefertiti. Just after Cephas led the hunters away, someone else came here. Hey, Mikhail! The person was Ryan. Only his appearance was really speechless. Head wrapped in gauze, leaning on a crutch. Left hand in a sling, injured like this, still grinning and limping over to my side. Then he smiled very confidently and threw away the crutch. Mikhail, watch carefully. This will be my first step into the divine realm. But before he finished speaking, his broken leg just touched the ground and cracked. Obviously, the leg that was already broken, broke again. I looked speechlessly at him, lying on the ground, using his broken hand to hold his broken leg. Then because his hand broke again, he started screaming. You guy really are going to meet God. Ah, my hand, my leg! Turns out, while training the Mulieri Aura training method, he discovered he could use not just spiritual power, but also holy power. So you were just trying to use holy power to repair your broken limbs. And surprise me, I was already looking at him speechlessly. He lay on the ground, trying to use his broken hand to fix his dislocated jaw. Though I don't understand his behavior, doing this must have its own meaning for him. Then I had him go search for information about that Mulier's achievements. But such brutal training, probably only Ryan, this weirdo, could accept. Watching him kick me with his broken foot, I really couldn't take it anymore. Prepared to send him off to inquire about Mulier's achievements. But before that, since he could grow stronger from beatings, as his good friend, I definitely need to help him. So I instantly summoned countless flying arrows, locking onto Ryan. Seeing this, Ryan immediately grabbed his crutch to escape. But with his limping, how could he outrun my arrows? arrows. Just in case, I still used binding magic on him, then kindly launched the arrows, ignoring his wails. I spread my arms, enjoying the art of explosions, so pleasant to the ears. A month later, Cephas reported to me about Nefertiti's situation. She did achieve it. All the hunters were successfully healed of psychological trauma, so I brought Set to find her, the two still bickering. Seeing their battle about to escalate, I quickly interrupted with the healing matter. Nefertiti didn't want to continue arguing either, so she told me her method. She let them see dreams they'd once lost. Though not completely healed, this was enough. Next, I asked Nefertiti to let me see her memories, more precisely the demon god in her memories. In my past life, I only saw the demon god with my eyes. I knew nothing about intelligence on it, so I didn't really see the demon god. Nefertiti knew how terrifying the illusions she created were. She wanted to stop me, but Set stopped her, because Set knew I wouldn't give up easily. Nefertiti knew persuasion was useless, so I closed my eyes waiting for her to cast. Though I could only see from her one-sided perspective, it was enough for me. Opening my eyes again, I only felt endless pain, despair, death. These negative words were gradually dominating my brain. Success, a hell-like world, corpses everywhere. This is the age of myths. Then, the sky suddenly began to rain, except this was blood falling from high above, forming blood rain. The moment I turned around, a huge black shadow emerged from the mist. Looking at those bull horns, dragon wings, red pupils, I knew, this is the demon god. The moment we met, I couldn't withstand the pressure and fell to my knees. Survival instinct told me I couldn't look at the demon god anymore, but if I was afraid of death, I wouldn't be here. I'm no longer that useless person. I endured the discomfort, stood up, and looked into the demon god's eyes again. I want to engrave it into the depths of my soul. Even if I die. Suddenly the demon god's pupils turned into slits. Could it be? It noticed me. Is it looking at me now? This is impossible. This is an illusion. It's fake. But how did the demon god notice me? The demon god with a mouthful of fangs now opened its mouth. An incomprehensible curse flew from its mouth. Instantly, the entire space began to shake violently. Wrong! I realized this wasn't an illusion. Someone intervened. The only one who could intervene in Nefertiti's illusion is the demon god. But I wasn't afraid. Instead, I looked at it. Never thought our first meeting would be like this, right? Demon god? In reality, demonic energy filled my body. Nefertiti's hands trembled uncontrollably. Set quickly grabbed Nefertiti. What did you do? But Nefertiti shook her head, indicating it wasn't her. She was already sweating profusely. That guy intervened in the illusion. How could the demon god? Set was too shocked to speak. No, Set, it can't be the demon god. The barrier isn't weak enough for it to intervene in illusions. Then, it's a great demon. That guy created a gap somewhere hidden. Set calmed down. If it was the demon god, Mikhail couldn't still be alive. Set, I must end the illusion. You can't just end an illusion whenever you want. However, Nefertiti was prepared to sacrifice herself to bring Mikhail back. If the divine artifact's owner dies, the consequences are unimaginable. But as long as she, the illusion's subject, disappears, the illusion will disappear too. Just as Nefertiti was about to act, Set suddenly stopped her. Turns out, holy power was circling around my body. Seeing this, Nefertiti and Set decided to wait a bit longer. The situation had changed. Even if it's the demon god, so what? I've never underestimated it. The current situation is still within my expectations, though your appearance was quite abrupt, though I don't know why you appeared here. My goal has always been one. I slowly stood up. Seeing me shakily stand, the demon god laughed without restraint. A mere insect dares to confront this god? Laughable. I quickly gathered all my holy power in my eyes. The moment I locked eyes with the demon god, I pierced its mind, thus I touched its memories. The demon god roared to the heavens, interrupting my prying. The effect was significant, so I looked mockingly at the demon god. I finally touched it, yet you interrupted so quickly, how heartless. But the demon god no longer hesitated, instantly attacking me. But I was no longer like when I first entered, dominated by negative words. The moment I pierced the demon god, I instantly condensed the seventh circle. So what if it's the demon god? This is ultimately an illusion, not the demon god's domain. Since it's an illusion, I'll destroy it. I gathered my power to shatter the illusory space. As I was leaving, I raised an international friendly gesture toward it and shouted, "See you later, I'm Mikhail Walpurgis." Hearing me shout my own name, the demon god's eyes widened in fury, even though I don't understand the significance of the name I just shouted. But I wanted to know, this time, the victor is me, Mikhail Walpurgis. After leaving Nefertiti's illusion, I heard Set's worried voice calling out to me. I slowly opened my eyes to find Set calling my name. I was lying in her arms and all I could see was Set looking at me with teary eyes. I knew you'd come out no matter what, but I was still worried about you. Set shook me frantically. Now I finally understood why she was crying. She was worried about me. At that moment, Nefertiti approached and told me I'd been asleep for 3 whole days. That meant Set had been worrying beside me and watching over me for 3 days. I'd only briefly fallen into an illusion, yet 3 days had passed in the real world. But that made sense, considering even the demon god had intervened in the illusion. It would be more surprising if things weren't unusual. I didn't expect the demon god would actually interfere. Set expressed her dissatisfaction angrily. Nefertiti asked what I'd gained from the demon god, since I'd returned safely after all. Thinking carefully, aside from seeing endless void and hatred, I also learned why such a divine existence would be called a demon god. If I had to say what I gained, it was that I successfully condensed my 7th ring, and I could now release 7th ring's sacred magic. Nefertiti and Set were both shocked. They hadn't expected me to reach the 7th ring at just 22 years old. This was much faster progress than they'd anticipated. dissipated, far exceeding normal human levels. I didn't explain their surprise. After all, in my past life, I was already a 9th ring Grand Magus at just over 40. I also sensed destruction and annihilation from the demon god, a power I'd never encountered before, so I decided to use magic to recreate the unique qualities the demon god had displayed. First, I needed to perceive the existence and structure of the stone in my hand, then reverse engineer it. As I continuously channeled magic into it, manifest! The stone in my hand gradually turned to ash without leaving a trace of dust. Watching the dissipating stone confirmed my understanding was correct, but the efficiency was too low. Making just a small stone crumble into dust consumed all my 7th ring magic power. It seemed using this technique in actual combat was still too far beyond my current capabilities. Just as I was thinking this, I turned to see Nefertiti and Set, huddled together in fear, and Set was pointing at me fearfully. I asked her what was wrong. I didn't expect Set to suddenly shout, "What do you mean what's wrong? How can you even ask?" Nefertiti also spoke up slowly. "The authority of annihilation, that's one of the main authorities the demon god uses. The authority of annihilation makes the target object directly evaporate from this world." Hearing this, I realized how outrageous what I'd just done was. I couldn't help but scratch my head. Set shouted even more excitedly, "You just recreated the demon god's authority with magic!" Though shocking, it aligned with my goals. I then found the butler and Ryan. I decided to have them accompany me to Gorton. They didn't understand why. Because Gorton didn't belong to the Empire or the Church. It was an independent small nation. Gorton was one of the continent's rare labyrinth cities, with complex paths but beautiful scenery. No matter where visitors went, they'd see various magnificent landscapes. And locals, blessed by the gods, called pathfinders, guided tourists along their way. The god Gorton people served, Rudder, was considered heretical by the church that worshipped Hekau. Even though their beliefs and customs differed greatly, I had a reason I had to go. So I told them I would go to Gorton as a representative of the gods to spread the faith. Upon hearing this, even Set joined the other two in making the sign of the cross, praying for divine protection. I helplessly explained that this journey would be safe, nothing would happen, they didn't need to do this. However, after hearing my words, Ryan and the butler immediately began preparing their wills and arranging their affairs. I really couldn't stand it anymore. Did I really look like a plague god who brought disaster? The three of them suddenly showed expressions of sudden realization. "Wait, aren't you?" I was too lazy to explain. This trip to Gorton was indeed to find the great tomb and Meryl. After all, according to that guy, this tomb was the only one arranged by a share. Whether it was the Great Tomb or Meryl, both were reasons I had to go. Time was urgent. If I let Meryl complete her preparations in Gorton and smoothly implement her plan, it would be too late. I told him the Rudder that Gorton people currently worshipped wasn't the true god. The butler and Ryan were shocked. Then I explained that Rudder did exist, but his true form was different from Hekau. He was the Great Tomb's guardian, and it was the Great Tomb that blessed believers. That's why I planned to go to Gorton to preach. If their thoughts were correct, I wouldn't interfere. But if their thoughts were incorrect, I would personally intervene to correct them. The butler finally understood what I meant and agreed to travel together. Ryan's opinion wasn't that important. He had to go whether he wanted to or not. A week later, at the Pathfinder's resting place, a young man was arguing passionately. The Great Chief is actually accepting that woman into the Holy Land. The Holy Land has never allowed outsiders, because he knew the Great Chief had been bewitched by that witch Marion, a person full of suspicious points who hasn't even taken an oath. Allowing such a person into the Holy Land was unprecedented and violated ancestral teachings. The bewitched Great Chief wouldn't listen, and instead angrily accused Kum of having weak faith. Finally, he expelled Kum by stripping him of his high Pathfinder status. Expelled Kum walked along the road, helplessly looking back at the Holy Land. Even though he'd known since childhood how important the Holy Land was, he couldn't do anything. As a Gorton Pathfinder blessed by the gods, shouldering the mission of guiding travelers, to save Gorton now, they could only rely on that legendary warrior, Mikhail Walpurgis. Just as Kum was thinking about the warrior, his eyes suddenly widened as three people appeared before him. A blonde mage, a silver-haired swordsman, a white-haired butler, just like the rumors. Could it be the warrior? He really came to Gorton. Kum couldn't believe his eyes. While Kum was surprised, Ryan was also curious about the grand scene of Pathfinders. I stopped Ryan from wanting to hire a Pathfinder at a high price and explained why. I'm a warrior who walks with the gods, not an ordinary person, so we don't need to hire a Pathfinder. Ryan looked at me like I was an idiot, then walked straight ahead. Since you know the way, let's go. He didn't want to keep listening to my bragging. I grabbed the back of his collar. No, we have to wait for a Pathfinder. Ryan got angry immediately. This guy says no Pathfinder one moment, then yes the next. What's he doing? Ryan had no choice but to sit beside me, observing the bustling crowd around us. Soon after, a strong man approached, asking if we needed a Pathfinder, and introduced himself. He was Kum, a high Pathfinder of Gorton. Ryan didn't understand. We actually waited for a Pathfinder. This is too unreasonable. It's an honor to meet you, Warrior Walpurgis, but his expression wasn't happy. Set noticed something unusual about about Kum, but I didn't let her continue. Kum led us along with a serious expression, reaching a sparsely populated area. On the way, I asked him how he knew I was the warrior. Kum said it was his intuition as a high pathfinder blessed by the gods, but I knew clearly this was his intuition as a tomb pathfinder. Kum didn't continue that topic, and instead asked why I came to Gorton. I didn't answer directly, but asked if any dangerous beings had recently arrived in Gorton. Kum's face darkened. After hesitating, he decided to tell us about the Great Chief's abnormality. The Great Chief was bewitched by a witch and was even trying to enter our sacred Holy Land. At the resting place at that moment, the Great Chief sitting in a high position was being constantly bewitched by Meryl. Meryl kept affirming the Great Chief's achievements while inducing him to agree to let her enter the Holy Land. Having been bewitched for so long, the Great Chief had lost his rationality and agreed to let Meryl enter the Holy Land. Seeing the bewitchment succeed and her plan work, Meryl threw away the goat skull she'd used to disguise herself, revealing the extremely evil smile unique to a greater demon. Controlling humans is just too easy. In Gorton before my rebirth, Meryl had completely occupied this place and conquered the Holy Land. My warrior party and I finally reached Gorton only to hear Meryl's taunts. Foolish humans, you still couldn't stop me in the end, haha. I cursed Meryl through gritted teeth, you damned harlot, slaughtering people, harming living beings, but Kum suddenly knelt down crying. I should have told you and brought you there from the start. Kum looked up painfully toward the distance. The garden is meant to welcome visiting guests, but I didn't know what garden Kum was talking about back then. Back to the present, I explained Gorton's current situation to everyone. Things didn't look good. Learning that Meryl was making a comeback, Ryan showed a troubled expression. This woman is so tiresome. Even after suffering repeated setbacks, she's returned. So Ryan asked what my plan was, but I intended to wait and see. The butler and Ryan incredulously repeated, wait and see? I knew clearly that Meryl understood how lethal her plan was to me. Of course she'd predict my response and make full preparations to counterattack, but I didn't intend to follow her plan, which is why I said wait and see first. Thinking this, I reassured the butler that Meryl couldn't decode the Holy Land in a short time. There was still time before the critical moment. Let's go see the beautiful scenery first. The two being pushed along by me looked at each other speechlessly, not understanding what I wanted to do. Learning we wanted to tour around, Kum was troubled. After all, Meryl's presence bothered him. Warrior, didn't you say there's a greater demon in Gorton? Why? But I know nothing about this place, especially with the huge possibilities in a labyrinth city's layout. So while I say touring, I'm actually investigating. Otherwise I can't effectively combat evil. As a tourist destination, Gorton had various beautiful landscapes, among which was one spectacular view, the legendary Garden of Rudder, though ordinary people found it hard to see, and one of the pathfinders who could reach it was Kum. So I asked if Kum could take me to see that great spectacular view of Gorton. Kum didn't refuse my request and led me toward the Holy Land, even though I was an outsider. But who knew that just approaching the Garden of Rudder, a thick fog blew in, covering the sky. My vision was completely blocked by the fog. I couldn't see anything except the fog. When the fog thinned, Kum appeared before me, but his tone had changed. Excuse me, warrior, do you know where we're going right now? Even in the complex terrain of Gorton, this place is hidden in the deepest part. I'm guessing this is your Gorton's Holy Land, right, Kum? You indeed know what this place is, warrior. After all, I'm a warrior who walks with the gods. Knowing things ordinary people don't is normal. Warrior, this is our Gorton's true Holy Land, the Garden of Rudder, and the Holy Land that witch wants to go to is just a decoy to fool outsiders. Just as I expected, the Holy Land Meryl wanted to go to was fake. Like the divine artifact storm the warrior obtained in my past life, it was all a smokescreen, things obtained by those unqualified. Warrior, you represent the god Hekau. You're an emissary of the church, so your aspirations and mission reach a higher realm, don't they? Kum asked me calmly. Set quietly leaned close to my ear. That's a sharp question, Mikhail. Of course I knew. Before, I just didn't want Siegfried to be the warrior anymore, so I came myself. But what should I live as a warrior for? Warriors have always existed because of gods. Warriors are chosen by gods, and follow the god's will from beginning to end. At least the warriors before me were like that. But I'm different from previous warriors. I'm humanity's emissary. I won't be bound by the god named Hekau. In other words, I can be the church's warrior or Gorton's warrior. I will protect humanity, and my relationship with the church is only to better protect humanity. If Hekau harms humanity, then no matter what, I will definitely oppose her. Hearing my answer, Kum subtly raised the corners of his mouth. How's that? I wonder if you're satisfied with my answer. Guardian of Gorton's great tomb, Lord Rudder? Hearing this, Kum stopped pretending. White wings spread from his back, crosses painted on both cheeks, hair turning light cyan. This was Gorton's god, Rudder, like a sacred angel descending, his entire body emanating a powerful holy aura. He turned back with a smile. Not bad. His pure smile was captivating. You're quite an interesting fellow. When did you figure it out? I saw through it long ago. The recent fog and the questions asked were too unusual. Where's Kum? I sent him back to the entrance. After all, that child can only go that far. So how long do you plan to hide, Set? Rudder looked at Set hiding behind my shoulder. Hearing this, Set trembled, then reluctantly came out. You hateful Rudder. Long time no see, Set Mikhail. Since you came in, you're a challenger. I didn't expect you to discover the tomb's secret. You truly are a remarkable warrior. I knew what he wanted to say and lied. This is all thanks to Thoth's records. Hearing this, Rudder helplessly spread his hands. Ha! Didn't expect that old stubborn Thoth would make mistakes too. But you obtained 2 divine artifacts, and the world tree, plus Hekau's mark. It seems you're indeed qualified. Rudder leaned in to examine me closely. But being qualified doesn't mean you can pass the trial. I knew he'd pull this. Rudder was a principled man. Even if divine artifacts were destroyed and the world perished, he wouldn't abandon his principles. So how do you plan to test me, Lord Rudder? The original trial system was destroyed by demons, so Rudder changed the trial content. Having challengers take trials was his principle, but he adjusted both content and difficulty. He temporarily gave me the divine artifact labyrinth and control permissions. Originally, the trial was to crack the labyrinth and reach the artifact's location, but now the method had changed. Rudder was very dissatisfied with Meryl's invasion, but he couldn't act against challengers, so he wanted to use my hands to resist Meryl's invasion. If I succeeded, the artifact would be mine. So this test is a duel between spear and shield? Set's little head was thinking. Exactly. Challenger, do you have confidence to become an unbreakable shield? Rudder affirmed Set's assessment. But I didn't just want to defend. I wanted to defeat her here. Completely destroy the spear. Meryl's first two plans were destroyed by me, so she hadn't recovered her power now. At her peak, she ranked at the bottom among the 7 greater demons, let alone now. So I wanted to completely defeat her here, no longer giving her a chance to gradually recover her power. At that moment, the great chief lay in Meryl's arms, still being bewitched, seemingly unable to see Meryl's eerie goat pupils and horns. Meryl was immersed in the joy of controlling foolish humans. She'd soon recover her power. When descending to this world, most of her power and true name were stripped away. Just as Meryl was excited, a subordinate suddenly reported that the cracked labyrinth had started reorganizing. Hearing this news, Meryl's good mood vanished completely. She stood up furiously questioning her subordinate. That Rudder guy is a principled man. He won't interfere with me cracking the labyrinth. Why would it reorganize? The subordinate added that the premise for Rudder following principles was him not borrowing others' power. Hearing this, Meryl froze. Could it be that the labyrinth reorganized because someone intervened? She quickly figured it out. It's that guy! The warrior Mikhail Walpurgis. Watching the constantly trembling crystal ball before her, Meryl clenched her fist in anger. That damned warrior. He caused her inevitable plans in both the Divine Country and Draculian to end in disastrous defeat. Now he's come to Gorton to interfere. Truly haunting. If there's a chance, she must kill him personally. If I find an opening, no, all actions so far have failed. Just as Meryl was troubled, a familiar voice reached her ears. You look troubled, Meryl. The voice's owner was the greater demon Belpheg. Hearing this, Meryl's whole body trembled as she looked toward where the voice came from. Why are you here? Lord Monarch, didn't we agree not to interfere with each other? Why come to my territory? That was the case, but Bayajeb is dead, and you've also messed up an important plan. You must know, monarchs aren't few in number. If one is gone, it's actually normal. Belpheg greedily licked his lips, as if treating Meryl like a delicious meal. You should know what I mean, right? Hearing this, Meryl's eyes lost focus, not daring to answer, trembling all over. She knew if she failed again, she'd be done for. She could only pretend to be calm. I can do it. I have a way to deal with the warrior. Just stop him from restoring a share's power. Not let him get more artifacts and completely destroy his plan. Belpheg asked her questioningly. We don't know the tomb's locations, yet you do. But Belpheg agreed with Meryl's plan and promised this was Meryl's last chance. If Meryl messed up again, only death awaited her. Meanwhile, inside the Garden of Rudder, Set returned to normal size and talked with Rudder. Mikhail is 22 years old, right? I never underestimate humans, but at his age with such achievements, and to crack a divine artifact so quickly, that's another matter. Both his power and soul have transcended human boundaries. He's an extraordinary existence. Moreover, a warrior that Set follows can't possibly be ordinary. After all, that's your own punishment. You were foolish enough to want to atone personally. Hearing this, Set trembled, then clenched her hands, preparing to explain her reasons. But Rudder interrupted. Though you say that day's events were a price you paid, in fact, you were also dragged into it. It's not entirely your fault. Set turned excitedly, trying to refute, about to speak up for herself, but saw Rudder stand up, though I was very angry about that matter back then. However, after all this time, I've calmed down. Rudder looked up toward where Mikhail was. Perhaps that incident was also arranged by that one. How interesting. Meanwhile, I was fully immersed in the labyrinth. It was extremely complex. Its structure changed by the second, with many places vastly different from before. So cracking the labyrinth wasn't about finding an exit, but creating a path amid constantly changing structures. A path that could lead to the destination. Soon I found one such path. It was the path Meryl had opened more than halfway, but I didn't plan to destroy it immediately. As long as I intervened, it would be useless, but I wanted to use it to tie down Meryl's attention until she discovered I'd played her. Then anger would destroy her rationality, but by then it would be too late. Ryan and the butler I sent away earlier should be able to solve problems on their own. On Ryan and the butler's side, Ryan was looking at the butler with sharp eyes. Old man, honestly speaking, that Mikhail guy is definitely a psycho. He absolutely couldn't be unaware. He definitely wanted us to watch and solve it, so he dumped everything and ran off. He's just an antisocial bastard, Ryan shouted while looking up, cursing me while I wasn't around. But the butler closed his eyes, not agreeing with his words. He'd followed Mikhail for so long after all. Young Master Ryan, what are you saying? How can you call the young master a psycho? How could you say that about psychos? That's too insulting to psychos. Please apologize to psychos. Calling the young master a psycho is insulting psychos. The butler suddenly widened widened his eyes, his very serious look startling Ryan. Ryan thought he'd defend Mikhail's name, but it turned out to mean this. Stopping their absurd conversation, they discussed what they'd seen in Gorton. Demons could turn all Gorton residents into hostages in an instant if they wanted. After all, to demons, human lives were worth less than stones on the road, but the greater demon currently had no time to bother with this place and hadn't discovered them for now. They knew this was the opportunity I'd created for them. They had to seize it well. Ryan impatiently scratched his head. Can't we just chop off all the demons' heads? Actually, you can. A voice came from Ryan's shoulder, startling him. Ryan looked over and found a green sprite perched on his shoulder somehow. Ryan frowned, confused by what suddenly appeared on his shoulder. What is this thing? Damn! The sprite happily perched there with sound coming from a magic circle before it. What else could it be? It's a sprite I can remotely control. It's me using the circle to transmit sound. Before separating from you, I placed it on you. I heard everything you two just said, cursing me. Hearing this, the butler and Ryan broke out in cold sweat all over. Let me get to the point. Butler, didn't you receive covert assault training? The greater demon hasn't recovered all her power, so what is she using for perfect mind control? The butler understood immediately. Totems. Demons use totems as mediums to cast curses controlling crowds. Hearing a satisfactory answer, I had the butler find and destroy all the totems, but young master, there should be Meryl's subordinates everywhere here. The butler asked worriedly for my suggestion. Butler, you're inside a labyrinth. I'll use the sprite to guide you. The butler suddenly understood. Just follow the young master's guided path to avoid demons, and what they needed to do next was destroy the totems and lift the mind control on residents. The butler and Ryan immediately rushed off following the sprite. What's happening? The totems I placed in Gorton are being destroyed one by one. Meryl trembled with anger, dripping with cold sweat. What was going on? Meryl dejectedly supported her head with her hands. Her last escape route had been cut off. She'd been at a disadvantage countless times. This time she'd finally established an advantage ahead of time. The problem wasn't with her, but the warrior could always anticipate the enemy and interrupt her plans ahead of time. That guy not only knew more intelligence, but could appropriately utilize it. He must have entered the tomb through another path I don't know about. Thinking this, Meryl angrily smashed the table, only regretting the table wasn't Mikhail. Damn! What should she do now? This was already her last chance. If things continued this way, she'd either be devoured by Belfeg or fight to the death. As a greater demon, she couldn't accept this ending. Death either way. Since she'd die anyway, she could only take a desperate risk, only use that method. Meryl summoned subordinates, having them mobilize controlled residents to rush into the Holy Land at all costs. Meryl herself prepared to go all out, killing the warrior at all costs, so she stabbed her claws through the Great Chief's body. Useless person, die. Only at death did the Great Chief realize everything Meryl had promised him before was just an illusion. Then Meryl used the Great Chief's blood for a ritual, forcibly recovering the power and true name lost at descent. Even at the cost of her life, she'd kill the warrior in her strongest form. This was the last method. A goat's face gradually covered hers, then began to gigantify. As the ritual progressed, all of Gorton fell into tremendous upheaval. At this moment, a massive black goat descended upon the world. With roar after roar, I, greater demon Asmodeus, descend here. She immediately used her massive, powerful horns to attack the tomb's barrier. In just an instant, she created countless cracks in the incredibly strong barrier. Sensing the barrier being attacked, Rudder stood up in surprise. The labyrinth has been breached. That damn demon was foolish enough to use brute force to destroy the labyrinth. She entered life countdown mode as the price for recovering her true name and returning to ancient form. On the Butler and Ryan's side, their battle had also entered its climax. The Butler and Ryan coordinated to slaughter demons as they appeared one by one. Looking at goat skulls fallen on the ground, Ryan showed an expression of disbelief. These guys aren't even hiding anymore. They keep appearing and we can't kill them all. Just as they finished clearing this area, crying sounds came from the central zone. The sounds echoed through heaven and earth, extremely piercing like demons' whispers. The butler looked up toward the central area. It should be starting on the young master's side, he reassured Ryan. Though the young master isn't usually much, his strength is still trustworthy. They just needed to clear out the outer demons. Just as he finished speaking, a huge crimson fireball attacked. Fortunately, the butler had trained. He immediately deployed a defensive stance, blocking the spell. Seeing the butler's unperturbed appearance, Ryan stopped worrying about the rear. He just charged forward with his sword to slaughter demons, leaving his back to the butler with confidence. Ryan finally attacked to the demon controlling Gorton people. Its whole body had chains binding residents. Ryan leaped high, spirit power flowing from waist through shoulder to arm, gathering in his blade, slashing powerfully down. The demon had to release control, attempting to raise its hand to block Ryan's strike. Seeing the demon raise its left hand, exposing an opening, Ryan raised his sword again to slash down. Just then, the demon's other hand controlled Gorton people to block Ryan's inevitable path. Ryan was forced to stop attacking, using his foot to brace against Gorton people, blocking their chaotic attacks. While using the forced to jump back. He didn't want to be injured because of holding back. The butler at this time also circled behind the demon, gathering his full power at his fingertip to attack the demon's back of the head. After gathering magic power, the butler immediately thrust out one finger, releasing the attack. Who knew Gorton people appeared behind the demon's head, ready to block the attack for it. To ensure Gorton people's safety, the butler had to raise his hand to stop the magic power transmission and change the attack trajectory at the limit distance. This attack completely missed. The butler had to return to Ryan's side. These demons had all suddenly appeared. The butler speculated the battle on that side should have also entered its climax. Demons used controlled people as shields. Attack difficulty instantly skyrocketed. They could only stop attacking. But Ryan said nothing, his face stern, gripping his sword hilt tightly, seeming to merge with the sword. Then he looked up at the demon. Somehow, I feel like I can hit it. Young Master Ryan, what do you mean? The butler didn't understand. After all, previous attempts had failed. Ryan focused his concentration to the extreme, completely ignoring what the butler said. Then he sheathed his sword, assuming a draw stance, the motion flowing smoothly. Ryan drew the hilt with the blade unseen. He still maintained the draw posture, infinite spirit power swirling around him. Suddenly, Ryan recalled the experience gained from fighting his future self. Yes, this is it. Divine power condensed in Ryan's eyes. He clearly saw a line to slash the demon, as if that line had always existed. Ryan instantly shifted forms, transforming into a blue stream of light, shuttling across the battlefield. When Ryan's figure became clear, he'd already reached before the demon. The demon was shocked but wasn't stupid. It raised its giant hand to defend, but too slow. Divine power and spirit power gathered at the hilt, condensing into an incredibly powerful blade. Then came a flash of sword light. The demon's head flew high. Ryan had succeeded. All outer demons in Gorton completely cleared. All Gorton people survived. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lord Rudder, the demon, forced her way in, so she can no longer be a challenger. She'll only become an enemy who trespassed into the tomb. You should punish those who refuse trials. I picked up the labyrinth that fell on the ground, gripping it in my hand, explaining the situation to Rudder. Rudder's eyes also gradually turned fierce, questioning me. Is this your scheme? You want to use me to fight greater demon Asmodeus? Lord Rudder, I don't understand what you're saying. I'm just stating facts. Rudder remained silent. From his face you couldn't read any expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Then he chuckled lightly, seeming to agree with my statement. As you said, she entered the tomb as an invader, so I have reason to act. Then I'll lend you a hand to defeat the greater demon. He smiled and punched my abdomen, but Set worried whether I could defeat Asmodeus. After all, this was a greater demon who recovered her true name. Seeing Set's worried expression, I knew she was afraid I'd be like before. I showed Set a confident smile. Trust me, Set, we'll win. If I wasn't fully confident, wouldn't living a second life be wasted? Just as the barrier was about to be completely destroyed by Asmodeus, Rudder acted to stabilize it. Rudder asked about my next plan, how to deal with powerful Asmodeus. I told him no plan was needed, just suppress her with power. So what if she recovered her true name? After destroying the barrier, Asmodeus's roar clearly reached my ears. Warrior! I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and stand before that one again honorably. How can the current you match me who's recovered my true name? Killing you is as easy as pie, but I wasn't affected by her words and flew before her human body. Then used ring expansion to enhance myself, raising my current strength upward. Then instantly cast 8th ring high-level sacred magic, Sacred Paradise. A huge magic circle appeared in the sky, creating a forbidden zone around Asmodeus. Set was shocked I cast this magic. I'd grown so fast. Seeing the forbidden zone form, Asmodeus's massive body was pressed downward, but she didn't just wait for death. Countless black lightning bolts shot from her horns. You think such small tricks can finish me? The lightning carried violent sounds flying forward. Seeing the attack coming, I raised my hand to release 8th ring high-level sacred defense magic sacred shield. The shield blocked all attacks. Watching these shocking black lightning bolts, memories surfaced. In my past life, when her power recovered to its peak, she could instantly release hundreds of incredibly powerful lightning bolts. These lightning bolts were powerful enough to instantly take hundreds of knights' lives. But now Asmodeus was just at the end of her rope. Her lightning power was greatly reduced. The attacks were all blocked by my sacred shield and Rudder's barrier. Seeing the lightning blocked, Asmodeus raged again, summoning lightning from the sky, but it was still all blocked by Rudder and me. This move was already useless. Asmodeus kept roaring. A mortal body dares to fight a greater demon who recovered her true name? You think greater demons are easy to bully? I think you're pretty easy to bully. I interrupted her. Asmodeus flew into rage, condensing lightning between both hands, forming a terrifically powerful sphere. Die for me! The lightning sizzled when intersecting, sounds dense and loud, echoing through heaven and earth. Can't give her a chance to finish condensing. With past life experience, I immediately cast magic. The current Asmodeus had no idea how many greater demons I'd fought in my past life. I actively attacked Asmodeus. Seeing her fall for my feint, she split off lightning to intercept me. I used the shield to block the lightning. She wouldn't know how many failures I experienced in my past life. nor would she know how much resentment I accumulated against them in my past life. Now I'd return it all. Seeing Asmodeus shoot out the lightning sphere, I instantly cast teleportation, transporting myself behind her. Seeing this, Asmodeus grew angrier. A mere ant dares oppose me. I raised my staff high, gathering divine power, swinging forcefully at her. You talk too much. Perfect timing. I successfully caught her spell backswing, dealing heavy damage. Suffering such a strong attack, Asmodeus's massive goat body tilted, the falling sound deafening. Though the tactic succeeded, killing a greater demon wasn't this simple. As the dust settled, though Asmodeus coughed continuously, I knew she could still fight, because a greater demon's true form was closest to magic. Killing with ordinary magic was difficult. She knew this even better than I did, and tried using words to shake my resolve, buying more time for herself. As long as she recovered, she believed she'd stand invincible again, but I wouldn't give her that chance. Divine power continuously gathered on my staff. High-level sacred magic, Requiem, pure. This was the sacred spell created by the church's first warrior who passed me the saint's robe in my past life. Ordinary magic indeed couldn't kill her, but the sacred magic I was using now might. Asmodeus felt the fear of death, trembling all over. But the expected death didn't come. She opened her eyes to find the light ray I shot only burned through her forehead. She couldn't help laughing wildly. You think your weak light can kill me? Your glimmer can't harm me. Die, warrior! She attacked me again, but I didn't dodge, continuing to output high-level sacred magic, Requiem. Because I'd used divine power to set up a magic circle, this light was just the key to activate it. Asmodeus's hand that touched the light burst into raging flames. Asmodeus was different from Bayajeb, though not at her peak. She'd recovered her true name. Pure Requiem couldn't take effect, so I rewrote Requiem, using it to change this forbidden zone, turning the forbidden zone created by sacred paradise into a space where Asmodeus couldn't survive. I struck my staff at the circle's final point, completing the entire formation. Asmodeus's whole body instantly burst into flames. She trembled, wailing in pain, trying to struggle. You think I'd just stand here watching you resist? I raised my staff again, gathering divine power once more. 8th ring high-level sacred magic, sacred lance! A spear formed from divine power and magic pierced through Asmodeus. After enduring endless sacred flames burning, Asmodeus had only her last trace of consciousness left, her mouth still muttering about her future, her plans, her victory. Then I mockingly raised my foot, stepping on her proud face. Your future has been completely crushed by me. This is the ending you deserve. The massive goat body began to dissipate. Asmodeus's evil plans completely ended. Gorton's land returned to tranquility. Rudder watched the dissipating black goat, amazed I'd actually eliminated Asmodeus. You kept your promise, so you passed my trial. The divine artifact is yours. Thanks to you, you removed one burden from me. Rudder was genuinely happy. Then he thanked me, but I knew things weren't over yet. My anticipated reckoning time had come. Under Rudder's guidance, we walked toward the Great Tomb's core area. Rudder was surprised I possessed both Storm and Harvest divine artifacts. Most surprising was how my insight and understanding exceeded human limits, so he asked if Hekau had given me something special. No, I could be certain Rebirth had nothing to do with Hekau. She didn't know about it. Rudder having this doubt was normal. After all, unexpected futures always made people uneasy. If I encountered unexpected situations, I'd react the same way. Soon we reached where the true holy artifact lay. It was a massive, still unblossomed blue flower bud. Unlike divine artifacts I'd seen before, I could feel it possessed powerful divine power. It not only had substance, but was extraordinarily huge. But how should I use it, Lord Rudder? But Rudder said I'd already used it to the extreme. Why ask him again? I said that was me using it randomly based on the situation. Was there a more detailed method? No. Rudder looked at me seriously. I believe you've already used it to the extreme. That's why he thought I was an extraordinary person. But that made sense. But I clearly felt when using it, I was obviously confident I could use it more skillfully. Thinking carefully, even Hekau couldn't easily see through my realm and didn't know I'd been reborn. If so, I decided to follow my intuition. I looked up toward the labyrinth. I placed my hand on the labyrinth's substance, carefully sensing its changes. Indeed, the labyrinth I used against Asmodeus was like the storm replica from before Rebirth. Both were flowers that couldn't bloom. Judging from Rudder's words, this flower had never bloomed. So it was a flower that couldn't bloom. No, a flower that hadn't yet bloomed. I looked at the labyrinth. But buds will eventually bloom, revealing the inner petals. I closed my eyes, investing my consciousness. As my consciousness invested, I sensed divine power flowing through the labyrinth. Where I blocked this torrent, I discovered obvious flow breaks. So I tried injecting divine power. Unexpectedly, it burst with brilliant light. The true divine artifact even the Guardian couldn't fathom now bloomed in my hands. The massive bud opened. Brilliant light filled the Holy Land. I was swallowed by this intense light. Look, I heard someone speaking. I'd never heard this voice. Who was it? Should I do that? The voice kept coming, but I could only see endless darkness. The voice was full of divinity. The voice came from behind, so I groped around to turn. After I turned, what met my gaze was a crimson eye watching me. I couldn't make out its owner's features, but I could feel this eye contained various negative emotions, without any goodwill. I felt it was looking at me, then immediately realized this wasn't the real world, but the distant past, so the red eye's owner wasn't looking at me. But I couldn't hear the voice of the person it was looking at, nor could I see that person. No need to exist. Besides us, who else can handle this? No! How long will you be stubborn? The eye's owner's voice grew gradually angrier. What's happening? I don't understand. Did the labyrinth make me see this? But why would the labyrinth do this? I tried to walk forward, but my foot couldn't touch solid ground. Then I lost my center of gravity, continuously falling. I could still hear voices coming. No, you're wrong. No one can replace us. Then my consciousness was gradually withdrawing. What could I possibly gain here? A louder roar interrupted my thoughts. You're the one who's wrong. A share. A share? I see. This is a memory fragment stored by the labyrinth. At this time, Rudder was also confused. After the intense light, Mikhail lost consciousness. Rudder shouted anxiously. What's happening? I thought the labyrinth originally had defects. Set sat on his shoulder. In my view, limiting your understanding of the labyrinth has a reason. Seeing Rudder still puzzled, Set decided to voice her speculation. There must be something only the divine artifact's holder can see. Hearing Set's words, Rudder understood too. Set was right. Mikhail possesses 3 divine artifacts. There will be special changes even apostles can't detect. As Rudder pondered, the labyrinth's pistol released several beams of light flying toward my body. These lights gradually merged into my body, lifting my body up. Feeling consciousness gradually returning, I couldn't help but smile. 2 days later, despite Asmodeus appearing, a disaster-level greater demon, thanks to the butler and Ryan, Gorton people escaped mind control with no casualties. The aftershocks of my battle with Asmodeus were also blocked by Rudder. Only Gorton's scenery was destroyed, its tourist destination image severely damaged. I had Rudder appear before the great chief in the god's name to announce divine revelation. Though he was very reluctant to present himself as a god, he couldn't resist my persistent pestering. Encouraged by Rudder, the great chief regained confidence, deciding to lead Gorton people to rebuild their homeland. The great chief led Cum and other Gorton people to thank me, saying they'd forever be my friends. Gorton's matters were perfectly resolved. I obtained the divine artifact. This was the best outcome. However, the labyrinth left a mark on me. Summon. Not knowing what it did, I decided to use Ryan as an experiment. Summon. At the place I designated, Ryan suddenly appeared butt naked. He was washing his hair in the bath when he suddenly appeared outdoors, completely confused. What's happening? This is... Before he finished speaking, I transported him back. Seems the labyrinth lets me summon designated targets without loss, but limited to people I've marked who are around me. This Gorton journey's most significant gain was memories of the past, though at first I didn't know whose memories they were, but now I knew. Those were memories of the demon god and Asher, 2 gods. So I asked Set about the relationship between divine artifacts and old era information. She said anyone qualified enough could get that information. After all, ignorance can't fight demon gods. Then I can also glimpse Asher's memories, right? Hearing this, Set froze. Did you see that one's memories in that light? Divine artifacts are parts of Asher's body. You absorbed the artifacts, so theoretically yes. But humans unconsciously resist his memories. No human's will is strong enough to accept that one's memories. But aren't I fine? I looked at Set puzzled. Set thought for a moment. I heard your family's ancestor wasn't human, but after so many years of dilution, ancestral bloodline should have completely vanished. But Set froze. If that special ancestor could withstand Asher's memories, then Mikhail, seeing Set frozen in place, I quickly reminded her to keep up. Set still looked at me worriedly, thinking about my situation. Shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? With this matter settled, the 2 great demons we destroyed were the weakest among the 7 great demons. The good news is, compared to my past life when all 7 great demons walked the earth together, there are at most 5 now. The bad news is, the remaining 5 are far beyond what Bayajeb and Asmodeus could compare to. Bayajeb was all brawn and no brains, treated like a fool, while Asmodeus only had cunning. Both the demon gods beyond this world and the 5 great demons are stirring restlessly. Those 5 great demons must not be underestimated, especially Belfeg. He must have reclaimed his true name. The reason he hasn't made a move yet must be because he currently cannot contend with Hekau. After all, as a complete deity, Hekau is invincible as long as the demon gods cannot truly descend, but they can't possibly remain patient forever. Next, they'll surely target those who stand at the pinnacle of martial power in this world, either grandmasters or great archmages, because they are humanity as vital combat forces, capable of contending with the great demons. And among them, lone wolves who prefer acting alone are even more likely to draw these great demons' attention. For example, Milium Ariaran. So our next destination will be the Lawless Zone. Before leaving Gorton, I found Rudder sitting in the holy ground, lost in thought. Rudder seemed to know I was leaving, and directly told me his thoughts. The demon god's descent cannot be stopped. This is why the apostles scattered and buried Asher's remains, and the hero who gathers all the divine artifacts will gain the means to deal with the demon god from them. The demon god wants to descend as quickly as possible for this same reason. He wants to eliminate the hero swiftly. Yet none of the heroes who appeared before me knew of the tomb's existence. I know what this means. Before my rebirth, I had the intel but never found the true tombs. Just like Siegfried in my past life, what they obtained were all fake divine artifacts and false information. In other words, unless you're the right person, even possessing the information is useless. Ever since I obtained the first divine artifact, it meant I was chosen, and I'm the only one. I am the true hero hero who will play a decisive role, and the demon god is watching me too. Even if the great demons have already set traps in advance, I must go, because I'm not alone. I have the help of Set and these liberated apostles. Even with an uncertain future, I have no fear. What I've gained isn't just divine artifacts, but also the restoration of holy grounds whose very existence suppresses demons. As long as all apostles are freed, the round table will reappear. Then, light will illuminate the entire world. Although this is merely intel I obtained from Thoth, I have no choice but to trust it. Since you are the one chosen by a share, you will surely walk the right path. We apostles will always support you. Rudder interrupted my thoughts then, saying he would henceforth watch over this land of Gorton carefully. The more divine artifacts I find, the stronger the apostles and holy grounds' power and influence will grow. I sat down beside Rudder naturally, gazing at the beautiful scenery of distant Gorton, promising him I would keep working hard. I vowed silently in my heart, in this life, I must rewrite the tragedy of my past life when living beings suffered and the world collapsed. For a future that doesn't repeat past mistakes, for the dream in my heart, I must keep fighting bloody battles and keep moving forward. I must become an undefeated hero, defeat the great demons, and vanquish the demon god. Walking through Gorton's jungle, I informed Ryan and the butler of our next destination. Learning our next stop was the Lawless Zone. Ryan got extremely excited. There's no better place than that to accumulate real combat experience. Looking at this laughing fool, I felt puzzled. Who exactly turned him into this? Just then, the butler also came to my side, rolling up his sleeves and asking if I felt the difference in power. I said frankly I didn't. After all, hasn't he always been like this? Seeing this, the butler tensed his whole body and let out a violent roar. His clothes instantly exploded, revealing incredibly exaggerated muscles. What the hell? Before my rebirth, these two didn't have this happen. How terrifying. Could it be from the physical training I had him do 2 years ago? The butler explained that autonomous circulation affects everyone differently, and he wasn't an ordinary mage to begin with. His total magic power is proportional to his physical strength. Raising his hand, he released a massive fireball. The butler believed this muscle power was a new type of armor existing beneath magic. He called it under armor. Watching one fool show off his muscles while another fool waved his sword around with a stupid grin shouting about battle, I really couldn't help but curse. What the fuck is going on here? At this time, in the Empire's western territories, the domain of Count Ixion the Border Lord, the Empire's 6th-ranked knight, Guardian of the West, Count Ixion the Border Lord. Fiery red hair, strong and powerful body, the scar on his face all proving his valor. Yet such a man now had a massive headache because he heard from his subordinates that the adjudicator had arrived. He found this lawless adjudicator troublesome. He thought after 2 years of no appearance, she'd found the life she wanted. Strictly speaking, the lawless zone didn't belong to him. He was only responsible for guarding it. He wasn't clear about the adjudicator's purpose for returning this time, but facing her required full battle readiness, straightening his clothes, equipping his sword. Then, he came before the adjudicator, already prepared to fight her. But Miriam directly bowed to him, apologizing for her sudden visit. The border count intended to get straight to the point, asking why the adjudicator had come. Yet Miriam's words puzzled him. As far as I know, your lordship also has excellent children. Well, they're just kids who completely ignore their father's words. Seems kids are all the same. Miriam lowered her head. What exactly are you trying to say? The border count pressed. Then she glared at him. I have a favor to ask of you. The border count immediately went on high alert, becoming even more tense, his sword ready to be drawn at any moment. My son has run away from home. Hearing the adjudicator finish, the border count breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, I see. Your son ran away. Son? What? The border count was utterly confused. Adjudicator, what did you say? I said my son ran away from home. The adjudicator's voice echoed across the wasteland. At this very moment, the butler, Ryan, and I were walking through the city guarded by the border count. The butler believed that for a great demon to capture this heavily fortified city wasn't impossible. I agreed with his assessment. Any place a great demon sets their sights on will definitely fall. Only right now, if they did that, it would be suicide. Ryan didn't understand this, and I didn't bother explaining it to this idiot. If Asmodeus had succeeded, they might have already acted, but just to be safe, we still need to meet the border count. Suddenly, the wall beside us exploded with a huge hole, making a tremendous noise. A person flew out from it and landed in front of me, looking like they'd been punched out, still cursing. Then another person walked out from the hole in the wall. The butler and Ryan were stunned upon seeing the person behind, because she was none other than an old acquaintance, Eileen, happily shouldering her sword. She mocked the person who'd been knocked flying. You think that trash gang of yours could threaten me? Seeing the other about to spout more nonsense, Eileen slashed his face with her sword. Unable to win the fight, that person could only leave harsh words and scurry away dejectedly. Eileen let out a breath, happy about doing another good deed today. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught 3 familiar figures. She couldn't believe it, staring wide-eyed for another look. It was indeed the 3 of us. The scene was extremely awkward. Snapping back to reality, Eileen looked as if she'd seen a ghost, while I asked with a smile, "Isn't this Eileen? Long time no see." We then entered a tavern and found a table to sit at. I said frankly that Eileen looked well. Eileen asked with displeasure if I was mocking her. Behind her, the shop owner was crying over his damaged store, but no one paid attention. I said that compared to before, Eileen was indeed in much better condition now. Eileen didn't deny it. She was indeed happier and more energetic now. I got to the point, since you're here, Miriam must be here too, right? Eileen lowered her head, not daring to meet my eyes, as if wanting to hide something. She went to find her son, so she should be at the Condor Mercenary Corps. Only, they've been at odds for a long time. Their relationship a bit tense. I expressed confusion about this. Hadn't their relationship improved? Eileen sighed. If only it were just that. Carry man ran away from home. Though different from what I'd expected, this didn't affect my judgment. Eileen hadn't told the truth. That was certain. So I asked directly, why did Carryman run away? What happened at the Condor Mercenary Corps? Hearing this, Eileen's eyes became uneasy, and she had no choice but to tell the truth. After they left the capital, Miriam found her son at the Condor Mercenary Corps. Then, a tear-jerking scene unfolded. I interrupted Eileen's performance, telling her to just explain properly. Eileen was annoyed by this. She had to honestly say that Miriam witnessed Karyaman adapting to mercenary life from the sidelines. He was a very principled person, which was also why he joined the Mercenary Corps. Eileen sighed. That Mercenary Corps was too principled. During one mission, the Condor Mercenary Corps learned that a demon had appeared in an isolated village. The demon poisoned and infected the villagers there, gradually transforming them into monsters. Children, pure by nature, were less eroded by the toxin, yet the Condor Mercenary Corps killed all the villagers. Blood splattered on Caryaman's face. He couldn't believe it. Eileen asked for my opinion. I thought no one did anything wrong. Eliminating demons was correct, but this operation didn't fit the Mercenary Corps' style. Eileen and I were in agreement. Just hearing Eileen's account, I could only get a general idea, so I planned to find Caryaman and ask clearly, but Eileen expressed confusion. Caryaman had disappeared, and they couldn't find him. I said I could find him. Eileen was shocked by my words and loudly asked why. I had to explain that with the potion I'd given Miriam before, as long as Caryaman drank it, I could find him. Eileen asked if I'd tampered with the potion. Tampered? What kind of person do you take me, Mikhail, for? Of course I tampered with it. Before my rebirth, Caryaman had almost no fame, but to Miriam he was the most important person, so I enhanced the potion's effects, strengthening his constitution and implanting a mark. Then I extended my hand and cast magic, detecting that Caryaman's condition was dire. So I had Eileen and the others chat at the tavern first. I planned to check on Caryaman alone. Ryan and Eileen weren't having it, at least explain the situation, but I'd already teleported away. Ryan wanting to follow was useless, so the three of them sat around the table, looking at each other, standing up and sitting down repeatedly. There really wasn't much to talk about. Ryan decided to break the awkwardness. How about we start by chatting about MBTI? By this time I'd already teleported to Caryaman's location, seeing no one around. This must be an abandoned place within the Border Count's domain. Hiding here would indeed be troublesome to find, but I still found him, huddled in a dark corner. His shadow was moving randomly. This wasn't a situation a normal person should have. Watching the dark red shadow wandering around him, I was certain Caryaman was transforming into a monster. Set appeared by my ear, asking about my plan. At this rate, he would inevitably become a monster. I said I could purify him. Set immediately urged me to act quickly, because I need to figure out who's behind this, so I can't purify him yet. I know Karyaman was very lucky to be born with ultra-high-level talent. After all, he carries Miriam's bloodline. But for someone like this to be eroded, I know this is definitely not an ordinary demon. At this moment, the black shadow on Karyaman kept writhing as if threatening me, forbidding me to approach. The shadow looked like a fox. A mere monster dares threaten me. Holy power began surging from my body. I instantly summoned my staff and viciously smashed it on the fox's head. Seeing this, Set asked if hitting people with a staff was a family tradition, but I said it was fine. My attacks only damaged demons. Suddenly, Caryaman stood up fiercely, looking at me savagely. Seeing his condition, I knew who did this. At the same time, on the other side, the three of them had completely run out of things to say. The three stared at each other with wide eyes. Eileen really couldn't stand it anymore and suddenly noticed the butler had gotten stronger. The butler instantly stood up with joy, looking excitedly at Eileen. Then he struck a pose and approached Eileen, telling her to feel it. Eileen couldn't refuse in time. Eileen, why are you here? And the young sword saint too? A steady female voice interrupted them. The voice's owner was Miriam. The butler explained they came with the young master. Learning the benefactor had also come, Miriam felt happy inside. Eileen then stepped forward, explaining the situation to her. Both women were very worried about Caryaman, but the butler said Caryaman would be fine, because I'd already taken action. As soon as he finished speaking, Miriam heard a loud noise behind her. From within the smoke and dust came Mikhail's voice. The teleport point was off. The smoke cleared. It was indeed me, bringing Caryaman back through a magic circle. Both Miriam and Eileen were shocked by my entrance method. Seeing the shop damaged again, the owner behind them had a twisted expression. Miriam looked at Caryaman in the magic sphere, asking me what happened. Before I answer your question, you answer mine first, and answer accurately. What? exactly happened at the Condor Mercenary Corps? Milliam suddenly began stammering, seemingly unwilling to tell the truth. I knew she was mindful of the crowd here. I also planned to change locations because someone else needed to join our conversation. The scene shifted to the Border Count's mansion. The Count stood by the window, worried. He'd been sent by the Emperor a year or two ago to guard here against demon invasion, but he had no experience fighting demons. During this period, he hadn't even seen a demon. If the legendary hero could give him some advice, perhaps things could become a bit easier. Just then, a loud noise reached the Border Count's ears. Battle-hardened, he immediately gripped his sword and walked toward the door. The guards hadn't come to report. Could it be demons? Thinking this, he slowly drew his sword. A young man's voice suddenly came from behind. Greetings, Lord Border Count. Out of physical instinct, the Border Count swiftly drew his sword, turned, and slashed. Oh no, I swung my sword subconsciously. He sensed no malice from the other party, the Border Count thought, but it was too late to stop the sword. Then came a loud metallic collision. The sword was blocked by a magic barrier. Who are you? How dare you trespass in the Border Count's mansion? State your name. My apologies for suddenly visiting the Border Count's mansion, Lord Count Ixion. I am the current hero, Mikhail Walpurgis. Oh, so you're the hero Mikhail. Wait. Hero? Mikhail Walpurgis, you're the hero? Yes, Lord Border Count. Looking at the dazed Count, I answered sincerely. Then why did you break into my home? Little did he know I'd use sleep magic on the guards. After explaining, the Border Count looked at Karyaman and fell into thought. Karyaman had indeed been eroded by demons. I could help purify him. Please act immediately, benefactor. Hearing purification was possible, Milliam was very excited. If you can save my child, I will definitely repay this favor. Then you must tell me honestly what happened at the Condor Mercenary Corps. I looked at Milliam. I was certain Karyaman had been eroded at the Mercenary Corps. Milliam had to slowly tell the truth. That day, after she and Eileen arrived at the Corps, she could clearly feel the Corps was very guarded toward her. This wasn't strange, as they were just guests. The Border Count interjected then. Corps leader Miles is someone who values honor. He used to be a knight, so the Corps is also called a knight order, but how could he be so discourteous? Milliam's expression darkened. Ixion, I stayed at the Corps for over a year and never once saw Corps leader Miles. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. I frowned. It seemed things were more serious than I'd imagined. I always thought it was because he was busy, Milliam said, watching her son gradually being purified. Until my son became like this. Then she remembered something else. Benefactor, do you know the Condor Mercenary Corps gives its own people new names? I said I knew. The world thought it was to strengthen a sense of belonging, but the truth wasn't like that. According to the Condor Mercenary Corps' custom, they accepted commissions with clear reasons, but what Milliam said was different. The names they give are a bit strange, Milliam continued recalling. They gave Kuryaman the name Mel Oren. Hearing this, I was greatly shocked, then understood, so everything could be explained. Seeing their puzzled expressions, I explained that the three letters E, L, and M are exactly what demons commonly use when naming their subordinates, and Mel is just the order scrambled, meaning the Condor Mercenary Corps had already been invaded by demons. I grabbed and pulled the demon out of Karyaman's body, then used high-level sacred magic, Requiem, pure to purify it. The demon fell to the ground and turned into a red fox. I explained why the demon became a fox. All great demons have their own symbols, and the fox is the low-level symbol of the great demon Enoch. The butler then recalled that Enoch's name had appeared several times in history. He makes warriors fall and fills them with extreme self-loathing. The great demon Enoch. Before my rebirth, there weren't many guys as arrogant as him. A reminder, great demons can track these patterns, meaning he'll set his sights on the Border Count's territory. Right now we need to check out the Condor Mercenary Corps first, Ryan said. Smart for once. Your lordship, be on guard against ambush. Just then the door was knocked on. It was the Border Count's subordinate Jackson. After entering, he reported that someone had seen strange wriggling black things at the western wall. The Border Count went ahead to check the situation. Milliam and I walked through the mansion. That guard's timing reporting was very subtle. Right after the demon inside Karyaman was eliminated, and he specifically reported news of a suspected demon. Sure enough, demonic energy began emanating from the walls around the mansion. Seeing this, I immediately summoned my staff. I was very confused. How were demons this diligent? The hole where demonic energy gathered grew larger. Soon a hand reached out from within. Milliam and I stood back to back, ready to counterattack. Two masked people emanating demonic energy blocked our way, their eyes identical to a fox's. Seeing things going badly, I stood in front of everyone. After seeing their appearance clearly, Eileen shouted, "It was demons!" Milliam drew her sword, blocking ahead, sternly demanding, "Who are you?" The leading demon walked out from the hole, spreading his hands to indicate only fools would reveal their identity to a swordmaster. Then he raised one finger. "We have only one purpose, to retrieve our comrade. No, he can't sense Karyaman's aura anymore." Of course, because I eliminated it, I saw through his confusion. Stop your bluffing. A mere ant dares claim to have eliminated that lord's blessing? Nothing is absolute in this world. The demon I'd provoked ground his teeth and attacked me, but before getting close was blocked by me. He instantly broke into a cold sweat. Then he clenched his fist, demonic energy intensifying on his body. Looking at the writhing black shadow on him, could he be a betrayer from the mercenary corps? So I urged him to surrender. Such severe erosion is very difficult to purify completely, but he had no intention of surrendering. Even mocking me, A mere human is truly arrogant. But weren't you human before too? I looked at him questioningly. This made him even angrier, releasing massive demonic energy from both hands. The energy attacked us but only shrouded the surroundings. As the demon was about to mock again, I directly used Forbidden Zone magic to shatter the space he'd painstakingly constructed. He suffered backlash and fell to the ground, simultaneously making a confused sound. I also didn't plan to keep acting. Waves of holy power surged from my body. Haven't you guessed who I am yet? He completely panicked. Could you be the hero? Unfortunately, he realized too late. His companion Marin still wanted to ambush. Circling behind me, he leaped high with raised blade, but my back wasn't undefended, set easily blocked with storm. Seeing they still wanted to open their mouths to speak, I violently smashed my staff into their faces. Milium and Eileen watched speechlessly as I used the staff so brutally. The leading demon suddenly raised both hands, attempting to surrender. I immediately used magic to seal his mouth. That was close. Almost let him surrender. Then, while beating them with my staff, I asked if they'd surrender. After screams continued for dozens of minutes, I was exhausted. These guys refused to confess. Their will truly was firm. I wiped the blood-covered staff. The appearance of these demons perfectly proved our earlier speculation. The Condor Mercenary Corps might have already fallen into a great demon's hands. No, not might, but a confirmed fact. I wonder if Corps leader Miles has surrendered to Enoch. At this time, Karyaman slowly opened his eyes, so I decided to first hear what he had to say. When Karyaman was small, his father fell in a pool of blood, and his mother collapsed because of it, forcibly fulfilling her duties. But at that time, he neither chose to stay by his mother's side, nor help her emerge from the shadows. Instead, he chose to run away, then was sold by sewer rats. Karyaman was too young then to care for his collapsed mother. As time passed, this matter was like a sharp blade, occasionally stabbing his heart, piercing his chest. He didn't know how much time had passed when his mother found him. Seeing his mother smile, he finally felt the pain disappear, because mother was no longer immersed in father's death. He also gradually couldn't smell the bloody scent from father that night. Like mother, he seemed to have freed himself from father's death too. But then, magic gradually occupied his brain until he lost consciousness, becoming Mel Oren. Yet when he opened his eyes again, Mother Milium was right before him. Karyaman couldn't help asking in a broken voice, "Mother, why are you here?" Hearing this, Milium couldn't believe her ears, turning her head in shock and stiffness. Then she embraced her son tightly. Feeling the warmth from Mother, Karyaman was certain this wasn't a dream. "No! Mother, get away from me quickly! I have a monster inside me!" Karyaman, who'd come to his senses, shouted, but Milium didn't let go. Karyaman heard a gentle voice. "The monster inside you has been removed by me. No need to worry. This is your first time seeing me while conscious. I am the current hero, Mikhail Walpurgis." "Hero? You're the hero whose mission is to eliminate great demons." Karyaman excitedly clenched his fists, looking at me with shining eyes. "I heard he's a principled person, so I think we should get along well." I had Karyaman first look at these defeated people. Karyaman removed their hoods, only to discover they were Marin and Baskerville, his seniors at the Mercenary Corps. As expected, they were from the Corps, so Karyaman had noticed they willingly accepted erosion and escaped alone. I frowned. Why didn't you seek help from Milium? Looking at his now intact human hands, recalling his hands full of demonic energy when demonized, Karyaman told the truth. He didn't want to be eroded by demons, nor did he want Mother to see him like that, so he hid alone. I said I could understand his thinking, because I thought of my past life self. From him I learned that when he escaped, half the Corps had already suffered erosion, especially the leader, who was betrayed by the most trusted vice leader Kyle, and had been imprisoned, deprived of freedom. I prepared to cast soul-binding magic to control these two attackers. Both Milium and the butler were shocked hearing this. I know why, because this magic isn't just highly difficult, it's also very cruel. I need intelligence about Enoch, so I must forcibly destroy these two's bodies and imprison their souls, making them unable to refuse answering my questions and providing intelligence. I'm still close to humans, but for soul-selling traders, this is my attitude. During this process, I saw some fragments from the past. One of them killed innocents under the banner of faith, while the other tortured people to death for pleasure. They'll never know how many people died miserably because of them. Then two spheres emanating demonic energy hung on my staff. They were still begging me to kill them, but I wouldn't let them die so easily. Seeing my increasingly savage expression, Set ran out to comfort me. "Doing your utmost is good, but don't push yourself too hard. What you're shouldering is too heavy. You're also human." Hearing this, my tense expression relaxed. Then I forcefully flicked Set's head. "It's fine." Set pitifully covered his forehead. "Because I know the world before my eyes is no longer one of suffering masses, and is filled with infinite possibilities for the future. Since the goal hasn't been realized, how could I fall? If I were this useless, I wouldn't have attempted rebirth." Outside the Border Count's domain walls, the Count and I met at the huge gap. Hearing my account, he learned what had just happened. He expressed worry about Miles's situation. I promised him that as long as I went to find Miles, there'd be no problem. Only before that, I needed to confirm the Border Count's attitude toward demons. Looking at the wall emanating demonic energy, the Count still couldn't believe it. Even though it was the Emperor's command, he still felt demons weren't very real, because he wasn't a holy knight, nor a devout believer. I agreed with his view. Normal people should all be like this. So before I left here, I wanted to change the Count's perspective. Just as I was preparing to explain the stakes to him, a guard ran over and interrupted my action. The arrival was Koer, summoned by the border Count. I noticed something different about him. This person bowed quickly, had new armor, proper bearing. I introduced myself. I am the hero Mikhail Walpurgis. He was preparing to shake my hand when hearing my name, his body trembled. Ahaha, so you're the hero. I looked at the border Count, signaling him to take out the holy relic for identifying demons. The Count searched all over himself and found a badge with a holy cross mark. Just as he was about to give it to Koer, he saw Koer had already demonized, attacking with bared fangs and claws. Seeing Koer's sharp claws constantly enlarging in his pupils, the border Count still hadn't reacted. Suddenly, a golden magic penetrated Koer's skull, blasting him away. The smoke cleared. It was me using my staff to launch sacred magic Requiem Pure, killing Koer. Your lordship, demons are cunning. They not only use massive armies but also infiltrate among humans. They greatly enjoy playing moles to sow discord among humans, thus achieving their goals. And this is a holy relic that can identify demons. You can use it to find demons that just infiltrated. The border Count was shocked that 2 more demons had just infiltrated his territory. Looking at Koer's broken corpse, the Count couldn't let it go for a long time, but he also made a firm resolution because of this. He must drive demons out of his territory. I'm truly ashamed. I almost let demons cause an irreversible situation. The border Count blamed himself. Hearing this, I grasped his hand, stuffing the holy relic into it. Starting now isn't too late. I believed he could do this. Find, expel the demons. So I immediately departed with everyone toward the Condor Mercenary Corps. And soon, news that the border Count found and executed 5 demons confirmed my judgment. I was thinking about how to deal with the Condor Mercenary Corps when Ryan suddenly interrupted, asking about the treasure. Ever since he heard about treasures from the future Ryan, he pestered me daily for treasures. I really couldn't stand it and cursed him for being a super huge fool, but he shouted even louder. However, given that his strength had indeed increased considerably, for me, this was also good. And he's the next generation sword saint. Everyone places high hopes on him. The pressure is immense. Even though he appears carefree on the surface, the burden on his shoulders doesn't decrease one bit. Ryan, I've decided to take back what I just said about you. Ryan was puzzled, not understanding. Ryan, you're a remarkable super huge fool. Hearing this, Ryan wanted a death match with me. Of course I wouldn't accept his challenge. After all, I don't like beating up weaklings, but since he so wanted to fight, so excitedly wanted to become stronger, as his good brother, I naturally had to help him. So I pulled apart the bushes, revealing a group of people crouched behind, each with fierce expressions. The leader was the Highland member who'd been beaten up by Eileen before. He pointed at Eileen and cursed, vowing to catch us all in one net. Eileen didn't understand why this group of trash talked such big talk. Ryan and I couldn't help but applaud him. Low combat ability combined with loving big talk, truly admirable. Then I pushed Ryan forward, telling him to deal with this group of trash that needed beating. And I also forbade Ryan from using spiritual power and holy power, only swordsmanship. But Ryan still clamored for treasure, or he wouldn't do it. Learning the treasure was the blood and sweat he'd shed next, Ryan raised an eyebrow. Then what are we waiting for? The Highland members had already charged over, seemingly really planning to devour us alive. So I commanded Ryan to engage the enemy. Go Ryan, quick battle, and finish them off. Soon Ryan beat them until they were knocked flying, worthy of being the huge fool I had high hopes for. And to shorten the journey, we chose a dangerous path, during which monsters and bandits blocked the way, but there was always one person holding a sword before us, the pride-worthy Ryan. Facing huge monsters with godlike swordsmanship, he still didn't use spiritual power in battle. After several exchanges, Ryan found an opening and beheaded the monster with one sword, ending the fight. The butler carrying the horse was shocked. Young Master Ryan actually won the battle without using spiritual energy. I said Ryan awakening his wild nature was good. This was very important for his growth. Ryan, after killing the monster, excitedly roared to the sky. Ah, fuck! Watching Ryan curse so unrestrained, I really couldn't understand how he became like this. Tonight's moon was extraordinarily bright, illuminating the darkness and our future too. We camped in an open area, doing simple cooking. Eileen ladled a bowl of thick soup and handed it to Ryan as consolation. Ryan accepted with a bitter face. Miriam sat across from Ryan, watching him, not knowing what she was thinking. I ladled a bowl and sat beside Miriam. Naturally, what do you think of Ryan? I heard long ago that Ryan is exceptionally talented. The next generation sword saint isn't an empty title, but he's very different now from when I saw him in the capital. He exceeded my expectations. Miriam couldn't help smiling. It feels like someone saw through a terrible future and turned things around. Shattered the old Ryan, then carefully adjusted him. Was it you, benefactor? Hearing this, the corner of my mouth lifted, but I didn't plan to answer. The next morning, we finally arrived at the Condor Mercenary Corps location. Looking at the magnificent buildings, Ryan exclaimed, I thought this was a military fortress. After Miles disappeared, they kept expanding, Miriam explained. Set also flew out then, relieved it was remote. Fighting a great demon wouldn't harm innocents. Asmodeus was eliminated in the tomb's center, so the curses canceled each each other out. I comforted her. Enoch's main body won't be there. There probably won't be a fierce battle. At this time, Eileen stepped forward, asking about my plan to enter the Condor Mercenary Corps. Learning I'd walk in fair and square, Eileen was very puzzled. I didn't explain, calling Karyaman over and asking if he was good at acting. Getting an affirmative answer, I took out Marin and Baskerville's souls, then put them into Karyaman's shadow, using magic to disguise Karyaman as demonized, then eliminated Karyaman's soul's aura, making him seem to have obtained the special blessing of lurking. Except for Enoch's main body, no one could detect his abnormality. He just needed to play demonized well. After all, last time I imitated part of a demon god's authority. Besides me, no one in the world could do this. So Karyaman, according to plan, walked toward the Condor Mercenary Corps. As expected, he was stopped by a guard who pointed his sword at Karyaman, loudly questioning. Mel-Orin, you unauthorized deserter, you dare come back? Karyaman retorted. I didn't desert. I went to fulfill my duty. Saying this, he revealed purple pupils. I obtained a blessing, Kadon. Kadon, hearing this, retreated in disbelief, but bumped into a solid shoulder. It was Vice Leader Kyle. The Vice Leader welcomed Karyaman back with a smiling face. Then Kyle told Kadon to return to his post because Karyaman had no problems. Kadon still wanted to say something, but saw Kyle's cold smile saying Karyaman was fine. Kadon was startled, then quickly ran off to his guard post. Learning Karyaman had accepted erosion, Kyle asked where the two companions sent out were. Karyaman explained the other two were discovered by the hero and killed. Kyle continued questioning Karyaman, asking how he survived from the hero's hands. Karyaman explained he'd obtained the blessing of enhanced lurking and deceived the hero. Kyle, hearing this, sized up Karyaman. He indeed didn't sense demonic energy from him, but erosion symptoms remained. Kyle spread his arms, about to happily embrace Karyaman. After all, with such a special blessing, losing two companions wasn't a loss. However, Vice Leader, I have something to report. The hero came with me. Kyle was first puzzled, then formulated a plan to assassinate me, having Karyaman bring me in. Then the eroded Karyaman lured me into the core castle. The castle was these guys' stronghold. They definitely thought they had a chance to assassinate me. After entering the castle, countless gazes converged on me. Some were curious, while some held hostility and loathing, as if about to lose control. Set felt the thick demonic aura, hugging herself with an uncomfortable expression. Karyaman brought us to the Vice Leader's room. I said only he and I needed to go in. The others would act according to plan, each confirming on their own without being discovered, meeting up promptly. Seeing only Karyaman and me remaining, Karyaman lowered his head, seeming to want to say something. Then he asked if the Vice Leader could possibly not have fallen voluntarily. I knew what he was thinking. After being trafficked, he was saved by the Leader and Vice Leader. Impossible. Hearing my firm words, Karyaman froze. I know you don't want to believe it, but this is the truth. No need to be indecisive. Be true to the present. But before I finished, I heard two crisp slapping sounds. Karyaman had slapped himself twice to escape fantasy. Seeing this, I knew he could complete the mission without my help. So Karyaman and I came to the Vice Leader's door. I extended my hand to open it. Kyle was waiting in the room with his hands behind his back, smiling. Welcome, hero. The room was deliberately decorated, abnormally bright, seemingly declaring demons had nothing to do with him. The blinding, strong light forced me to raise my hand to block it. Seeing my abnormality, Kyle asked, puzzled, what was wrong? Nothing. I just think it's a bit bright in here. I acted like nothing was wrong. Hero, why did you come here? Kyle asked with a half smile. I received a revelation. At this moment, outside the window, a giant eagle was preparing to perch on a branch. A revelation? Mel-Orin, you go out first. Karyaman, hearing this, bowed and withdrew. Only Kyle and I remained in the room. If possible, could you tell me what revelation? I said I could, but I needed to know where Leader Miles was. I wanted to tell him personally. Kyle, with his back to the light, smiled even more. Only the shadow made it seem particularly sinister. The Leader isn't here right now. Just tell me directly. Now I'm handling everything. Since it's a revelation closely related to the Leader, as his brother, I have even more reason to know. While Kyle and I argued, a green figure swept past behind Kyle. She gestured to me, indicating she'd already checked the room. Seeing this, I imperceptibly nodded to Set, showing I understood. So I spread my arms, smiling. Then I should indeed tell you the revelation. The revelation is that a giant eagle is grooming messy feathers, preparing to soar after removing them. A flock of giant eagles flew past the window. Timely, I continued. It's clearing useless feathers, right? Hearing this, Kyle closed his eyes, knowing I was implying something, directly asking what I meant. I looked at him coldly. That depends on your understanding. After all, gods won't make things clear. After hearing my answer, Kyle angrily clenched his fist. See how I understand? Despite extreme anger, he still wore a smile. Whose the messy feathers isn't certain yet, is it? Yes, which side will the feathers the eagle clears be? I think I already know the answer. After saying this, I left the room, closing his white door. Kyle stood in place, thinking for a while, then called for Mel-Orin. After footsteps, Karyaman had already come behind Kyle. The hero has noticed our Condor Mercenary Corps obtained blessings. Orin, I'll give you a chance. chance. Kyle glanced back at Karyaman, a precious chance to live as part of that lord. You go gain the hero's trust. Use any method to keep him from leaving. After Kyle arranged everything, he showed an evil smile, even if the hero eliminated 2 great demons. As long as conditions are met, he cannot defeat that lord. He widened his eyes, confidently talking to himself. In the Condor Mercenary Corps' underground room, chains constantly shook. A man was being imprisoned, head hanging low, lower body immersed in water. The man slowly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. How much time has passed? Months? A year? I have no idea. But more importantly, demon reflections in the water. These demons were eroding him. He could barely hold on. These demons tried to erode him day after day. Seems you're at your limit. I really didn't expect you could persist this long, big brother Miles. A familiar voice reached Miles's ears. He raised his head toward where the voice came from. The voice's owner was Miles's brother, Condor Mercenary Corps Vice Leader Kyle. Kyle, why are you doing this? Miles angrily questioned Kyle. Kyle slowly spoke. You started it first, big brother. You always said it was because of me, but I never treated or looked down on you. Miles tried to break the chains, but the solid chains weren't shaken. Hearing Kyle's affirmative reply, Miles ground his teeth, anger intensifying. Why did you bring demons? Sacrificing innocent people. Snap out of it! Miles roared with all his might, trying to awaken his fallen brother. Kyle, hearing this, couldn't help laughing. Mockery, arrogance, hatred, negative emotions filled his brain. Then he slowly spoke. You know what? As long as humans are eroded, we as a mercenary corps can easily kill them on grounds they're monsters. Don't you think that's cool? Under everyone's approval, creating sacrifices so simply. Miles desperately listened to his brother speak such anti-human words, yet was helpless. Stop this, Kyle. It's not too late. The vigorously burning flame outside seemed to represent hope. No, it's too late. I don't plan to turn back, so don't hold pointless expectations. Kyle slowly walked out of the underground room, deliberately extinguishing the flame before leaving. Only darkness remained in the underground room, along with Miles enduring erosion. Perhaps only one person can redeem me, and the Corps' people pushed to the cliff's edge. That's the current hero. I hope he can save everyone and stop my brother. Once Miles can't endure and is completely eroded, Enoch will use him as a vessel to descend. Thinking he could spearhead the great demon's complete resurrection, Kyle excitedly spread his arms, laughing. Outside the Condor Mercenary Corps, I met up with Ryan and the others. I asked what they'd each gained. First to speak was the butler. He discovered many hidden demon symbols. Those symbols seemed to be for influencing the renamed people. Milliam confirmed where personnel were most heavily deployed, but she worried about alerting them, so she didn't conduct deep investigation to avoid triggering clever mechanisms. I expressed approval. After all, not being exposed was most important now. I also have good news and bad news. Before I finished, Ryan eagerly said he wanted to hear the good news. The good news is, I roughly determined where Miles is imprisoned. And the bad news? Bad news. If our luck's poor, we might have to fight Great Demon Enoch's main body. Hearing me say we'd fight a Great Demon, all 4 were shocked. After all, Great Demons couldn't compare to lesser demons. Unfortunately, Enoch's ruthlessness seems beyond our imagination. Ryan suddenly interjected. Wait, Enoch and the Asmodeus you dealt with before are the same level, right? Learning Enoch was much stronger than Asmodeus. Ryan dejectedly covered his face and shouted. But Milliam caught the key point. You're saying the Great Demon will personally act? A monarch's brand appeared. Great demons bestow it on subordinates they value. This is a terrifying symbol. Even among traitors, only a few can obtain it. And Set found that brand in Kyle's room. Eileen, who'd been silent, spoke then, meaning, the situation isn't optimistic. Correct. And there's something even more important. They want to use Miles as a vessel. The butler seemed not to understand, repeating incredulously again. A great demon using a grandmaster's body as vessel. Then no one could oppose. Ryan completely panicked. Kyle uses curses to control Miles's life. To save Miles, we simply can't avoid Kyle. Seeing everyone flustered, I said we needn't think so complicated. The 4 looked at me puzzled, not understanding what I meant. If completely eroded, Miles will become a vessel. Then to fully purify him will necessarily take time. The other side won't submit either. So let's just make him rampage early. In the prison chamber, Miles breathed heavily, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Is this the end? I can't hold on any longer. My body's sensations are gradually fading away. The demon's whisper echoed in his ears once more, then give up quickly. Miles, just surrender to me, and you won't have to endure this suffering anymore. Yes, if hope has completely vanished. Miles lifted his head in despair. Then abandoning everything here might not be such a bad idea. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of chiseling came from the bricks overhead, and suddenly a small hand broke through. Immediately, a round little face popped out. It was Mole. I found you. Miles looked up in disbelief at this green little sprite. He watched as Mole quickly flew to his face. Who are you? Miles was utterly confused. Mole didn't answer his question, instead pointed skyward with one hand. Very well, my iron fist can pierce through the heavens. Why is there a sprite here? I am a hero, the sprite declared loudly. Miles looked at the sprite before him, thinking if this was proof sent by the hero. Then there was still a glimmer of hope in despair, as long as he could hold on until the hero arrived. Hero, what do you want to tell me? Miles regained hope. Then Mole slowly extended his small hand, pointing at Miles, fall into despair. Meanwhile, Ryan and the others were protesting my plan. Even in this extremely urgent situation, we shouldn't resort to such dangerous methods. Think about it. Miles is currently in an extremely dangerous state. What good would making him go berserk do? Enoch wants to forge Miles into a perfect vessel, which means he needs to corrupt him 100%. But what if Enoch possesses a 95% imperfect vessel? We're not trying to stop Enoch from taking over Miles's body. We're luring him into an incomplete possession. What about Commander Miles then? Ryan stared at me seriously. That's something to think about later. I know it's cruel, but this is the only way. Eileen listened to our conversation thoughtfully, meaning next we just need to capture Enoch and purify him. That would be the decisive battle for Commander Miles, wouldn't it? Eileen grasped the key point. I encouraged them, as they say, seeking life through death, no breaking means no establishing. Hearing my so-called encouragement, the four were left speechless, all thinking, is this guy actually a demon? Seeing they didn't believe me, I explained that I'd already sent Mole to relay the information. In the dungeon, after listening to Mole's animated explanation of my plan, Miles was even more confused, since everyone's on board. Let's begin the operation. Anyone want to charge into the demon's lair with me? I looked at them. After arranging the battle plan, I followed Carriaman to find Vice Commander Kyle. Lord Hero, just follow this path and you'll find the Vice Commander. He said they're invincible there. Everything they've prepared, in advance, will be meaningless. I believe you can do it, Carriaman replied while eyeing my staff, seeming to covet it. Is this the super weapon the hero will use to shatter the demon's plan and turn the tide? The air here reeks of Enoch. Set wailed miserably. What kind of hellish place is this? There's a barrier here. I sensed something wrong the moment I stepped in. This barrier isn't low grade, so I reached out to examine it. Roughly 8th circle level. No wonder he's so confident. After fully entering the barrier, I saw Kyle waiting for me with his hands behind his back. What's the matter? I feigned ignorance. I heard someone here needed help, so I came. Suddenly Carriaman's eyes turned dark purple, and before I could react, he attacked me. I took a direct hit and coughed up a lot of blood. Carriaman, you? I staggered to my feet, trembling with confusion. Why would you? Before I finished speaking, I was slammed hard into the ground. Seeing the plan succeed, Kyle couldn't hold back anymore and burst into triumphant laughter. What does it matter if you're the hero? You still can't detect changes in people's hearts. This dagger was a cursed blade personally prepared for you by that lord. Even a hero can't escape death. Could it be the death blade that the great demon Enoch meticulously crafted over hundreds of years? I looked up at him. Thank you so much, Enoch. I suddenly jumped up and lunged at Carriaman, catching Kyle off guard. Right, you're just... No, wait. You should be dead. What's going on here? Kyle froze. What do you mean what's going on? Can't you tell you've been fooled? Carriaman and I mocked him. This is preposterous. I saw you completely corrupted with my own eyes. I've been fooled? Kyle still wouldn't believe it. Oh, you mean this? I pulled out the soul orb from Carriaman's body. It's detachable, you know. Seeing this, Kyle was furious. So what, hero? You came too late. To prepare for contingencies, I brought all my comrades. The barrier was specially designed to trap those with holy power. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a group of corrupted mercenaries approached fully armed. Right now, you're nothing but a turtle in a jar. I listened to Kyle's confident shouting. You're just boasting. The moment I finished speaking, a massive explosion came from the fortress behind. Looking at the smoke-filled fortress, Kyle was stunned. That sound is from where I prepared the vessel for my lord. Damn, hero, what have you done? Kyle was no longer joyful. Nothing much. I raised my marked left hand high. Just did what you're best at doing, giving your opponent despair and using it as an opportunity. The mark on my hand radiated brilliant light. This is what you deserve, Labyrinth. A dazzling light descended from the sky, raising massive dust clouds as it hit the ground, instantly shattering the 8th circle barrier. This kind of power? How is this possible? Kyle couldn't believe his eyes. As the dust settled, the one I summoned through Labyrinth was Milium Ariaran. Kyle ground his teeth, repeating Labyrinth and Milium Ariaran. Milium protected Carriaman behind her and spoke slowly. Son, I know you don't like me being an adjudicator. Looking at his mother before him, Carriaman recalled memories from childhood, then strengthened his resolve. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Milium's hand. Mother, I understand you now. Let's do this together. Milium didn't refuse, telling me to do what needed to be done. She and Carriaman would handle things here. I smiled with relief. Just as I was about to leave, Kyle entered deep corruption. Hero, don't think you can escape. Milium raised her sword high. Facing Kyle, who had given up his humanity, she wouldn't hesitate. The demonized Kyle had lost all reason, roaring, anyone who stands in my way must die. Milium used her sword as a medium to shoot spiritual power into the sky, forming a massive spiritual vortex. Disgrace to humanity, I hereby sentence you to death. Milium swung her sword down. Starfall sword. Countless meteor-like projectiles shot down from the vortex, instantly killing the demonized mercenary members. Meanwhile, a Condor mercenary corps, the sturdy castle, was broken from the inside out, followed by a massive explosion and roaring. Fall into despair. A figure emanating demonic energy emerged. It was Miles, possessed by Enoch. What's happening? Miles appeared in midair, looking down at his corrupted body, questioning, am I dead? You're not dead! The sprite flew before Miles. This is to protect your spirit, so it was separated. After understanding the situation, Miles still frowned. Then how do I stop my rampaging body? Standing before the berserk Miles Enoch were 3 people, Ryan and his companions. Miles's spirit form watched them. That's Mordingale, and 2 exceptionally talented youngsters. Butler Mordingale leaped high, fists clenched, Dark improvement style, physical burst. The butler's muscular right arm came crashing down, purely from his physical strength. Enoch didn't sit idle, instantly condensing a demonic sword to intercept the butler's attack. Both were blown back by the tremendous impact. Enoch stopped his momentum with his hand. Not bad strength, though this body is rather weak. While Enoch was still examining the body's condition, Ryan seized the moment to attack. Survival instinct made him swing his sword to block Ryan's attack, but Eileen also swung her sword at the same time. Eileen's decisive strike was blocked by a second sword Enoch conjured. The three engaged in fierce combat, but no one managed to land a hit. Enoch was annoyed. If anyone touched his cursed blade, the effect would activate instantly. But in such a dangerous moment, why are they smiling? Enoch didn't understand. Miles watched their battle group, amazed by their exceptional skills, but this still wasn't enough to kill the great demon. Such disgusting insects. Enoch erupted with tremendous demonic energy, sending Ryan and Eileen flying. There were once humans like you trying to stop me, you, and that hero who destroyed 2 lords. I will completely crush you. Enoch entered a rage state, demonic energy completely covering his body. Then, let's start with you 2 youngsters. Enoch instantly released 3 sword strikes. The powerful sword energy appeared before Ryan in the blink of an eye. Young Master Ryan, watch out! The butler tried to rescue Ryan, but the distance was too far. The powerful attack sliced through the fortress wall like cutting through mud. Watching all this, Miles's spirit form knelt in despair. It's over. How could my body become like this? Mole, perched on Miles's shoulder, comforted him. Don't worry, I've arrived. Miles didn't understand what has arrived. Mole ignored him. As the dust cleared, Ryan beneath the wall burst with dazzling light. He looked at his unharmed body in confusion. He had clearly taken the hit. While everyone was puzzled, the corner of a cloak fluttered, announcing its owner's arrival. It was I, Mikhail, who had arrived. Ryan was unharmed because I used magic to block the attack for him. Looking at the ruined wall before him, Enoch was satisfied. Next he would leave here to complete his body. Though not optimal, this body is still top grade, more than enough to deal with them. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. This presence is... Enoch looked in shock at Ryan, protected by me and completely unharmed in the dust. You recognized me so quickly I emerged from the dust. Seems I'm quite famous among you. You demons should be living like rats in the sewers. Why did you have to come out? Arrogant insect, shut up! Enoch swung his demonic claws at me, but anxiety kept rising in his heart. 8th circle advanced magic. Gravity suppression. With a bang, Enoch was pressed heavily to the ground, unable to move. Surrender, Enoch. Right now, you're nowhere near your full power. I mocked Enoch on the ground. How dare you? Enoch trembled as he pushed up with both hands, trying to break free from the gravity suppression. You mere mortal, how dare you do this to me? Enoch stood up furiously, sensing the demonic power secretly gathering in Enoch and his hostility toward me gradually weakening. Though claiming to kill me, he was secretly preparing to escape. Seems he doesn't want to be my enemy now. I summoned Set, asking if she could manifest her true form. Set excitedly said she had no problem. Watching Enoch pretend to rage toward me, I knew his plan. Sure enough, he transformed into a black shadow and fled from my side. Set gradually returned to normal size. Seems even when Enoch acts tough, he'll still flee from battle. Then she activated Storm. Green tornadoes swept across the battlefield. Her controlled storm completely sealed off the space, forcing Enoch to escape only in spirit form, unable to take the physical body. But how could Enoch abandon this carefully prepared body, furiously cursing Set? You actually regained your power, Set sneered. I'm one of the apostles after all. I won't make the same mistake twice. I looked at Enoch, who had given up struggling. I'm giving you 2 choices now. Voluntarily leave Miles's body or get beaten up by me first, then leave. Hearing this, Enoch immediately placed his hand on the heart position. I can also choose to destroy this body. Your plan will fail. I looked at him unconcerned. Maybe, but you can try. As I expected, the great demon Enoch could only threaten me using Miles's body as hostage. I used teleportation magic to appear before Enoch. He instinctively stepped back 2 steps. What if it's not just me dealing with you? Hearing this, Enoch broke into a cold sweat. Who else is here? Then raised his magic sword to strike. Me, but he defended in the wrong direction. Mole appeared on Enoch's right shoulder, overjoyed. Then its eyes shot out red light spirit shackles, burning thorns. In an instant, countless burning thorns bound Enoch, burning his soul. Enoch erupted with demonic energy, breaking the thorns. You think this can restrain me? The sprite's power alone isn't enough to restrain a great demon, but these 2 seconds were enough. Then I used several enhancement spells and holy power to strengthen my staff. 7th circle holy advanced magic, holy burst. I raised my staff high, smiling as I swung it toward Enoch's head. Enoch was sent flying several meters by this powerful attack, his entire body embedded in the fortress wall. He struggled to stand, only to hear my merciless mockery. Do you plan to destroy this body now? Don't be ridiculous. Self-harm requires having hands and feet, right? I'll just break them all. Won't that work? After all, I know healing magic. After breaking them, I can just restore them later. I walked out of the dust happily carrying my staff, but you're not in full condition, so you can't self-heal. Enoch's previously arrogant expression completely vanished, replaced by fear. Before he could speak, I grabbed my staff and smashed it hard on his head. This isn't a hand or foot, though, Enoch complained weakly. He trembled as he propped up his body. Bastard, a hero should act like a hero. This is too brutal. Shut up! How dare you insult me? I swung my staff and broke his hand. I'm the hero. I make the rules. You don't deserve to be a hero. Enoch seized the chance when I wasn't hitting his his head to curse me. You. Before Enoch finished speaking, I sealed his mouth with magic. I swung my staff at his mouth. You just love to talk. Still talking now, until my staff was covered in blood. Is this the great demon? Not making a sound even after being beaten like this, I praised Enoch, who was holding his head. Want another enhanced holy burst? Enoch shook his body frantically to express denial. A corner of his eye seemed to leak some transparent liquid. I widened my eyes. What is this? Hey, you. No way. I couldn't believe my eyes watching Enoch lying on the ground crying. Why are you crying? Enoch curled up helplessly on the ground. Recalling this descent, at first things went smoothly, corrupting Vice Commander Kyle. He was very easy to seduce. Because his brother was too excellent, Kyle, who had always been behind, saw hope of surpassing his brother. He immediately fell into my trap. The Condor Mercenary Corps is a huge military force. The moment I captured Miles, I discovered that by controlling this master's body, I could control everything. In that case, I even thought I wouldn't need to recover my true name. But then, the damn hero appeared. Before meeting this guy, I never took heroes seriously. Because Asmodeus failed and died in an intellectual battle with him, I thought he was an extremely rational being. Foolish. More foolish than I imagined. I have never been like this. Never felt fear toward the human species. I was wrong. Now with a physical body, my soul cannot escape. I trembled as I stood up, even with broken hands and feet. You won this time, but you cannot kill me. When I descend next time, I will tear you to pieces. Watching Enoch, whom I'd beaten to tears, I mocked him mercilessly. Didn't expect he could still stand up, and still spouting nonsense at me. Why haven't you left yet? I was a bit exasperated. I'm getting bored now, or do you want another holy burst? Hearing holy burst, Enoch was speechless, then immediately left Miles's body floating into the distance. Miles in the sky watched his body being brutalized like this, frozen in shock. After Miles returned, I blocked his sensations, so he wouldn't feel pain. Though it doesn't affect health, the accumulated fatigue in his body cannot be eliminated. Miles stood up, supporting his arm to thank me. I owe you a great debt. I said it was nothing, but the hand he extended to shake kept trembling. Set asked what was wrong. Miles helplessly expressed that watching his body being abused, he had some abnormal reactions. I noticed his gaze fixed on my staff, which was dripping with his blood. Saying it was my oversight, I then put it away. Then I mentioned Kyle should have been judged by Milliam. If you're worried about him, then perhaps. Miles said his brother's betrayal was painful for him, but he knew when to make difficult cuts. I respected his choice. Then I had the butler fetch what I asked him to get. It was a cloak. I handed it to Miles. Meanwhile, on the other side, Milliam and Courier had already cleared out all the corrupted ones. Mother and son swords pointed at the last corrupted one, Kyle. Still going to struggle? Mr. Kyle. Carrie-Man wanted to persuade Kyle to surrender. Kyle reached for his neck, shocked to find Enoch's gift mark had disappeared. This is impossible! How could that lord fail? Carrie-Man interrupted Kyle. Vice Commander, is this the kind of thing you made a pact with demons for? What do you know? Kyle extended his hand, trying to grasp at something. The me who always watched my brother's back from behind. What would you know? My parents were wrongfully accused and died without holding any expectations for me, Kyle shouted. Even in death they kept calling my brother's name over and over, but never mine. Kyle grew angrier. Kuryaman, you once harbored hatred like me. I thought you would understand me. Kuryaman lowered his brow, not responding. I arrived with Miles just in time to see Kyle roaring. Kyle also noticed our arrival. His vacant gaze met Miles's angry one. Miles broke free from my support, walking forward alone. Kyle suddenly burst into laughter. You finally came. Are you here as a brother to scold me? Miles drew his sword. Silence. I don't want to hear that kind of thing. I'm not here to see my brother. Vice Commander Kyle. Hearing this, Kyle's last bit of pride vanished. Condor Mercenary Corps Rule 3. Article 1. Those who commit heinous crimes, death is the only sentence. The Vice Commander violated regulations, so as Commander of the Condor Mercenary Corps, I will personally judge you. Miles raised his sword high, eyes full of reluctance toward his brother and guilt toward his parents. That was the rule Miles and his brother Kyle had established together. I watched Miles trembling as he raised his sword. Was he unable to bear the sword's weight, or expressing his sorrow? I couldn't tell. Kyle knelt on the ground in despair. He knew this was how Miles was, always naturally bearing everything. Once at their parents' grave, Miles had knelt for a long time. He too had silently watched his brother from behind, watching that weight. Rain began to fall from the sky, raindrops hitting the two brothers mercilessly. Kyle knelt before Miles. Yes, Commander, rules should be followed. Perhaps there was a better choice once, but things are what they are. The past cannot be undone. Rain soaked Miles's hair, falling again from his wet strands. Let the past be the past. Miles opened his mouth trembling. Kyle closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. The rain fell harder, making it impossible to tell if what ran down their faces was rain or tears. In the heavy rain, a sword flashed. In the next life, I hope he'll still be my brother. After the rain, brilliant sunlight once again illuminated this land. With matters concluded, it was time for us to leave. Miles saw us off outside the fortress, expressing his gratitude to me again. I only did what needed to be done. I smiled. But more than that, are you really going to keep holding that? Miles gripped tightly a red staff in his hand. Most importantly, it was a 1-to-1 replica of the staff I used to beat up Enoch. Miles held the staff in his hand, letting out a maniacal laugh. That day, watching Lord Hero beating my body with a staff, I finally realized the sword shouldn't be confined to form. Your pursuit is truly noble. I was speechless, but he said he was joking. Set sat on my shoulder, pulling my face. voice. You've corrupted another normal person. I laughed. This is the foundation for a bright future. Miles excitedly raised the staff high. I will use this staff to eliminate all demons I see. Lord Miles, I understand your hatred. Demons destroyed your brother and mercenary corps. But please face it properly. Don't be consumed by hatred and lose your reason. Miles understood my meaning. He didn't want to go through this again. He drew his sword and planted it in the ground, kneeling on one knee. Please continue your journey. Carriaman, who decided to stay with the mercenary corps, and other mercenaries followed suit. We will always support you from behind. I said it was my honor. Then I left on horseback with Ryan, though the butler insisted on carrying the horse while running. Leaving now? Milliam's voice came from ahead. She and Eileen seemed to have been waiting here for a while. I thought you'd be with Carriaman. I dismounted. Milliam said she planned to go out and walk around, and it was time to forget past suffering. Seems Carriaman's transformation had infected Milliam too. Learning Milliam decided to travel as an adjudicator fighting demons and criminals, I was pleased. Hero, I'll have my disciple follow you in my place. Milliam looked at Eileen. Ryan and I didn't react at first. After all, we'd broken off the engagement before. Eileen even shouted, "Wait, master, hold on." Milliam asked Eileen if she remembered the promise, which included not just sword instruction, but responsibility, and Eileen had now learned the true essence of Starfall's sword, just lacking combat experience. We will meet again. Milliam stroked Eileen's head. Then I'll tell you what comes next. Please keep working hard until we meet again. About to part with the master she'd followed for 2 years, Eileen shed tears of reluctance. The butler and Ryan were also moved to tears by this touching scene. Lady Milliam, I raised my hand interrupting them. I don't want to travel with Eileen. You tactless bastard. Ryan and the butler were furious. Who asked you to speak? Milliam explained Eileen was excellent and ready to leave her tutelage. I said it wasn't that I disliked Eileen, but one more person meant many more things, like travel expenses, combat risks and such. I don't know how much you can give. You're too shameless. Set was speechless. Milliam thought about it and agreed I had a point. She couldn't let the hero bring Eileen for free. She took out packaged medicine. Beast King's elixir? I looked at the medicine in my hand. Milliam wasn't surprised I knew this medicine. In my previous life's team, Beast King was also a member. He often carried this medicine. Milliam explained the medicine's origin, from someone she'd saved who had Beast King bloodline, who gave it to thank her. Seeing me daze off, Milliam thought this wasn't enough. I said this was too precious. I was quite flattered. I immediately put away this precious gift. Then my disciple is in your hands, hero. If you need anything, you can find me anytime. Milliam turned and left gracefully. I look forward to your performance, hero. I continued on with him. Ryan asked about our next destination. He said wherever I go, he'd follow. To my home, I answered. Ryan heard my words. Oh, meaning Walpurgis Marquise's house. Then there's no way, Mikhail. I have urgent business. I'm withdrawing. Ryan immediately turned his horse to run. I directly reached out and stopped him. Don't think about escaping. This is strange, Ryan screamed in terror. Why should I accompany you home? The reason is simple. I smiled. We're a team. Because I'm going to do something that will displease my father. I need powerful companions to be my shields. All three were speechless, wanting us as shields. Aren't you even trying to hide it? Meanwhile, at the Hall of 10,000 Demons, the great demons meeting room, of the 7 flames around the central table, only 5 remained, and 1 was very weak. Oh my Enoch, why is your flame so small? Belfeg's voice came from the flames. Damn, Belfeg, shut up! The weak flame transmitted Enoch's angry voice. You're no different from Jeb and Asmodeus, Belfeg continued mocking. That damned hero. Different from previous heroes, this bastard. You, a waste who hasn't even recovered his true name. What right do you have to mention the hero's name? Enough. With only 5 lords left, there's no time for bickering. Another lord rebuked. Old one, you're right, only Belfeg responded. After all, only 3 of them were here. The other 2 lords weren't interested in meetings. The old one was Avaritia, always in charge of hosting meetings. But why can't we eliminate the hero before he grows stronger? In the center of the round table, my portrait was projected. What if we fail? Avaritia's voice carried a hint of anger. If we fail, we'll completely destroy everything that Lord arranged. Can you take that responsibility? Belfeg didn't answer. Just wait, Avaritia's voice came again. Soon, the hero will face unprecedented chaos, beyond his ability to control. I'm certain plague will soon sweep the world. Enoch believed her words, because she generally wouldn't make judgments lightly, even if it was credible, but Enoch recalled the scene of the hero beating him. Old one, are you sure? Enoch asked cautiously. I'm certain, Avaritia's firm voice came. The scene shifts to Walpurgis family territory. After 2 years, finally back, it feels different. I gazed at my home from afar. Yeah, we're here. Ryan and Eileen were very dejected. That's just great. Ryan frowned, asking what I actually wanted to do. I brushed him off, saying nothing. Didn't expect this fool actually caught on. You've said that before. Was any of it true? So I hate clever people. I explained the situation to them. I plan to examine the Bloodline Grimoire. I should already meet the challenge conditions. All 3 repeated Bloodline Grimoire, but probably only the butler knew what it was. This book records the Walpurgis family history, and it's also a magic book. This book's true name is Lemiton. It only responds to Walpurgis bloodline, hence called Bloodline Grimoire. Every page carries the Walpurgis family's history and power. It was created by the first Walpurgis. In my previous life, it was long destroyed in the flames of war. Opening the Bloodline bloodline grimoire means challenging all of Walpurgis history. Ryan stepped forward. What happens if the challenge fails? You'll be devoured, becoming part of it. But if successful, I'll become Lemebeton's master. Either be devoured or become its master. Quite simple. I never thought about becoming its master, but never planned to be devoured either. I just want to explore the bloodline's origin. What kind of existence was the first Walpurgis? He wasn't just a Ninth-Circle Archmage, but possibly something more special. Besides that, to achieve great things, I also need to gain knowledge from Lemebeton. So, let's go, Shields. Set widened her eyes. This guy's not thinking that at all. Indeed, as my comrades, please trust me. How could I say such words? Viscount Nostra walked through the Walpurgis manor, an ominous premonition lingering in his heart. Clearly, today was like any other day. Where did this unease come from? It's fine, it's fine. The Viscount shook his head, trying to dispel the anxiety. Since being defeated by me, he'd been reborn. Logically, nothing should happen. Though he once fell to the 5th circle and stayed there long, he was happier for it. Through his efforts, he stabilized at the 6th circle, all thanks to his teacher. Though very grateful, why did he get goosebumps thinking about him? Gods above, please don't let him return, the Viscount prayed, then heard from behind. Who are you talking to? The Viscount numbly turned around, seeing the person he shouldn't see, so he lowered his head to pray again. I've been too tired lately, even having hallucinations. Seems I need to take medicine to ease this. He talked to himself and walked forward. Great God, Hekau, protect me with eternal light. Great. Ouch. Before he finished, I caught up and slapped him. I grabbed him in my hand, obtaining the 4th shield. I tossed him to Ryan and the others. Good, that makes 4 should be enough. What do you intend to do? The Viscount didn't understand, but learning I was going to challenge Lemebeton, he panicked. Young master, no teacher, give up. The Marquis won't agree. Plus, when you become head, it'll be yours anyway. I don't have that much time. It's not about time. It's about reading permissions. Surely you don't plan to break the barrier. You mean? That's right. I'm going to force my way in. Then who will stop the Marquis? 1, 2, 3, 4... Good, my proud shields, you must work hard. The moment I break the barrier, father will sense it. So what you need to do is stop my father. Are you all ready? Ryan didn't speak, just raised an internationally friendly gesture. I was very satisfied with this. This is the proper state for comrades. Before the Prophet's library, I was stopped by 2 guards. One guard asked what I was doing at the library. As direct lineage of the Marquis, I have the right to enter the library. But the guard was rigid. Only with the Marquis's personal permission could they let me through. Set sat on my shoulder. After all, you were such a bastard before. Now that you've improved, they don't dare believe it. These guards stationed at the library didn't know my deeds, still saw me as a bastard. I released holy power, saying I was here in my capacity as hero, then showed the Emperor's brooch. Now blocking me means resisting both the Church and Empire. The 2 guard knights didn't dare refuse, so I got in smoothly. Set asked how long the Walpurgis family history was. I said, like other families, quite ordinary, but the first Walpurgis was different. Records about him were suspiciously scarce, though he was a Ninth-Circle Archmage with illustrious military achievements. What about before that? Who he was, what he did, no one knew. Set's head hurt listening. Soon I found the restricted chamber. Set looked at the numerous barriers ahead, feeling overwhelmed. I had to break through these complex high-level barriers before father arrived, but these barriers activated based on bloodline response, meaning outsiders couldn't break through, but that might not apply to me. I took out a dagger and cut my palm. Though still complex, I'd seen more complex and dangerous ones in my previous life. These were different barriers set by past family heads, practically flawless. Right now, I was essentially battling past family heads through barriers. I swung my left hand forcefully, blood spattering. It scattered to various corners of the barriers. Is this blood magic? Set was puzzled. Because I don't plan to destroy these barriers, just need to temporarily disable them. Massive smoke forced Set to close her eyes to block it. After the smoke cleared, surroundings fell into endless darkness. I walked around casually, trying to find direction. Didn't expect the place I just walked to be swallowed by a giant mouth. Set looked back in terror, then asked what happened. I said this was Walpurgis's unique devouring magic. The barrier was still active. I kept moving forward in darkness, dodging each attack. Set thought I'd calculated every step, but actually I was relying on instinct. Then I came before a huge barrier. Seems this is the final one. Looking at the familiar pattern before me, I knew this was father's barrier. Then I destroyed this barrier. Didn't expect the scene behind it to be like this. You're not Aiden? A blonde man rests his chin on his hand as he looks at me. Is it you? I can't help but frown. If you're asking about my essence, some say I'm history or magic. Simply put, they're both right. I am Lemebeton. At the same time, an enormous explosion suddenly erupts at the Walpurgis estate. Guards scramble to escape while screaming. The Marquis has gone mad. Which lunatic provoked his lordship? Does he not value everyone's lives? That damned bastard son! The Marquis's veins bulge as his hand embeds into the wall. How dare he break in and touch Lemebeton? The Marquis grabs his exaggerated magical weapon. This time I'm going to break all 4 of your limbs. The Marquis's face shows fierce intent. Make you lie on the ground calling me daddy. First to bear the brunt is Ryan, the future sword saint, who rushes forward recklessly to stop the Marquis. After 2 years of getting stronger, can he successfully stop the Earl? Get out of the way. The Marquis sends Ryan scurrying away with just one strike. One massive lightning bolt after another chases Ryan. I knew this would happen. Ryan runs for his life, fearing he'll be struck dead. This strength is too terrifying. Ryan gets blasted away in a moment of carelessness, completely outmatched in power. Lord Marquis, please calm down. Seeing Ryan fall, the butler speaks up to persuade. He's a 7-circle dark mage, and with perfect muscles, confident he can stop the Marquis. Butler, you're too naive. The Marquis sends the butler flying with just one strike. You think you can oppose an 8-circle mage like me with muscles, then follows up with another strike, sending the butler flying into the sky. Aiden, no, your lordship, hear me out. The Viscount trembles as he holds his staff. Please calm down, let's talk this through. The 6th-circle Viscount can only steel himself to stand before the Marquis. Nostra, now that I think about it, I've never hit you before. I should have done this long ago. The 6th-circle Viscount also gets knocked away by the Marquis's staff. New. Another screaming person joins the sky above the Walpurgis estate. Seeing the 3 before her get instantly defeated, Eileen trembles all over. What's with that staff? Why is it covered in blood and nails? Looking at the Marquis, emanating an eerie red glow, Eileen's legs shake with fear, not daring to step forward at all. At this moment, Eileen is like a rabbit before a tiger, completely powerless to fight back. Eileen is trembling when unexpectedly Ryan stands up again, even though his sword has been chipped and he can barely hold it. Eileen is inspired by Ryan. She also musters her courage and stops trembling. Seeing Ryan point his sword at him again, the Marquis's anger intensifies. Parslov's son and Lindel's daughter, why are you helping that bastard Mikhail? Can't you trust your son? He's the hero now. Ryan's eyes are resolute, not backing down. The hero, huh? Very good. The Marquis's face darkens like water. The Marquis takes a step forward, his aura surging violently. The overwhelming pressure makes Ryan and Eileen struggle to stand, but they don't fall. As you said, he's my son, which is why I understand his reasons for doing this. That's the problem, Ryan. Eileen. Ryan drops to one knee under the pressure. Do you think I'm afraid of him being devoured by Lemiton? Ryan endures the discomfort, exerting all his strength trying to stand. Children, sleep for a while. The Marquis grabs Ryan and Eileen, who are trying to stand. Sleep magic activates instantly. Both collapse. It's precisely because Mikhail became a hero that the Marquis rushed here. Heroes are beings who hate and eliminate demons. If he views Lemiton from a hero's perspective, thinking this, the Marquis clenches his teeth. The scene shifts. You're imitating the ancestor, aren't you? That's right, your ancestor, also my creator. Lemiton seems to know what I'm thinking. A very great person. He pushes the poured tea toward me. You really worked hard breaking through the barrier. All right, but before that, let's dispense with these formalities. I swat away the tea he pushed over. I stand before him, using magic to eliminate his table and tea set. The tea set and seat you made with magic power could easily kill a person. Are you still going to pretend? I look at him coldly. How long do you plan to use informal speech with me? I'm the avatar of the first Walpurgis, and you're merely his descendant. I am indeed a Walpurgis descendant, however. I clench my fist, killing intent rising. I'm also the hero. Why does Lemiton have demonic energy? Without a doubt, this guy is a demon. I won't use any honorifics with demons. A demon? You judge me as a demon just from demonic energy? Lemiton says slowly to me. I fall into thought. I also hate those damn demons. If I am one, aren't you as well? Then how will you prove you're not a demon? I look down at him. Lemiton continues speaking to me. You who destroyed the barrier without permission to stand before me. What right do you have to demand I tell you everything? Now I'm stumped. Lemiton and I reach a standstill, neither willing to explain. Aiden is coming. What will you do? If you do nothing, you'll be thrown out. I don't respond to him. I also sense my father is about to enter. What about you? You've been trapped here for so long. Once I leave, you'll face endless solitude again. Lemiton freezes, knowing what I said is true. After a moment, he raises his hand and snaps his fingers. The library rapidly transforms, and time stops. Very well then, now let's talk. Lemiton points his finger at my shoulder. That apostle can join us too. Set looks at Lemiton with shocked eyes. Other than apostles, no one can see her. How did you discover me? Storm's apostle said. A being that should have vanished because you couldn't receive protection. It seems you repaired the barrier where Set resides. That difficulty isn't simple 8-circle magic. So I believe your insight far exceeds the 8 circles. So what? I know what he wants to say, but I still play dumb. I hope you can answer one question, young Walpurgis. Can you rescue me from here? No. As I expected, he asks this question. I see. Lemiton lowers his head. Just as he prepares to restore the time flow, I interrupt him. I can give you limited freedom. Limited freedom? Lemiton withdraws his hand. What does that mean? I explain to him. It's the same method as with Set, allowing him not to fully leave this place. In fact, I could completely release Lemiton, but I don't want to do that. No matter what, if Lemiton wants to leave, he must be completely under my control. The so-called limitation requires signing a contract with me. I wonder if you're interested. Lemiton doesn't hesitate, directly signing the contract with me, because loneliness is a very delicate emotion. Even though Lemiton is a powerful grimoire, he can't withstand prolonged loneliness. If it weren't like this, he wouldn't sign the contract with me so quickly. According to the contract terms, his power is completely under my control, and he must tell me information. I split him in two, transforming him into a boy around 14 years old. Even though he can only use the minimum amount of power, he doesn't care. After his needs are satisfied, he asks what my demands are. However, he says he can currently only access 30% of the content. This is within my expectations. I smile and answer, but 30% isn't little. First, I need to know information about the first Walpurgis. Lemebiton indicates he can't provide much information. He was created when the first Walpurgis established the family, so he doesn't know about things before that, and doesn't completely know everything after either. I say, then just tell me what you know. Lemebiton says this can't be explained with words. Wait, let me look. After Lemebiton speaks, he pushes me with his hand. I'm pushed out without any defense. My surrounding spirit constantly changes, consciousness slowly returning. Where is this place? Looking up, this is my father's office, but the person sitting there is the first Walpurgis. I casually pick up materials left by the ancestor. Higher genetics, trait changes, nature reversal, various materials piled like mountains. What exactly was the ancestor trying to do? Lemebiton, the ancestor suddenly calls out. Remember every word I say, don't miss a single one. The unqualified cannot access, even the most talented descendants. Talent and qualification aren't always proportional. It must be inherited by someone qualified. I will remember. Yes, these materials must be separated. We must complete. A burst of chaotic noise enters my ears. I must concentrate, even if I can hear one more word. Must protect this world. We are different from them. Different from them? I don't understand the meaning. Who are they referring to? Then my consciousness leaves this strange place. As a burst of bright light appears, my consciousness returns to reality once more. The return of consciousness causes my head to throb. Set supports me, asking if I'm alright. Although the information is fragmented, I can feel the ancestor feared something, though I can't determine what it is. I ask Lemebiton if he knows the key, but he doesn't plan to tell me. I ponder that currently, my qualification only allows me to know this much. I have no right to know other things. In the ancestors' era, that was when great families rose. Conflicts erupted constantly across the continent. Yet what the ancestor feared wasn't this grand turmoil. With what I currently know, I can't deduce the correct answer, but having this level of information is already a major gain. I ask Lemebiton how much content about the plague can be accessed. He says as much as there is. Then, I lead the separated him out of the library. This trip to the library not only signed a contract, but also gained considerable information. Are you ready? Lemebiton asks me. I know what he means. That enraged Marquis is right ahead. Now is the moment to face the real challenge. Although I'm already prepared to sacrifice both legs, honestly, I'm still a bit scared. If only the one getting beaten next wasn't me, then I could enjoy watching. Someone like Ryan, for instance. Stop this nonsense. Obediently accept reality. As the hourglass continues flowing, the time pause effect ends. Immediately, a voice that chills me comes from outside the door. Lemebiton is already prepared to watch the show. With a tremendous sound, the library's door is directly blasted away. The person is my father, Aiden Walpurgis. Mikhail, crawl out obediently and die. I try to stop my old man from using violence on me. Violence only breeds endless tragedy. However, father doesn't plan to listen, walking toward me step by step. As the distance closes, the Marquis notices something's wrong, because the Lemebiton behind me hasn't been released. Looks like you haven't had time to read Lemebiton. The Marquis's face is mocking. Breaking the barrier isn't bad though. I indicate that I've actually already accessed it. Hearing this, the Marquis's expression changes from mockery to shock. We even signed a contract, Lemebiton adds. Can't believe it's been 20 years, Aiden. The Marquis looks at the youth before him in surprise, confirming he really is Lemebiton. He doesn't consider me a dangerous person like you and your ancestor do. Mikhail! The Marquis's face darkens like water, as if about to explode any second. Then he furrows his brow. Did you see Lemebiton's origin? I say I don't know the details, but what his origin is doesn't matter to me. Though I do have some guesses, I don't believe that's the truth. Even if you're the hero, you don't care. If I weren't a permitted existence, then the gods wouldn't have chosen me. I won't hate the family because Lemebiton has a connection to demons, no matter what happens in the future. Although I granted Lemebiton freedom, it's currently limited to within Walpurgis territory. After all, our estate is very large, enough for him to move around. Lemebiton promises he won't abuse his power. He just doesn't want to endure loneliness anymore. The Marquis's aura completely subsides. Seems he really won't beat me. Looks like I have a chance to keep my legs. Thank you for understanding. Father, I seize the opportunity to continue explaining. I'm very sorry for suddenly breaking into our home, but as the hero, I must fulfill the hero's duties. Thinking of humanity, I believe you'll understand me. I must take this opportunity to slip away. However, Father deliberately emphasizes calling my name from behind me. All my hair stands on end. I tremulously turn around, asking if there's anything else. Seeing his happy smile, I also relax. I need to put this down first. The Marquis throws away his weapon. Son, do you know what equivalent exchange is? You obtained Lemebiton, so you must pay a price. Father, now isn't the time to talk about this, right? I try to muddle through. The Marquis spreads his hands. As a father, I should forgive you, but I'm still the Walpurgis family head. The head's duty tells me not to let you go. Seeing Father's aura intensifying, I decisively use teleportation magic to escape. In the blink of an eye, I'm above Walpurgis territory. Set sits disdainfully on my shoulder, mocking my escape behavior. You don't understand him at all. I'm gentle by nature, not brutal like him. You just don't get it. Set mentally compares compares this father and son, wondering where exactly they differ. Great, I just need to hide until his anger subsides and then return. The plan is perfect. Same solution as with Lemeton. I'm so brilliant. Wait! I suddenly realize my body can't move at all. Then my back gets pressed by a huge staff. My father's voice comes from behind. Long time no see, son. Why aren't you running anymore? The Marquis raises his staff. Then prepare to die. It won't even take me 1 second to pulverize you. The Marquis furiously swings down the staff. Dad, wait! Seeing the approaching staff, I try to stop him. You're begging for mercy, even willing to call me daddy, you bastard. At the same time, inside the Walpurgis estate, the Meat Shield members all sit motionless. Do you think Mikhail's plan will succeed? Eileen asks softly. Don't worry, that guy's clever. I believe he'll succeed. Ryan bandages himself while comforting Eileen. Wow, look outside, everyone. The butler suddenly points toward the window. Can't believe there's a shooting star in broad daylight. Everyone come make a wish. The four each make their own wishes. The scene shifts. My leg bones healed much faster than I imagined. Back to normal in just a week. I lie in bed recalling how I've had my legs broken countless times before and still survived. My past self was truly strong. I sit up joyfully. Set continues verbally attacking me. You seem quite proud. I'm already used to Set's mockery. I change the subject. Set, I suspect the demon's next move is a plague. A plague? How are you certain? I explain my thoughts to Set and my predictions for the future. 2 great demons disappeared. Enoch was severely damaged. They won't be willing to lose more great demons, so they won't descend in their true forms again. They won't appear again before the demon god descends. But they absolutely won't give up. They'll definitely strike humanity physically or mentally. And the most effective is plague. Its essence is mad spreading. In the timeline of my past life, it was exactly the same as now. The plague swept all of humanity. People went mad and started killing each other. People used this as an excuse to do all kinds of inhumane things. By the time I realized this was the demons doing, it was too late. Due to the massive scope and enormous number affected, my past life self had no idea how to proceed. Now everything is still under control. I must eliminate the source before the plague breaks out. In my past life, the plague first broke out in the dark forest, so our next destination is there. Are you leaving? Contractor Lemeton appears at my bedside at some point. He explains he came to grant me permission to access knowledge because he can't leave the territory. He grabs my hand. A red energy flows from his body and seeps into mine. According to him, this way I can access Lemeton's recorded knowledge at any time. Looking at the energy on his body, I confirm it's indeed similar to demonic energy. But between demons and humans, not completely demonic energy or mana, I use the energy he transmitted to condense a small Lemeton in my hand. According to him, it contains all useful information within my clearance. As long as I want to access it, the information will automatically send to my mind. I immediately start accessing all information about the dark forest. The small Lemeton in my hand begins flipping. Soon, information about the dark forest transmits to my mind. Dark forest? Good. As the hero, purifying the poison seeds there is your duty. Poison seeds. They were originally pure beings blessed by the world tree, and those who escaped the world tree are called poison seeds. In other words, dark elves. They're the reason for my trip to the dark forest this time. I just arrive at my father's door when I hear him tell me to enter. How does this rare paternal love feel? He has a kind smile, as if he wasn't the one who broke my legs. You seem to be in a good mood, father. I'm leaving. I plan to take people from the Talia Guild. Father is surprised at what I'm going to do. Learning I'm going to the dark forest, he shows an amused expression, so Hydos and the others' origins are. That's right, they're dark elves from the dark forest. I know father has long suspected this. Even if not all dark elves come from the dark forest, noble dark elves definitely come from there. At this moment, Hydos is troubled by the abundance of intelligence. Walpurgis is indeed one of the 4 great families. Dad! Mia bursts in urgently. Something terrible! He's here! Mia looks at Hydos with panic all over her face. Hydos is puzzled about who could make Mia so alarmed. Then he sees behind Mia appears someone he absolutely doesn't want to see. Mia directly uses invisibility attempting to escape. Haven't seen you in so long. Why do you look so awful? Did something happen? Hero, you've returned. Hydos immediately bows to show respect. I say I have business with the 2 of them, but it's not the business matter, Hydos thinks. Do you want to go back to your hometown and see? Hydos, you can't deny this forever. Am I right? I turn to look at Mia trying to escape. Apprentice priestess, Mia. Hearing me call out Mia's true identity, Hydos recalls memories from back then. It was a desperate female dark elf kneeling on the ground begging Hydos to take Mia away. Hydos explains to me the significance of the priestess's existence. It turns out the clan elaborately adorns priestesses seemingly glorious. In reality, their sacrifices offered to the ancestor. Deep in the forest is buried the ancestor who died betrayed by her sister. On the verge of death, the ancestor cursed her sister in this forest. The dark elves select elves resembling the betraying sister to sacrifice to the ancestor. This way they can continue surviving in this forest. Generation after generation of priestesses appease the ancestor's resentment, but the priestess's resentment strengthens the ancestor's resentment. The continuous vicious cycle has gradually evolved into the current urgent situation, on the verge of eruption. Hydos wants to persuade me not to get involved in their affairs, but I don't plan to listen, since he explained so much to me. If he's not seeking my help, who would believe that? He brought out the apprentice priestess, so the current priestess he's protecting must be suffering suffering greatly. Looking at Hydos's clenched fists, I know he wants to go back and resolve these things. I rest my staff on my shoulder, comforting Hydos. It's fine. I'll go with you to sweep all this away. Hydos originally wanted to dissuade me, but he really needs my help and can't refuse me. Over the next few days, guards patrol as usual, not noticing any anomalies. However, people hide in their shadows. They're assassins sent by the Dark Forest to capture Mia. Under my arrangement, they effortlessly infiltrate and search for Mia. They quickly find Mia. One circles behind Mia, holding an anesthetic tool in hand, ready to ambush. Then he leaps high, already celebrating success in his heart. Suddenly, a dagger presses against his throat. Instinct tells him he can't make eye contact with this person. Seeing the assassin in my hand make no move, I signal him to look at the ground. He looks down only to discover his companion, better at stealth than him, already lying down. He tremulously turns to ask who I am, because he didn't notice any of this. I love when people ask who I am. I'm just a passing hero, remember that. I ask Hydos if he recognizes these two. Hydos confirms these two are from the faction supporting Priestess Sacrifice, and even more radical. They worship the Dark Forest's vengeful spirit and call themselves Charon. They believe vengeful spirits are the ultimate destination of all life, advocating the spirits expand across the entire continent. Hearing this, I freeze. Isn't this exactly the source of the plague I'm looking for? Different from my past life, now Mia is alive and well. However, the spark called Charon still exists. I must extinguish them before they spread. Feeling strange eyes watching me, I follow the source of the gaze. Just as I look over, Mia immediately looks away. I ask, "Is something wrong, Mia?" She tremblingly points at my staff, unwilling to look directly at it. I still don't understand her meaning. What about the staff? It's normal for the staff to have some blood on it. This guy doesn't even have basic common sense anymore. Set helplessly slaps her head. Putting that aside, do all Dark Forest people want to sacrifice the priestess? Mia explains there are still rational factions, and those advocating resistance against the vengeful spirits, but they have little voice. The vast majority hope to maintain the status quo. I see. Then it seems we don't need to kill them all. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? No, nothing. I thought you were going to exterminate our entire clan. Eileen mutters softly. How heartbreaking. Even my simple words get misunderstood. Set, you've been with me so long. Don't you think such words are excessive? What? Isn't that what you're thinking? Set is already used to it. They're too discouraging, it hurts me. Then I drag those two dark elves into a dream, preparing to torture them for information. After several friendly exchanges, I successfully extract information. They say an outsider entered the Dark Forest and supports Charon. And this outsider, Mia, you should know, the Dark Elf's ancestor is considered sacred Aether, and this outsider is an elf whose appearance closely resembles your ancestor. Moreover, she's also called Aether. The scene moves to the Dark Forest capital, an elf in a silver silk gown, with bright golden hair that clashes with the surrounding darkness, overlooks the forest. What do you think, Lady Aether? A male dark elf in luxurious attire emerges from the darkness. Not bad. This is a day of commemorative significance, the woman named Aether replies. You needn't worry. Charon has already gained a decisive advantage. The male is the dark elf king, Bracrian, occupying over half the seats. This is significant. It means those wise ones are raising their voices. My king, remember this. I don't want my resentment to exist only in this forest. Humans confined my resentment to this forest, making me and my descendants bear it. Resentment can't exist only in the forest. Unlike us, humans have never borne these things. They'll inevitably become mutually suspicious and fight each other. That's when we'll rise. The king's heart is very excited, recalling these years they've been trapped in the forest, like caged birds with no freedom whatsoever. Thinking this, the king involuntarily kneels. Mother, we've been waiting for your return. What do you need me to do? Aether looks coldly at the king, saying, First, I want to see how much my malice has condensed, and meet our priestess. The scene shifts. The butler still runs carrying the horse, about to catch up with Mia on horseback. The stars in the night sky are very bright, perhaps because we're approaching the dark forest. Looking at this beautiful, starry sky, memories from my past life surface in my mind. This damned starry sky. Those who don't know would think we live in peaceful times. The speaker is the Beast King. The Beast King, Saint, and Elf King are arguing about the world's chaos. The Beast King often looks cynically at the starry sky. The Saint attacks the starry sky with various profanities. The Elf King, Jihad, watches them with a bitter smile. And that damned bastard hero, Siegfried. Although war raged constantly then, that night's starry sky was truly beautiful. Today is different from yesterday. How wonderful if this warmth could last. Night deepens. We find an open space to camp. Mia rarely sits beside me to talk. Usually when she sees me, she screams like a kitten and runs away. Seeing past events exposed, Mia yells, Can't I get close to you? However, I really have something to tell you. Mia nervously fidgets with her fingers. Priestesses are more complicated than you imagine. The current priestess, my sister. I don't know if everyone is like this, but we sisters are truly different. For my sister, if I became the priestess, she could stay with Hydos, no, with Dad. Can the priestess identity be changed at will? I'm confused. Mia isn't sure either, but she can confirm her sister gave up everything for her. Regardless, Hero is here out of duty, but I still thank you for accompanying me. Thank me? Mia was always destined to walk this thorny path, to become priestess. In my past life she bore it alone. Now it's only because I intervened early. She was already prepared. I just gave her something to rely on. As expected, she's determined to make the Dark Elves change, breaking free from the ancestors' curse. But with just her and Hydos's strength, even knowing it was suicide, they still went in my past life. At the same time, the Dark Forest ritual site. Mia's sister Rowena is tormented beyond recognition by the ancestors' resentment. She plays the ancestors' sister Hemera, bearing the ancestors' wrath for her people, until mental collapse, leaving resentment toward her people, awaiting the next priestess, even though she isn't the one who betrayed the ancestor, even though she only wanted to protect her sister. At this moment, the king arrives. This means the ritual is suspended. Very good, I'm satisfied with the accumulated resentment. A woman emerges from behind the king. After Rowena sees the person's face clearly, it's Aether, a dark elf whose appearance closely resembles the ancestor. Rowena's deepest fear is triggered. She screams, wanting to escape, but there's nowhere to run. Aether looks at Rowena as if seeing the most delicious food. The scene shifts. Our group has arrived at the dark forest. Looking at the strange scenery before him, Ryan is very curious, though he still feels something ominous here. Hydos tells him this is normal. After all, this forest's accumulated resentment over time can't dissipate. Warning! Warning! Mole suddenly flies out, waving its limbs, shouting loudly. Enemy incoming! Strong hostility! Mole keeps shouting, and is even wearing tiny armor. Set explains that as a spirit, Mole sensing hostility in the dark forest is normal. Indeed, even I who've been blessed by druids can sense this forest's ominousness. After all, they're all dark elves who worship vengeful spirits. I'm pondering when an arrow's release sounds. In the blink of an eye, a sharp arrowhead tears through air, shooting toward us. But I'm not who I used to be. I easily deflect this arrow. What a grand welcome. The butler looks at the arrow embedded in the ground. Just as he finishes speaking, several more arrows shoot toward us. Set. I calmly call Set. Immediately, Set's storm sweeps around us as the center. Hydos knows it's his turn to act. He quickly locks onto all the archers, then like a ghost strikes them down. One of them curses Hydos as a traitor, but Hydos doesn't care, because he's different from these fallen ones. I ask Hydos if he recognizes them. Hydos explains these people should also have been among those protecting the priestess. Since they're eliminated failures, there's no need for them to exist. I pull out my staff. The leader continues cursing Hydos. I can't stand it anymore. My staff immediately smashes into his mouth. Shut up, you're so noisy. You people who kidnap human children and train them as assassins, what right do you have to speak? I already learned from Hydos how he became a guardian. I don't care about your rotten inferiority, so take us to see your upper ranks. Anyone who dares say no, I'll kill them. The scene shifts. Hey, is this how you lead the way? Can you go faster? Want a beating. Leading these dogs, I keep feeling strange eyes watching me from behind. Must be my imagination. Hey, the traitor's here! A phrase I don't like enters my ears. I have to see who said it. Where the voice came from, a group of people are beating and cursing the so-called traitor on the ground. The closer to the capital, the crazier the crowd here. They burn their own kind who have different ideals, hoping to gain power from this. The power to resurrect the ancestor. In other words, they did this in my past life too. I angrily grip my staff. At this moment, I only have one thought. Set seems to sense my abnormality, wanting to warn me, but anger has already filled my rationality. Right now, I only want to kill them all without leaving one. And they continue their mad actions, shouting, "Glory to Aether! Resurrect the ancestor!" Mikhail, calm down. Set tried to bring me back to my senses. Thanks to her shouting, I managed to cool my anger a bit. Now really isn't the time to let my emotions run wild. I still have more important things to handle. I explained to everyone that the situation had gotten worse. No need to find the higher-ups anymore. We were out of time. Hydos, you still need to save someone, don't you? I asked Hydos. You mean Rowena? Yes, I do need to rescue her. Go do what you need to do, Hydos. This will help you, but don't rush. Wait for the right moment before using it. Lord Hero, thank you. I'll leave Mia in your care. Watching Hydos vanish in an instant, I had to admire him. Truly a master assassin. Now then, we need to change our plans. I only need one of you 6 to stay. Which one of you wants to stay? I'll let the rest go. I had them close their eyes and point at someone to guide me. Out of 6 people, there's bound to be one weakling who'll expose himself. Just as I expected, only one person pointed at someone else. Even his own companions looked down on him for it. So I kept only him and erased the memories of the others before letting them go. With this useless guide leading us, we gradually approached the sacred grounds. Master, I don't feel good! Mole curled up, trembling all over. It was normal for her to feel uncomfortable. After all, this place was full of corrupted elves who bore hostility toward her. Mia felt deeply saddened seeing the once adorable elves all assimilated by their ancestors. These elves had all been infected by resentment and driven completely mad. They surrounded us, seemingly ready to attack. Damn it, this is exactly why I didn't want to come here. You fearless outsiders, get ready to go to hell. Shut your mouth. My staff won't tolerate his babbling. These elves are all pitiful, but their essence is pure, so there's a way to purify them. They're getting closer. We can't beat them. Mole was still trembling. Looking at Mole, an idea struck me. I handed her a miniature version of my staff. Mole, they were once like you, but now they need you to save them. Mole gripped the small staff, silently resolving to save her companions. Seeing Mole raise the staff, it looked like she was ready to save her companions. I casually cast enhancement magic on her. Mole now felt her whole body brimming with power, with a mighty aura bursting forth from her. You've been fully enhanced in every way, Mole. Go get him. Mole's fighting spirit exceeded all our expectations. She successfully took on multiple opponents. Master, am I strong now? Mole proudly raised her staff. I applauded her from the heart. She really did an excellent job. Oh Oh my, even the cute and pure mole has fallen now. The elves knocked down by Mole woke up one after another, remembering nothing except a headache. Looking at Mole glowing all over, they marveled that the legendary child of light and darkness had finally appeared. They all expressed their willingness to follow Mole. Mole came to say goodbye with her followers. She was leaving for a while, because there were more elves corrupted by resentment who needed her redemption. Remember to come back for dinner. I didn't bother managing her. With all that magic enhancement, she couldn't possibly fail. I reconfirmed my purpose for this journey, to resolve the 1,000-year-old resentment, to prevent demons from exploiting it like they did in my past life. Suddenly, I remembered an overlooked character, Aether's sister, Hemera. Even the Lameton had no information about her, only knowing that she later died of natural causes. No one knew the truth of what happened. Mia interrupted my thoughts. Lord Hero, there's a legend that ancestor Hemera might still be alive. My eyes narrowed. This was exactly the key point I wanted to pursue. If the legend was true, then the problem would be much easier to solve. I asked Mia if she could tell me the content of the legend. After thinking for a moment, Mia told me the legend of the ancestral sisters. The two sisters, one represented the moon, the other the sun. But one day, darkness devoured the sun and shattered the moon. Only the black sun remained in the world. Even now, the black sun awaits the moon's return. After some time, we reached Aether's tomb. I approached to examine it, but discovered a shocking scene. There was no tomb here at all, only the corpse of a female dark elf with a dagger plunged into her own neck. Mia stared in disbelief at her ancestor's body. Eileen and Ryan were also puzzled. Their ancestor's corpse was just abandoned here, and it looked like a suicide pose. As I examined the corpse, the butler reminded me something was strange here. If this body was the dark elf ancestors, she should have received a proper burial from her people. What the butler said was exactly what puzzled me. This was too strange. If they feared the curse, they should have given their ancestor a proper burial in an auspicious location. But that wasn't the case. They deliberately ignored it. My thoughts were interrupted by Mia, who was bowing too deeply before the corpse. I originally thought the ancestor cursed the forest because she was betrayed. Now I understand. The hatred and resentment she carried. All of it. When Mia's fingertips approached the corpse, an unusual bright light caught mine and Set's attention. Mikhail, it's too quiet here. Eileen, returning from patrol, interrupted our thoughts. The entrance we just passed seemed like someone had been imprisoned there. Eileen was right. This place was too eerie. I had to check again. Vengeful spirits erupt quickly but also dissipate quickly. But the hatred and curse in the dark forest have always existed. I wanted to find the vengeful spirit. The forest was full of malice and curses everywhere, but I couldn't find the vengeful spirit. If there's no vengeful spirit, then this space has no reason to exist. Just as I was thinking this, the badge on my chest burst forth with a brilliant flash of light. When the light faded, it revealed two people wrapped inside. It was Hydos and Rowena. After a moment, Hydos regained consciousness. Seeing the situation, he knelt and apologized to me. He had let his emotions get the better of him and ignored my warning. Fortunately, I had added a protective magic mechanism. Hydos explained the reason to me. After leaving the group, he had rushed non-stop to find Rowena. When he first found her, he discovered Aether torturing Rowena, though I had reminded him to wait for the right moment and not rush. He couldn't bear to watch Rowena being tortured right in front of him. Just as he was about to rescue Rowena, Aether returned. As a master assassin, he immediately attacked Aether, but she easily blocked him. Just as Aether was about to deliver a fatal blow, the item I gave him that he wore on his chest began to glow. Aether tried to stop it, but the moment her shadow touched the light, Hydos and the others had already teleported away. Aether looked at the cracked pendant before her. She knew what this meant. The hero had discovered everything and come here. Hydos, though I have much to say, there's no time now. After Mia fed her sister the recovery potion, she hurriedly checked her condition. Seeing her long-lost sister tortured like this, Mia could no longer control her emotions. She hugged her sister tightly and burst into tears. Priestess, I have some questions that need your answers. I looked at Rowena. I need to know everything about Aether. From Rowena, I learned that Aether's soul had long since perished. The current Aether wasn't the ancestor. Stop your lies! You just want to escape the priestess's responsibility. Come back with me to atone. The chubby captive suddenly got tough when facing Rowena. Did I say you could talk? Useless trash. I punched him flying. I hate it most when people waste my time. Sister, the ancestor's soul disappeared, but the curse remains. Mia asked what was on my mind, but Rowena's words surprised Mia, because it's necessary to unite the dark elves. Long ago, as the ancestor declined, her followers gradually became harder to control. Her hatred toward her sister gradually faded, but the tribe needed that hatred. So the first Dark King and the elders decided to commit an absolute taboo. They imprisoned the weakened progenitor, making the ancestor continue to hate. Right here in this place called a tomb, the ancestors' hatred continuously emanated, fulfilling their need for protection. This situation continued until the ancestor's death. This explains it. Aether did perish, but the hatred never ended. Though her hateful soul perished, her hatred toward her descendants continued. Does he have brain problems problems? The clever Ryan finally spoke up. The Dark King knew all this and still accepted Aether. Rowena explained that all this was caused by the Dark King's ambition to rule the world. She begged me not to annihilate the Dark Elf race, though in fact I had no such intention. After all, I'm a hero. I only cut away the rot and preserve elves like Rowena. But before that, Rowena, you still haven't told me everything, have you? I looked at her. You've already guessed, haven't you, Lord Hero? Guessing isn't the same as fact. Rowena understood what I meant and revealed everything she had hidden. The progenitor's soul shattered into countless fragments, most continuing as hatred throughout the forest. One piece closest to the ancestor's essence has now matured into a person. In other words, the ancestor reincarnated and is still alive. Where? Where? Mia looked around for someone who might be the ancestor's reincarnation. Then she noticed that both Rowena and I were staring at her. Wait, no way? Mia pointed at herself. You mean I'm the ancestor's reincarnation? Mia couldn't believe it. Mia, if you don't believe it, then do as I say. Touch the ancestor's corpse again. Mia still couldn't believe it, but it seemed this was all she could do. Trembling, she reached toward the ancestor's remains. The moment she made contact, brilliant light burst forth. Then the remains transformed into blue light and flowed into Mia's body. Watching Mia's condition, things were just as I expected. Welcome back, founder of the Dark Elves, Mia. Mia stared at her body in shock, still refusing to believe she was the progenitor's reincarnation. Even if she was reincarnated, she no longer had the ancestor's memories. Ancestor, I failed to recognize you. I deserve death. The guy I captured kowtowed repeatedly to Mia. I didn't stop this waste, but explained to Mia that it's normal for a soul split into fragments to not retain memories. The body you just absorbed is also part of it. There may be changes, or maybe not, but I don't think you need to recover those memories. I think you're fine just the way you are now. Wait, Mia is the reincarnation, so who's that Aether outside? The clever Ryan spoke up again. What more is there to say? That one's fake? I didn't want to bother with him. Listen, Mia, you don't have to force yourself to recover those memories. Reincarnation doesn't mean you must be exactly like her. Those memories would be too hard for you to bear. Right now, we only have one goal: eliminate the curse in the forest and take down that fake Aether. Since she's absorbing the curse and resentment from the forest, we'll just wait for her to finish absorbing it, then wipe her out in one blow. So don't worry about your memory problem. Mia insisted on recovering her memories. Tears streamed down her face as pain seemed to grip her chest. I could understand her feelings. After my rebirth, I occasionally felt the same way. Since she made her own choice, there was no need for me to say more. Only those who've experienced it can understand this emotion. Seeing the timing was about right, I called over the dark elf I'd captured. You kept kowtowing. Does that mean you acknowledge Mia as your ancestor? But didn't you just call her a traitor? I asked him kindly. Please don't spread this around. I'll do anything. He grabbed my leg and begged. You said you'll do anything, right? Well, there's one thing only you can do. Go out and spread a rumor for me. Say that Hemera appeared at the tomb. A few days later, a chubby dark elf was running through the forest, shouting that he'd seen Hemera. The entire dark forest fell into chaos because of this. It was normal. They despised Hemera. She betrayed her own sister, causing the tribe to suffer the curse. To them, Hemera was the embodiment of malice. They had every reason to hate her. Though a few elves didn't feel this way, at least not before the brilliant sun appeared above the tomb. Naturally, they pinned their hopes on Aether, that being who was unaffected by madness and malice, and could freely enter and exit the dark forest. Forced by circumstances, Aether had to raise the lamentation crystal to appease the tribe. Your mother, that is I, will end this chaos. Aether hadn't fully absorbed the curse yet. Now wasn't when she wanted to fight. She kept clutching her head as a voice tormented her mind relentlessly, until her eyes transformed into the shape unique to demons. I sat where the corpse had been, waiting for Aether to arrive. Soon, thick darkness swept over the entire tomb. Enough! I pulled out the staff made from the world tree and dispelled the darkness. I heard the current hero is a mage. Seeing you now, you're quite interesting indeed. How else would I eliminate demons and beings like you? Hearing my words, Aether's face darkened. If only I could see just her beautiful exterior like a normal person, but I could only see her hideous side. Mikhail, she's said also noticed something wrong. I'd seen this face in my past life too. People with this face were all contractors who had signed contracts with demon gods. At the same time, the Dark King was rallying his people, seemingly already seeing the hope of conquering the world. Mole also returned with even more followers. You're saying you conquered the entire forest in just a few hours? Ryan was confused. Yes, because I'm very powerful. Mole was quite proud. Come to think of it, this one was brought by Mikhail. It'd be strange if she were normal. Mole said she could broadcast my battle with Aether in real time. The butler finished creating the 7th Circle Phantom Theater on the ground, and darkness instantly covered the entire forest. Mole led her followers flying toward the center of the magic circle, projecting the battle scene inside the tomb in real time through the Phantom Theater. Countless arrows formed by shadows shot toward me. I could easily block attacks of this level. You were forced here by a rumor. Does it bother you that much? That was just a friendly probe, looking at the lamentation crystal in her hand, an ancient elven relic, but she couldn't fully harness its power. This meant the relic was being forcibly used by someone impersonating its owner. I didn't feel like wasting more words with a demon, so I directly released the 7th Circle High Tier Magic Holy Domain Declaration. This move would enhance Set's storm, instantly covering half the sky. You'll pay for your arrogance! Aether's body erupted with endless shadows. These shadows kept touching the holy domain, then collapsed, then surged up again. I know you want my children to see this, but we were born to walk alongside darkness. Everything you're doing will be meaningless. Her shadows kept pressing against my holy domain, but I wasn't just standing there waiting for her to break my holy domain. You've lived for thousands of years, and I don't doubt your strength, but do you know about the Lameton created by my ancestors? What kind of trash is that? Just become nourishment for our world conquest. Her assault grew fiercer. Powerful shockwaves blew away everything around, but fortunately I had Ryan and the others leave beforehand. Seeing she wasn't taking the bait, I directly chanted the magic spell I had prepared. Once there were two women, one was the sun, one was the moon. Sun and moon shone together. Stop! How do you know this? Aether intensified her attack, the shadows no longer randomly striking. Countless black chains attacked me from all directions, but Set had already deployed the storm, blocking all attacks. Darkness devoured the sun and destroyed the moon. Only the black sun remains while the moon is gone, awaiting the moon's return. Die! Aether's hand broke through the storm and attacked me. Mask destruction, Hemera. The instant the spell completed, Hemera's disguise completely shattered. She wailed in agony. She was so close to success, everything ruined at the last moment. This wail that had echoed for 1,000 years was from none other than the one exposed under the black sun, the sister who sent her own sister into the abyss, Hemera. She covered her face, questioning how I knew these spells. I didn't answer. I won't let you die quickly, hero. I'll tear you to pieces. 8th circle high tier holy magic, triple sacred. So this is your true form, Hemera. Shut up. Hemera's aura surged again. Demon sealing divine pillars, rise. 3 pillars made entirely of holy power blocked Hemera's escape routes. Demon slaying holy net, countless spiderweb-like nets bound her. Hero, if not for you, my plan would have gone smoothly. I would have avenged my sister. Revenge? How ridiculous. Wasn't that sisterly bond destroyed by your own hands? This is clearly your fault, yet you shift blame to others instead of admitting your mistake. As for resurrecting your sister, she's already successfully reincarnated. As for you, you're nothing but a hypocrite. I told you to shut up. Hemera was gradually being eroded by shadows. Powerful force allowed her to break through the nets binding her. She leaped high, raising the lamentation crystal as if to smash it down. I gripped my staff with both hands, barely blocking her frenzied attack. Her heavy blow, I couldn't fully block it. The powerful impact sent me flying. Hemera now looked nothing like her previous nobility. She wore pitch-black ceremonial robes, and her hair and body had changed. Hemera, no matter how well you disguise yourself, you're still Hemera in the end. World tree branches. The world tree branches I'd set in ambush pierced through Hemera as she charged at me. You think this can stop me? Hemera tore off the world tree branches with her bare hands. Go die! Hemera ignored her injuries, wielding the lamentation crystal as she charged at me. Too fast. I had no time to react. This strike would at least seriously wound me. Suddenly, the lamentation crystal cried out in grief, the entire sacred artifact trembling violently, seemingly wanting to break free from Hemera. The next moment, it broke free from Hemera's hand. The lamentation crystal is resisting me! Hemera couldn't believe the scene before her, but facts wouldn't change by will. The lamentation crystal flew toward Mia, who was hiding in the shadows watching our battle. Hemera looked at Mia, her sanity gradually returning. She knew this face all too well. It was the person she had spent day and night with, her own sister, Aether. Hemera recalled the scene from 1,000 years ago, when she and her sister were playing in the forest. A strange voice echoed in her mind, that squirrel is about to die. As soon as the voice finished, the squirrel before her eyes died. In the days that followed, every living being she saw died just as the voice said, until that day, when the subject of his death sentence was the person standing before her, Hemera's sister, Aether. Hemera tried to destroy her own ears to escape the voice in her head, but no matter what she did, the voice in her mind would still appear, until he said he could cure her beloved sister. Hemera wavered. It seemed she had no other choice. Following the voice's instructions, she used shadows to erode her own sister. The shadows did take away her sister's illness, but when Hemera happily pushed open her sister's door, her sister on the bed had lost her beauty, her entire body eroded by darkness, hatefully demanding to know what she had done. She could no longer control her tears, trembling as she reached out, trying to grasp Mia before her. Just like back then. Sister, I'm so sorry, But standing before her was me. Before removing the demon god's power from her, I wouldn't allow her near Mia. 8th circle high tier holy magic, holy fire judgment, an endless storm of flames swept over Hemera. Though she might also be a victim, I wouldn't forgive what she'd done. Holy wall, divine order, divine shackles. Since she wasn't planning to resist, I had to instantly cast 3 spells, completely removing the demon god's aura and power from her. Looking at the flame storm before me, perhaps Hemera had been eliminated as well. Hemera didn't die. She spoke slowly. I was about to cast more magic, but her following words made me stop. I just wanted to apologize to my sister. I shouldn't have let the shadows erode her without permission, even though I wanted to save her. Whether it's the curse or the demons, I just wanted my sister to come back to life. I wanted to eliminate everyone and everything that tormented my sister. Mia looked at the pitiful Hemera before her, unable to resist reaching for her hands. Seeing Hemera about to get close to Mia, I still decided to completely annihilate her. Stop, Mikhail. The demon god's contract has already been removed by you. Set stopped me. Though the memories had faded, Mia still shed tears, and her pupils gradually began to change. It's all over, Mikhail. No need to continue. Leave the rest to Mia. Stand up, Hemera. Go kill the the hero. The demon god's voice still echoed through Hemera's mind. If you're willing, I can give you even greater power. No, it's all over. I knew from the beginning. Contracts with demon gods only bring destruction. It's too late for anything now. Hemera collapsed on the ground, accepting her fate of annihilation. She trembled as she reached out, trying to grasp her long-lost sister's hand, but it was impossible. Unexpectedly, Mia took her hand. Poor child, you've made such a mess of things. Is this a hallucination before death? Hemera couldn't believe she was hearing her sister's voice. It doesn't matter anymore. Right now, Hemera just wanted to apologize to the sister before her. Sister, I did hate you terribly. Through the long despair and sorrow. It took me a long time to accept that you did this to save me. But now, it's all over, isn't it? My sister, Hemera. Hearing the familiar tone and voice, Hemera's eyes flew open. Even if no one else can forgive you, I will. Aether's voice reached every dark elf's ears. Everything you've done for me, everything you've endured is more than enough. You're tired. It's time to rest well, sister. As a long-lived race, Hemera had endured nearly 1,000 years of hatred from her people. Now she could finally leave in peace. Not far away, beside a withered and rotting dead grass, a brand new blade of grass gained new life. Perhaps the same was true for Hemera. Seeing their sisterly exchange had ended, I asked Mia if she was now Aether. Aether nodded, indicating she was just consciousness remaining within Mia. So you're about to dissipate soon? I stood up and walked toward her. Not entirely. I temporarily exist because Mia hasn't recovered her memories yet. If one day Mia chooses to accept all the memories, then she will be me, and I will be her. Thank you, hero. Though you acted out of duty, my sister can finally rest in peace. Wait, what about the royal family who tortured and abused you for so long? Would you like to come with me to destroy them? Seeing Aether show extremely eager expression, I understood her thoughts. Since she was now the existence closest to Aether, she must want revenge. The Dark King watched the projected scene, unable to believe that the person he worshipped was actually Hemera. The crowd below all looked at him with hatred. After all, they despised Hemera most of all. He knew what this meant. If he admitted all this was true, he'd be pulled from his throne. Compatriots, all this is just an illusion created by Hemera. Everyone don't believe it. The Dark King had to control the situation and tried to unite with the Council of Elders. The elders of the Karen faction also realized things couldn't continue like this and stepped forward to support the Dark King. Yes, that's an illusion. Why would the king lie to us? Actors planted beforehand also stirred up the crowd. Seeing the plan succeed, the Dark King rekindled hope. He just had to stall and there would be a way out. But his smile didn't last long because applause rang out from above him. Sorry to interrupt, Dark King. I'm the hero. The applause came from me sitting atop the castle. I have this bad habit. Whenever I hear someone seriously spouting nonsense, I can't help but applaud. You dare come here? Someone kill him! The Dark King raised his hand to summon assassins. In the blink of an eye, several assassins emerged from the shadows and attacked me. Stop! A solemn female voice echoed above the palace. The assassins' movements became uncontrolled. The arrival was none other than Aether herself, slowly descending beside me. The dark elves below watched their ancestor descend and stopped their riot. Then a large swath of the plaza knelt down, all chanting hymns. Looks like the effect is good. You're really impressive, Aether. Can't you just shut up? You've completely ruined this great atmosphere. Set looked disgusted. The situation was set. Nothing could command more respect than Aether's personal appearance. Even the Dark King had no choice but to kneel under the blood pressure. You look like a child caught doing wrong by his mother. Children, stop. Imposing our hatred on others is selfish behavior. Don't walk my path again. You must look forward. Though she suffered countless betrayals, she still chose to forgive her people. She had the ability to curse them, but she didn't do it. Aether raised the lamentation crystal, gathering the hatred and curses from the forest into herself. The forest that had suffered 1,000 years of curse finally saw the light of day. The dark elves no longer had to bear this pain. It was good for both me and the dark elves. They no longer had to be trapped here. No, ancestor, we need your curse and hatred to defend ourselves. King, don't think I don't know you've been treating me as a tool to exploit. I won't let you succeed. You and your ancestors are the same, filled with wicked hearts for 1,000 years. I wasn't your first victim. My descendants who served as priestesses all died because of you. Seeing Aether no longer acting according to his plans, the Dark King angrily drew his sword and pointed it at the person he shouldn't have. Warriors, draw your swords. He tried to summon others to resist with him. I've wanted to beat him up for a long time. The plague in my past life, he was also the culprit. Since he's now seeking death, I might as well oblige him. I instantly appeared before him. The elders seeing this all released dark magic trying to protect their king. But I'm the hero. Any dark magic is child's play to me. The 7th circle magic I released, Realm of Hekau, directly absorbed all attacks, then reflected them all back. The elders suffering from their own dark magic all collapsed in agony. Die, hero! The Dark King swung his sword at me. I blocked his attack with just 2 fingers. This level of strength thinking it could hurt me? Since you chose to become king, you should shoulder the responsibility, not realize your ambition. I once inherited a family too, but I wasn't as responsible as my father, leading to the family's destruction. Looking at the Dark King I was holding up, still defiant, I seemed to see my past self. Perhaps this is what they call same-sex repulsion. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. My staff said it wanted to hit someone, so I had to satisfy it. After beating him black and blue, I finally felt better. Now lift your head and look at your compatriot's eyes. From the moment he swung his sword at Aether, the dark elves all turned hostile toward him. Those were the looks reserved for traitors. The king tried to attack the ancestor? The king is wrong! We must erase this false king! The noise from these fence-sitters reached my ears again and again. This wasn't what I wanted to hear. I raised my hand and cast magic to seal the mouth of the ringleader. Anyone who dares say another word, you're next. Don't think you're much better than the Dark King. You similarly recognized Hemera as the progenitor and supported her. Am I wrong? We had no choice. What right does an outsider like you have to spout nonsense? Hearing this, my face darkened. No choice? Is this your reason for harming the outside world? Just as I was about to continue, Aether stopped me. She raised the lamentation crystal, absorbing the curses and hatred from the dark elves' bodies. Hydos also recovered his human body. This forest will welcome a brand new tomorrow. The curse no longer torments this forest. Mia found me. She wanted to ask for my consent. She wanted to build a tomb for Hemera at the burial site. I said all this was for her to decide, since that was also her sister, in a way. Everything was developing in a positive direction.